Chapter 4190. Outside the room, Shangguanlong looked at Yang Kai with surprise in her beautiful eyes. This kid is actually fine? The effects of the 7 emotions and 6 desires wine were overbearing. Even a heaven-opening realm cultivator would find it hard to resist its power. How could a person from the Emperor realm keep his mind clear? This wine was made from many precious treasures, and it took 100 years of hard work to refine. It was originally the secret medicine of an evil philanderer called Hua Wuying. That Hua Wuying used this 7 emotions and 6 desires wine to ruin the chastity of countless women. He roamed the major regions and committed crimes, gaining a bad reputation. 300 years ago, one of Shangguanlong's direct disciples was ruined by Hua Wuying, and her Tao heart was covered in dust. That disciple's aptitude was not bad, and Shangguanlong was very fond of her. She deliberately nurtured her and spent a lot of energy on her. She had a chance to advance to the 4th stage of heaven-opening realm, but because of this, she had a heart demon and all her previous efforts were wasted. Could be said that the disciple died because of Hua Wuying. Shangguanlong was furious. She had been inquiring about Hua Wuying for decades, and even used the other female disciples on the flying boat as bait to lure Hua Wuying. Her efforts paid off, and she finally trapped the thief in a Chenquan world 40 years later. The final outcome was needless to say. Although Hua Wuying was cunning, his strength was not much. He was only at the 3rd stage of heaven-opening realm, and he was killed by Shangguanlong on the spot. This secret medicine that belonged to Hua Wuying fell into Shangguanlong's hands. Such an evil thing was useless to her. She wanted to destroy it, but for some reason she kept it. As a 5th stage of heaven-opening realm, it was easy for her to do something to her daughter's wine. She only needed to casually mention a few words in advance, and Shangguanyu would obediently bring the wine and dishes to Yang Kai's room. Hua Wuying used the 7 emotions and 6 desires wine to make a heaven-opening realm cultivator unable to stop. How could a person from the Emperor realm like Yang Kai resist the effects of the medicine? Shangguanlong frowned. She faintly felt that either Yang Kai had a strong willpower, or the effect of the wine on men was smaller than she expected. After all, this was a secret medicine that Hua Wuying made to target women. This situation was not what she wanted to see. She still hoped to catch Yang Kai and Shangguanyu on the spot so that she could make Yang Kai submit. But now that there was a flaw in the plan, it was a bit difficult to deal with. Thinking quickly, Shangguanlong's red lips moved as she sighed and looked at Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, what are you doing? Even if you really like you can't be so overbearing, right? If this were to spread out, how would you be able to face others in the future?" Yang Kai suppressed the desire in his heart and looked at her while panting slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Madam Long, you are so capable, so calculating, and so ruthless." If not for the suspicion in his heart, coupled with Tong Yuchuan's angry roar, he would have really believed Shangguanlong. Shangguanlong said with a sullen face, "What does little brother Yang mean? I don't quite understand." Tong Yuchuan said in a low voice, "Little brother Yang, please let you go." He was sincerely concerned about his daughter's safety. Although Yang Kai did not really do anything to Shangguanyu and only knocked her out, he was naturally worried that his daughter was in his hands. While they were talking, Lu Shui and Guizian had already flashed to Yang Kai's left and right, assuming a protective posture in case of any accidents. Yang Kai turned to look at Tong Yuchuan and said, "Guardian Tong, don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards Miss Yu. She was not hurt. She just fainted. If that's the case, please let her go quickly. My flying flower boat will not pursue today's matter." Tong Yuchuan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, his eyes spitting fire. Regardless of whether the matter was pursued or not, it was certain that his daughter had suffered a great loss because of Yang Kai. It was difficult for him to have any good feelings towards Yang Kai. "It's not up to you to decide about the matters of the flying flower boat." Shangguanlong snorted and swung her sleeves. She took a few steps forward and said aggressively, "Little brother Yang, if today's matter is spread out, it won't be good for either of us. You don't want to make a big deal out of it, right?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Madam's words are reasonable. What do you suggest?" Shangguanlong chuckled and said, It's very simple. You saved Yuer's life, so it's not too much for Yuer to repay you with her body. If today's matter did not happen, it would have been fine. Since today's matter has happened, then please marry Yuer. Lu Shui and Guizian were originally looking at her with vigilance, secretly activating their powers in case of any accidents. However, at this moment, they could not help but open their mouths in shock. What does this mean? They thought that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. How could a bad thing turn into a good thing? Lu Shui and Guizian's expressions could not help but become strange. Yang Kai could not believe his ears and said hesitantly, "What did Madame Long say? Did you say wrongly or did I hear wrongly?" Shangguan Long smiled and said, "I didn't say wrongly, and you didn't hear wrongly. After all, today's matter is not very honorable. If word spreads, it will affect your reputation. I'm afraid Yuer will not be able to face anyone. However, if you can marry Yuer and give her a status, then there will be no more problems." Yang Kai looked at her, then at Tong Yuchuan, who had a helpless and angry look on his face. He suddenly understood Shangguan Long's intentions. He smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, your daughter and the young master of the sky-bearing pavilion, Wei Wuxia, have a marriage agreement?" Shangguan Long said lightly, "It's just a verbal agreement. It doesn't count." "I see, I understand." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Shangguan, you had been kidnapped by Mo Ning for 2 years. No one knew what had happened to her in the past 2 years. Especially for Wei Wuxia, he must have lived in torment every day for the past 2 years. Now, although Shangguan Yu was rescued and her life was not in danger, who could guarantee that she was still a virgin? If Wei Wuxia was an ordinary person, it would be fine. However, he was the young master of the sky-bearing pavilion. With such a prominent status, how could he allow a woman with a defect to marry him? Even if he did not mind, the entire sky-bearing pavilion would not agree to it. No wonder the people of the sky-bearing pavilion came and went in such a hurry. Yang Kai did not quite understand at first. Now that he thought about it, he finally figured it out. The reason why the sky-bearing pavilion left in such a hurry was not because the way back was different. It was most likely to express a kind of attitude. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when Wei Wuxia came to thank him, there was a trace of helplessness mixed with hatred in his eyes. He was shocked. Wei Wuxia most likely did not want to save Shangguan Yu, or rather, did not want to save a living Shangguan Yu. Shangguan Long must have seen this too. She knew that she could not count on Wei Wuxia for her daughter's happiness, so she came to him. After all, he had revealed the existence of the void before, and there were guards like Lu Shui and Guizian by his side. In Shangguan Long's opinion, marrying Shangguan Yu to him was not a humiliation. Today's matter should be all part of her plan. As his thoughts changed, Shangguan Long's voice rang in his ears. "Little brother Yang, you were the one who saved Yuer, so you know her best. When you saved her, she was still in self-imposed isolation. In other words, she hasn't been treated harshly in the past 2 years and is still a virgin. But now that something like this has happened, her innocence is ruined. You have to take responsibility. Moreover, although my daughter is a little stupid, her temperament is very good. Moreover, her aptitude is not bad. In the future, it will not be a problem for her to reach level 4 and split open the sky. She should not be a disgrace to your identity. If our families can be married, we can help each other in the 3,000 worlds and benefit each other. You said before that the void has just been established, but in this vast universe, it is not easy to establish a force and rise. My flying flower boat has stood in the territory of the flying flower boat for thousands of years and finally has some foundation. We can help you in this matter. Little brother Yang, what do you think?" She was amiable and persuasive. Her words were clear, as if Yang Kai would suffer a great loss if he did not marry Shangguan Yu. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Madame Long's words make sense." Tong Yuchuan's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Although he did not want the situation to develop like this, it was already so. If Yang Kai could really agree to marry his daughter, it would be a solution. Wei Wuxia could not be counted on. Compared to Wei Wuxia, this young man in front of him was pleasing to the eye. As for his character, it was still to be verified, but he would not be worse than Wei Wuxiang. Shangguanlong's smile became brighter. Since you agree, we can sit down and discuss in detail. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm afraid that won't work. Shangguanlong's smile froze on her face. What do you mean? Yang Kai said, I think that what you said makes sense, but it doesn't mean that I will do that. I won't hide it from Madame. Even though I'm all alone right now, I actually have 4, 5, 6, or 7 wives at home. Before I left last time, the strongest wife told me that I have to keep myself clean and not go around picking up flowers and grass. Even if I pick up some flowers and grass, I can't let her find out and I can't bring them home. Otherwise, she will chop those flowers and grass into 7, 8, or even 10 pieces. Therefore, I can only politely decline Madame's kindness. Shangguanlong narrowed her eyes slightly. It's okay. I will explain it to them personally. I believe that they will at least give me some face. She wasn't surprised that Yang Kai had so many wives and concubines. After all, Yang Kai didn't look like an ordinary person, so it wasn't strange for him to have so many wives and concubines. As long as Shangguan Yu could marry him, with her backing, dealing with those wives and concubines would be a piece of cake. Yang Kai still shook his head. How long have I known your daughter? How can we talk about marriage if we have no feelings for each other? Feelings can be developed slowly. As long as you two get married, you will have time in the future. Madame Long, why are you making things difficult for me? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Shangguanlong was slightly angry. How am I making things difficult for you when I am marrying my daughter? Young man, don't be ungrateful. Yang Kai sighed heavily. It seems that you are determined to do so. Shangguanlong said, This is the only solution. Otherwise, when Yu wakes up, I will not be able to explain it to her. Chapter 41-91. Does your daughter know about this? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Marriage is something that I can decide. What does it have to do with whether she knows or not? What about Guardian Tong? Do you think so too? Yang Kai turned to look at Tong Yuchuan. Tong Yuchuan's face was gloomy and he remained silent. Looking at his expression, Yang Kai knew that he did not have much say in this matter, so he ignored him and looked at Shangguanlong again. If I refuse, will Madame give the order for the people lying in ambush outside to rush in and hack me to death? In such a short time, there were many more sky-opening realm auras outside. They had no intention of hiding. It was obviously Shangguanlong's arrangement. She also knew that Lu Shui was a grade 5 sky-opening realm and was not much worse than her. However, this was the flying boat after all. In order to chase after MOU, Ancestor MOU had sent out all the elites and experts. In this place, Yang Kai could not escape. Shangguanlong said, That's not necessary. We don't have any deep enmity. Why do we have to fight to the death? She suddenly changed the topic and said lightly, But the road is long. I believe that before we reach the void, you should have plenty of time to consider and give me a satisfactory answer. I can wait. There's no need to wait. Yang Kai said decisively, Madam, you are scheming and calculating. You don't even care about your daughter's feelings. I can't agree with such a ruthless heart. Although I feel sorry for your daughter, at least you haven't made a big mistake. I won't agree to this. Yang Kai did not want to talk to Shangguanlong anymore. He said, Madam, please make way. I want to leave. Shangguanlong frowned and said, Is you ugly? You don't like her. Even if you don't like her, you won't lose out if you marry her. Why do you have to reject so decisively? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Junior sister Yu is a first-class beauty. Which man would think that she's ugly? It's just mutual love. It has nothing to do with beauty. It's just the heart. Shangguanlong stared at him deeply, as if she wanted to look into the depths of his soul. After a while, she sighed heavily and said, All right, it's rare to find a man like you in this world. I have misjudged you and should not have acted so abruptly. Let's forget about today's matter. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. Let you go, and I'll let you leave. Hearing this, Tong Yuchuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Yang Kai said, Madam can't be so naive as to think that I'm young and easy to bully, right? If I let junior sister you go, how would I have the chance to leave? Tong Yuchuan's face changed as he gritted his teeth and said, Brat, what do you mean? Yang Kai glanced at him and said, Protector Tong, please forgive me. You should know better than anyone what kind of temperament this madam of yours has. I'm afraid that if I really listen to her and let junior martial sister you go, I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Junior martial sister, you will have to suffer for a while. How dare you? Tong Yuchuan was enraged. His aura suddenly burst out like mercury. I have no other choice. Yang Kai pinched Shangguan Yu's neck. Shangguan Yu, who was in a coma, couldn't help but moan. This made Tong Yuchuan's face change drastically. He instantly froze on the spot and turned to look at Shangguan Long, his face full of anger. Shangguan Long's face was also very ugly. When she and Tong Yuchuan rushed in and found that Yang Kai had her daughter in his hands, she felt that the situation was out of her control. In her imagination, when the husband and wife rushed in, they should have seen an unbearable scene. If that was the case, then no matter what she asked for, it wouldn't be too much. However, Yang Kai was still able to maintain a clear mind and answer her fluently. Staring at Yang Kai, Shangguan Long's face slowly darkened. She felt that it was a pity. Previously, she had only done that on a whim. But now it seemed that she had made the right choice. This young man in front of her was many times better than Wei Wuxia. How could he be an ordinary person if he could suppress the desire in his heart in that kind of situation? His achievements in the future wouldn't be small. If her daughter were to follow him, not only would she be able to get over the blow of being kidnapped, but the flying flower boat would also have a big help. It would be even better if she could use this to annex the Void Land. Unfortunately, she couldn't use it for herself. Instead, she might even become enemies. Their eyes met. Shangguan Long's face was as gloomy as water. Yang Kai slightly increased the strength in his hand. Shangguan Yu, who was in a coma, also looked worse. Madam, please make way. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. Shangguan Long suddenly smiled. What if I don't? Based on my observation these days, you're not a ruthless person. I don't believe that you'll really do anything to you. Moreover, if you really kill you, the three of you can forget about leaving here. As soon as Shangguan Long finished speaking, she saw Yang Kai suddenly reach out and snatch the aqua-cold long sword from Lu Shue's hand. Under her horrified gaze, the sword directly pierced through Shangguan Yu's back and out of her chest. The sword pierced through her body. With a swoosh, blood splattered. Shangguan Yu let out a muffled groan, the blood draining from her face in an instant. Tong Yuchuan's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. His vision was filled with blood red, and the whole world seemed to have turned blood red. Madam, Yang Kai's cold voice sounded behind Shangguan Yu. There's a saying that one may know a person's face but not his heart. This is the first time you've met me. How dare you recklessly judge my character? Aren't you afraid that your cleverness will backfire on you? Ignoring Shangguan Long's livid face, Yang Kai turned to look at Tong Yuchuan. Don't worry, this sword is not fatal. I've avoided junior sister Yu's vital parts. However, if Guardian Tong dares to make a move in order to save your daughter, I can't guarantee junior sister Yu's safety. His words were like a soul-stabilizing nail that nailed Tong Yuchuan to the ground. Madam, Yang Kai looked at Shangguan Long. I'll say it one last time. Please let us leave. Shangguan Long clenched her silver teeth. Her body was trembling non-stop, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a difficult struggle. She didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had always looked elegant and graceful, would actually be so ruthless and heartless. Just because of a single word of disagreement, he really attacked Shangguan Yu. Could it be that all his previous kindness was just a disguise? If that was the case, then his disguise was too good. Still not leaving? Do you really want to kill you? Tong Yuchuan's voice exploded in her ears like divine thunder from the 9 heavens. She turned her head and saw Tong Yuchuan staring at her with red eyes, as if he was looking at an enemy who killed his father and stole his wife. That unfamiliar gaze made her heart tremble. She had no doubt that if she did not give way, the first person to attack her would not be Yang Kai and the rest, but the person who had accompanied her for hundreds of years. Shangguan Long's heart sank. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. "All right, I can let you leave, but you can't hurt Yu anymore. Don't worry, if you don't do anything, I won't either." Yang Kai kept nodding. "After you leave, you must let Yu come back." "Impossible." Yang Kai shook his head. "When I return to the Void Land, I will let junior sister Yu go. If you're worried, you can follow me." Shangguan Long's chest heaved up and down. After thinking seriously for a while, she nodded slightly and separated from Tong Yuchuan, making a path. Yang Kai gave Lu Shui and Guizian a look. The two of them protected him from the front and back as they walked out step by step. There were indeed many ambushes outside the house. However, when they saw Yang Kai holding Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Yu's chest being pierced by a long sword, they were shocked and angry. They actually did not know what happened. Shangguan Long was scheming against Yang Kai and her daughter, so she naturally would not explain the matter clearly. She only mobilized them as a precaution. If everything went according to her plan, it would naturally be a happy ending. However, she did not expect it to end up like this. Pairs of inquiring eyes looked at her, causing her face to become gloomier and more embarrassed. After a while, Yang Kai and the others left the lotus. Lu Shui took out her flying secret treasure. Yang Kai took the lead and rushed in with Shangguan Yu, Guizian following closely behind. Lu Shui looked at the heaven-opening realm experts on the flying flower boat warily before entering the secret treasure. She activated her power and turned into a stream of light, flying into the depths of the void. The huge lotus of the flying flower boat followed behind unhurriedly. The heaven-opening realm experts stood on the petals of the lotus and looked over coldly. In the windmill, Yang Kai called Lu Shui and pointed at the unconscious Shangguan Yu. "Treat her." Lu Shui nodded. After Yang Kai went out, she immediately got busy. Yang Kai's sword strike seemed to be decisive, but in fact it was controlled very well. Although it pierced through Shangguan Yu's chest, the injury was not serious. Lu Shui untied Shangguan Yu's clothes and carefully pulled out the long sword while casting a spell to suppress the wound. She then applied some healing medicine on Shangguan Yu's wound and took a healing pill. Shangguan Yu was also from the Emperor realm, so her cultivation was not too weak. Such an injury would only take a few days to heal. Yang Kai returned to check. After confirming that she was fine, he also heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the sleeping Shangguan Yu, he could not help but feel a little guilty. At that time, he really had no other choice. If he did not express his firm stand as soon as possible, Shangguan Long would definitely not compromise so quickly. If they really fought, not to mention whether he could escape, Lu Shui and Guizian would definitely be injured or even killed. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. At this moment, Lu Shui's voice sounded, "Master, that Tong Yuchuan is flying over." Yang Kai released his divine thought and indeed found that Tong Yuchuan was rapidly approaching. However, he was alone. The huge lotus of the flying flower boat was still hundreds of miles behind. "Should we stop him?" Lu Shui asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. "No, let him come over." Lu Shui understood and slowed down. After a while, Tong Yuchuan's voice sounded, "Little brother Yang, I want to see how Yuer's injury is. Please make an exception." He thought that he would not get any response. Unexpectedly, a hole immediately opened on the windmill. Tong Yuchuan did not hesitate and dodged into the windmill. Chapter 4192. After entering the windmill, Tong Yuchuan immediately saw Yang Kai standing in front of him. Their eyes met, and a trace of anger and killing intent flashed in Tong Yuchuan's eyes. He lowered his eyes and said, "I want to see Yuer's injury." "Go ahead, Protector Tong." Yang Kai gestured to the side. Tong Yuchuan lowered his head and went into the side room. In the side room, Shangguan Yu was lying quietly, breathing steadily. There were still bloodstains on her chest, and her face was slightly pale. Tong Yuchuan walked forward with a gloomy face and sat down beside Shangguan Yu. He reached out and put his hand on her wrist. After checking, he found that his daughter's breathing was stable. Obviously, she had been treated by someone, and there was a strong medicinal effect flowing through her meridians and into her flesh, healing the wound. I've already asked Lu Shui to treat her injury. It shouldn't be a big problem. She just needs a few days of rest to recover. Yang Kai's voice sounded behind him. Tong Yuchuan snorted coldly and didn't speak. Shangguan Long was blinded by greed, and Yang Kai was just taking advantage of the situation to protect himself. But no matter what, Shangguan Yu's injury was caused by Yang Kai. Even if this person was his daughter's savior, it was difficult for Tong Yuchuan to have any good impression of Yang Kai. I estimate that junior sister Yu will wake up tomorrow. However, it's not convenient for me to explain the current situation to her. Perhaps she won't believe me even if I explain it to her. So, to avoid any unnecessary disputes, I ask Protector Tong to leave behind a jade slip to record the cause and effect of this matter. I'll show it to her after she wakes up. She should believe your words. Tong Yuchuan said, I'll stay here. When Yu wakes up, I'll explain the situation to her. Yang Kai shook his head and said, No, I've already shown my utmost sincerity by letting you come and see junior sister Yu. I can't let you stay in this windmill forever. After all, Protector Tong is a level 4 heaven splitter. If you suddenly attack, I won't be able to resist. Tong Yuchuan raised his head and glared at Yang Kai. If I wanted to do something, I would have done it earlier. Why would I waste my breath on you? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I also believe that Protector Tong doesn't have any ulterior motives, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Before I boarded the boat, I never thought that today's matter would happen. Since Madame Long is able to repay kindness with enmity, Protector Tong, as the person who sleeps beside her, shouldn't have received her teachings? She is her and I am me. Don't confuse me with that venomous woman. Tong Yuchuan was furious. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, If Protector Tong insists, then we can only shed all pretense of cordiality here. I hope that Protector Tong can protect junior martial sister Yu when we fight. After all, she is innocent. While speaking, Lu Shui had already quietly appeared behind Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes coldly staring at him. The corners of Tong Yuchuan's eyes twitched, and his furious expression instantly became dejected. He nodded and said, All right, I'll do as you say. I'll leave a message to tell Yu what happened, but you have to promise not to hurt her at all. Protector Tong, as long as your boat doesn't act recklessly, I promise that your daughter won't lose a single hair. You better. Tong Yuchuan gritted his teeth. A moment later, Tong Yuchuan left, and as Yang Kai said, he left behind a jade slip that recorded the whole story. Yang Kai carefully checked the jade slip and found that there was nothing wrong with it. There was no exaggeration in the jade slip, but it did not mention that Shangguan Yu's mind was disturbed by the 7 emotions and 6 desires whine, and did something shameful. Yang Kai could understand why Tong Yuchuan wanted to hide this kind of thing, so he did not say anything. Carefully putting away the jade slip, he was going to wait for Shangguan Yu to wake up and give it to her. After Tong Yuchuan returned to the lotus flower, the huge lotus flower gradually slowed down until it was 3,000 miles away from the windmill before continuing to catch up. This was also Yang Kai's request. Now that Shangguan Yu was in his hands, the flower boat had no choice but to comply. One day later, the unconscious Shangguan Yu slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes were blank. Her consciousness was still stuck at the time when she drank with Yang Kai, and she could not remember what happened later. Just as she was about to get up, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. Junior sister Yu, don't be impatient. You are injured, so it's best not to move around. Am injured? Shangguan Yu was startled, and after carefully perceiving her condition, her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. She realized that she was really injured, and the wound was very close to her vital points. It could almost be said that she had taken a trip to the gates of hell. What's going on? Brother Yang, did you save me? Where are my parents? Shangguan Yu turned her head and looked at him. Yang Kai did not say much and handed over the jade slip left by Tong Yuchuan. Shangguan Yu received it and poured her divine sense into it to investigate. A moment later, Her face turned pale. She was naturally no stranger to Tong Yuchuan's aura, and she also believed what her father said. The jade slip told her that Yang Kai had some conflicts with the flower boat, and then he took her as a hostage to escape from the lotus flower artifact. The injuries on her body were also left by Yang Kai. Tong Yuchuan also told her not to act rashly, and that many masters from the flower boat were not far behind. When they reached the void, Yang Kai would let her go. After checking the information in the jade slip, Shangguan Yu's mind was in a mess. For her, it was just a day of sleep, but the outside world had changed. Her savior had turned against her parents, stabbed her with a sword, and took her hostage to escape. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her face was full of fear. Yang Kai said, "Junior sister Yu, you don't need to panic. Just stay here quietly and I won't do anything to you." Shangguan Yu pursed her lips and nodded. Her injuries were not serious, and Lu Shui had personally treated her before, so she had recovered in just 5 days. After 5 days of recuperation, not only had her injuries healed, but her mood had also become much calmer. Over the past few days, she had been constantly thinking about a number of things, such as what had happened after she got drunk, what had caused Yang Kai to become enemies with the flower boat, and why he had stabbed her with his sword. She vaguely felt that things might not be as simple as she thought, so she boldly asked Yang Kai several times, but Yang Kai never answered. Half a month later, after passing through a territory gate, Lu Shui's voice came, "Master, we've reached the void territory." Yang Kai's closed eyes slowly opened and he nodded lightly. "Got it." After a while, the lotus secret treasure of the flower boat also passed through the territory gate and stepped into the void territory. In the lotus, Shangguan Long stared gloomily at the windmill 3,000 miles ahead and gritted her teeth secretly. Suddenly, someone came in and reported, "Boatman, those people in the void lands aren't heading towards any of the area entrances. Instead, they're heading towards a certain direction in this area. They're not going to the territory gate." Shangguan Long raised her eyebrows and her expression changed. "Check which large territory this is." If they were not heading towards the territory gate, it meant that they should be arriving soon. In other words, the void should be in this large territory. That person immediately took out the map of the universe and checked. "Boat owner, this is Kikikyo territory." Kikikyo territory. Shangguan Long thought for a while and said, "If I remember correctly, there should be a Kikikyo land here." Tong Yuchuan, who had been silent all this while, said, "That's right, Chichao land is in this territory. The owner of Chichao land, Chichao Heaven Lord, is a grade 5 sky splitter. However, Chichao land has always had a bad reputation and is despised by others. Chichao Heaven Lord is also a vengeful person." Shangguan Long frowned and said, "I've heard of Chichao Heaven Lord. He's not an easy person to deal with. Since this territory is Chichao land's territory, why would that guy dare to create a void here? Isn't he afraid that he'll be eaten alive?" Basically, there would only be one second-class force in every large territory. After all, how could they allow others to sleep beside them? If there were really 2 second-class forces in the same large territory, they would definitely be incompatible. "Boat owner." The person who spoke earlier spoke again and stammered. "Their route seems to be towards Chichao land." Shangguan Long turned her head and looked. "Did you see it clearly?" That person quickly said, "Boat owner, please take a look." As he spoke, he respectfully handed over the map of the world. Shangguan Long took it suspiciously and checked it carefully. She found that it was indeed, as he said, Yang Kai and the rest were really heading towards Chichao land. Why are they going to Chichao land? Shangguan Long was puzzled. Tong Yuchuan hesitated and said, "Could it be that they have something to do with Chichao land?" Shangguan Long slowly shook her head. She couldn't figure it out either. If that was the case, then things would be a little difficult. After all, the strength of the Chichao land was not bad, not much worse than the flying flower boat. If Yang Kai and the others really had a close relationship with the Chichao land, then this matter would be troublesome. Moreover, Shangguan Long had an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in her heart. As time passed, this feeling of uneasiness grew stronger. 3 days later, A spiritual state suddenly appeared in front of them. Compared to the map of the world, it was Qichao land. Looking from afar, one could see that spiritual state was faintly emitting a myriad of lights. The endless power of the stars in the vast universe was channeled into spiritual state by an inexplicable force, causing spiritual state to look majestic and magnificent. Such a scene was much more powerful than the main altar of the flying flower boat. Shangguan Long said suspiciously, "Qichao land actually has such a foundation?" The group of heaven-opening realm cultivators on the flying flower boat were also dumbfounded and looked envious. It was also their first time coming to Qichao land. However, Qichao land was not the only second-grade force. They had seen many second-grade forces' main altars, but none of them could be compared to the one in front of them. Although they did not investigate deeply, everyone could sense that Qichao land was enveloped by an extremely brilliant array. Otherwise, it would not be able to display such a marvelous scene. A place's foundation was related to a place's future. Compared to Qichao land, the flying flower boat was obviously not as good. Everyone could not help but feel upset. Chapter 41-93. Boat Master. They've stopped. Suddenly, an elder level 4 heaven splitter shouted. The others looked up and saw that the pinwheel secret treasure had stopped at the periphery of the Qichao land. Humph, it seems like they're related to the Qichao land. Do they think they'll be fine with the protection of the Qichao land? Shangguan Long snorted. Tong Yuchuan said in a low voice, "Your safety is more important. After all, it was my flying flower boat that was in the wrong first. Don't cause any more trouble." "I know," Shangguan Long replied angrily. While everyone was talking, the wind chariot artifact in front of them suddenly disappeared, revealing Yang Kai and the others, who were quietly looking over. Shangguan Yu stood beside Yang Kai and didn't receive any harsh treatment. Moreover, after this period of recuperation, his face was ruddy. Tong Yuchuan heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go down and take a look." Shangguan Long rolled up her sleeves and walked out. The experts on the flying flower boat followed closely behind. Not long after, they arrived outside the lotus. As soon as they stood still, they saw Yang Kai smiling and saying, "Welcome to the Void Land." The group of heaven splitters on the flying flower boat could not help but look at each other. Some of them even took out the map of the universe to verify. Shangguan Long frowned and said, "The Void Land? Isn't this the Qichao land? How is it the Void Land?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Madam Long is right. This was indeed the Qichao land before, but I changed it to the Void Land now." Everyone was shocked when they heard that. There was no reason for a second-class force to suddenly change its banner and name. After all, it was a reputation and prestige that had been passed down for thousands of years. It was not easy to accumulate it again, unless the force no longer existed. "What do you mean?" Shangguan Long narrowed her slender eyes. The uneasiness in her heart was extremely strong. "The Qichao land has been conquered by me. From now on, there will be no more Qichao land in this world, only the Void Land." Yang Kai explained patiently. The group of heaven splitters was in an uproar. Although they had already guessed it, they still could not believe it when Yang Kai said it. Qichao land was a second-rate power that wasn't inferior to the flying flower boats. It wasn't a third-rate power that would spring up again and again after being cut down. It had been continuously passed down for thousands of years, so how could it be attacked and occupied just like that? Take the flying flower boat, for example. Even if they used all their strength, it was impossible for them to conquer the Kikikyo land. Even if everyone's strength was about the same, one attacking and one defending, there had to be an extremely large disparity in strength for it to be possible. Did this Yang Kai really have such great skill? Heavenly Lord of 7 heavens. Naturally, he died. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Shangguan Long was completely stunned. She did not know whether to believe Yang Kai's words. Logically speaking, this guy had to have something to rely on for spouting such nonsense outside the Qichao land. If Heavenly Lord of 7 heavens was really still alive, it was impossible for him to ignore it. But subconsciously, Shangguan Long was unwilling to believe it. She was still thinking of marrying her daughter to Yang Kai and then slowly annexing the Voidland. If he really had this ability, it was unknown who would be annexing who when the time came. Moreover, she had heard Yang Kai say that there were only 5 heaven splitters in the entire Voidland. How could he conquer the Chichao land with just 5 heaven splitters? What a joke. The heaven splitters in the Chichao land were not weaklings. Heavenly Lord of 7 Heavens was a 5th grade heaven splitter, and several Earth Protectors were 4th grade heaven splitters. Unless there was a heaven splitter above 5th grade in the Voidland. Shangguan Long's heart skipped a beat as she thought of this. She looked behind Yang Kai. 2 silhouettes flew out from the surging radiance. These 2 people were extremely fast. It took them less than 5 breaths to land beside Yang Kai and reveal their true appearances. One was a charming woman, and the other was a fat man. The fat man was outrageously fat. He was simply a rolling meatball. The fat on his face piled up, covering both his eyes. Although the fat man was bloated, he exuded the aura of a 4th grade heaven splitter. It would be fine if it was just him, but the key was that woman. This woman was a 6th grade heaven splitter. Everyone on the flying boat looked at the woman in unison, as if they were facing a great enemy. Shangguan Long's eyes narrowed, and she looked shocked. There really was a heaven splitter above 5th grade in the Voidland. Greetings, Master. Under everyone's gaze, the fat man took the lead to bow. He had an extremely flattering smile on his face, as if he was not facing the Emperor realm, but a high-grade heaven splitter. He said respectfully, Master, you must be tired from the long journey. It's been hard on you. Young Master. The woman also bent her knees and bowed gracefully. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the group of heaven splitters on the flying boat. There was no wind in the void, but everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Just the appearance of a 6th grade heaven splitter was enough to shock them. But now, this 6th grade heaven splitter, whom even they had to look up to, actually called Yang Kai Young Master. Which family's young master was this? How could he make a 6th grade heaven splitter so humble? That was a 6th grade heaven splitter. Even in the various blessed and heavenly lands, he was a powerful existence who could take on the role of deacon or other positions with real power. Could this guy be the illegitimate son of some blessed and heavenly land's leader? Shangguan Long's expression was extremely ugly, and the shock in her heart surged. When this 6th grade heaven splitter woman appeared, she knew that she had miscalculated. The foundation of the void was much stronger than she had imagined. It was not something a small flying boat could handle. It was laughable that she had schemed and plotted before, and even disregarded her daughter's wishes. If she had known earlier, how could she have acted like that? She would have definitely treated Yang Kai as a guest of honor and treated him well. But at least there was still room for redemption. Although she had schemed and plotted, she did not have the intention to harm Yang Kai. To put it bluntly, she had only used her beauty to seduce him, but in the end, she had implicated her daughter and caused her to be stabbed. She secretly rejoiced that she had not completely fallen out with Yang Kai. Otherwise, the flying boat would not have a good life in the future. Just this 6th grade heaven splitter alone was not someone the flying boat could deal with. That's Chen Tianfei? A voice suddenly came from behind. Shangguan Long did not need to turn around to recognize the voice of her left guardian, Qin Wuxing. She frowned slightly. Chen Tianfei? I seem to have heard this name before. Qin Wuxing said, Boat Master, have you forgotten? 30 years ago, I was ordered to go out to purchase a batch of resources. At that time, I went to an underground star market and met this Chen Tianfei. I bought a lot of things from him. You even said that the quality of the resources was good. Shangguan Long had a look of realization. She nodded slightly and said, I remember now. When you came back, you said that the second-in-command of Crimson Star was exceptionally talented, and that it would be difficult to find another person like him in this world. Could it be this person? Yes. Qin Wuxing nodded. But isn't this person the second-in-command of Crimson Star? Why would he appear here? And why would he have the same attitude as Yang Kai? Shangguan Long did not understand. Qin Wuxing volunteered. Boatmaster, please wait a moment. Let me find out. As he said so, he took out a communication bead and inserted his divine thought into it. This communication bead was what he had exchanged with Chun Tianfei. It was supposed to be convenient for them to contact each other if they had any transactions in the future. However, more than 30 years had passed and Qin Wuxing had not been to the star market where Crimson Star was located. If he had not seen Chun Tianfei here today, Qin Wuxing would not have remembered this. Sure enough, after Qin Wuxing sent the message, Chun Tianfei suddenly raised his head and looked over. Qin Wuxing nodded and smiled at him, holding his fist across the air. Chun Tianfei nodded slightly and used the communication bead to communicate with Qin Wuxing. As time passed, Qin Wuxing's expression became more and more solemn until he was sweating profusely. What's wrong? Shangguanlong sensed that something was wrong and asked, Did you find out why the second-in-command of Crimson Star is here instead of guarding the star market? What does this void land have to do with Crimson Star? Qin Wuxing swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, Boatmaster, I found out that Crimson Star is gone. Crimson Star is gone. Shangguanlong was surprised. If I remember correctly, Crimson Star is considered a second-class force, right? They have several middle-stage Kai Tian experts. How can they be gone? Yes, Crimson Star is a second-class force. Not only that, there was also a second-class force in the star market. These three forces controlled the underground star market and made a living there, but Qin Wuxing's expression twitched. They are all gone now. What happened? Shangguanlong was surprised. If all three second-class forces were gone, what happened in the star market? Thunderlight and Crimson Star were destroyed by Yang Kai. Chun Tianfei said that the destruction of Sword Pavilion was related to Yang Kai. What? Everyone on the flying flower boat was shocked. Three second-class forces were destroyed just like that? How ruthless was Yang Kai? How much power did he have? The flying flower boat had offended Yang Kai this time. This, for a moment, everyone's hands and feet were cold, as if they had seen the end of the flying flower boat. Qin Wuxing's face was stiff, as if he had eaten a basket of Coptis chinensis. His smile was full of bitterness. Chun Tianfei said that he is now just a servant by Yang Kai's side, and that he should never mention the title of the second-in-command of Crimson Star again. Gulp. The sound of people swallowing their saliva was heard. A fourth-grade Kai Tian expert was not considered weak in the 3,000 worlds, but now he was willing to lower himself and admit that he was someone else's servant. This was not something that could be done with just strength suppression. How powerful was Yang Kai to be able to enslave someone like Chun Tianfei? And that sixth-grade Kai Tian called Yang Kai Young Master. This time, the flying flower boat seemed to have offended someone they should not have offended. For a moment, everyone looked at Shangguanlong. Although no one reprimanded her, Shangguanlong still felt a burning pain on her face. She was not in the mood to be angry. She knew that if this matter was not handled well, then what happened to Crimson Star and Thunderlight yesterday would most likely be the flying flower boats tomorrow. Chapter 4194. The Void Land has just been established, and yet it already has such a magnificent scene and foundation. It's really an eye-opener for me. My flying flower boat has to admit defeat. Shangguanlong squeezed out a smile and looked at Yang Kai, saying, There are always talents in every generation. When I was at little brother Yang's level of cultivation, I was still struggling for some poor cultivation resources. Little brother Yang, you now have a place and many capable people under you. Your future is limitless. Hearing her praise and flattery, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Madam Long, you're too kind. Shangguanlong said, Little brother Yang has saved my daughter's life. Everyone on the flying flower boat is very grateful. We've specially prepared some gifts as a token of our appreciation. I hope little brother Yang doesn't mind. As she said this, she flicked a space ring and it flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He scanned it with his divine thought and looked up at Shangguanlong with interest. There were many things in the ring, far exceeding the scope of a token of appreciation. Even for a second-class force, such a batch of materials was considered a huge loss. When Shangguanlong first invited him to board the Lotus secret treasure, she also said that she would prepare a token of appreciation to thank Yang Kai for saving Shangguan Yu's life. However, she didn't fulfill her promise these days and even caused a disturbance later on. Now that she threw the space ring, it was obvious that she wanted to settle the matter peacefully. There might not have been so many things in the ring originally. Shangguanlong must have added some things in at the last minute. They looked at each other. Yang Kai's eyes were full of aggression. Shangguanlong's expression was slightly nervous, but there was a hint of determination in the depths of her eyes. To Shangguanlong, she was in the wrong first. Originally, she didn't take the Void Land seriously. However, when Yang Kai showed the strong foundation of the Void Land, she knew that all her previous plans were just wishful thinking. Since she was in the wrong, she could accept paying a price to settle the matter peacefully. However, if Yang Kai didn't let it go, the elites on the flying flower boat were here. They were not soft persimmons that he could bully at will. The void seemed to be on the verge of freezing. Yu He and Chen Tianfei had no idea what was going on, but they could feel that the atmosphere was not right. Both of them looked at Shangguanlong at the same time and locked their gazes on him. Once Shangguanlong made any unusual moves, she would definitely be attacked by the two of them. Suddenly, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Madame Long is too polite. Slaying demons is our duty. Saving junior sister Yu was just a coincidence. Shangguanlong heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "No matter what, my flying flower boat owes you a favor. If there's anything you need in the void in the future, feel free to ask. If my flying flower boat can do it, I won't refuse. Since Madame Long says so, then I won't be polite. I have something I want from Madame Long. I wonder if Madame Long is willing to part with it." Shangguanlong's heart skipped a beat. She secretly scolded this brat for being insatiable. She wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight it out with him, but her daughter was still in his hands. She could only force a smile and said, "What does little brother Yang like?" Yang Kai pointed behind her. "I like this flying flower boat's Lotus secret treasure very much. The void has just been built and is lacking in manpower and food. We don't have anything we want. I don't even dare to think about such a large flying secret treasure. If Madame Long is willing to part with it, then it's best. If you don't, then it's fine. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Left Protector Qin Wuxing immediately glared at him. "Brat, you dare to ask for so much? Do you know how much it costs to make this falling lotus flower?" The other heaven-opening realm cultivators on the flying flower boat also glared at Yang Kai. A secret treasure like falling lotus flower was not a simple flying secret treasure, but a versatile secret treasure that combined both attack and defense. It was often the manifestation of a force's foundation, and not every force could take it out. Refining it required an unimaginable amount of resources. In the entire flying flower boat, there was only one falling lotus flower, and Yang Kai actually had his eyes on it. How could everyone not be angry? However, just as Qin Wuxing finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming towards him. He hurriedly activated his world force and blocked it with his palm. With a boom, Qin Wuxing's body swayed and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His arms fell limply as he raised his eyes and looked at Yu He in horror and fear. That attack just now was from Yu He. "If you dare to speak rudely to the young master again, I'll kill you." Yu He's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked coldly at Qin Wuxing. The latter's face alternated between green and red, but he did not dare to say anything. He was only a 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, 2 grades lower than Yu He, who was a 6th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator. With just one attack, he could feel how terrifying this woman was. Not only him, no one on the flying flower boat was her opponent. Yang Kai said lazily, "If Madame Long is unwilling to part with it, then forget it. I was just casually speaking." Shangguanlong's face was gloomy. She clenched her fists and her chest rose and fell. Her state of mind was obviously very unstable. After a while, she gritted her teeth and chuckled. "Since little brother Yang likes the falling lotus flower, I'll give it to you." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Thank you very much, madam, Shangguan Long said. As long as you like it. She turned to look at Shangguan Yu. Come here. Shangguan Yu turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was smiling at him and had no intention of stopping him, Shangguan Yu's figure flickered and flew towards Shangguan Long. In an instant, he stood beside his mother and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Yang Kai said warmly, Everyone has come from afar and must be tired from the journey. Why don't you come in and have a chat? Let me do my part as a host. No need. Shangguan Long refused without hesitation. She was afraid that she would be angered to death if she continued to stay here. She said decisively, It has been 2 years since we left the flying boat. It's time for us to go back. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely visit again. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of regret. Then I won't keep you any longer. I also want to thank you for your tireless efforts in escorting me. We will meet again someday. Shangguan Long looked at him deeply. Then, she took her daughter's hand and urged her power to fly towards the depths of the void. Hundreds of people on the flying boat flew out of the falling lotus flower one after another. Following closely behind, some people looked at the falling lotus flower reluctantly before leaving. After flying for a long distance, Shangguan Long's body suddenly burst out a terrifying wave of air. She could no longer suppress her anger and could only release it. Otherwise, she would definitely be injured if the anger attacked her heart. You've gone too far. Shangguan Long clenched her teeth. This incident was a great humiliation. The flying boat had stood in the 3,000 worlds for thousands of years and had never suffered such a huge loss. And all of this was bestowed by the Emperor Realm. This made her feel really depressed. Boatmaster, are you giving the falling lotus flower to him just like that? Qin Wuxing looked indignant. He had suffered a little under Yuhi's hands just now. However, he was not as strong as her and did not dare to resist. He would definitely bear a grudge against Yuhi. What else can I do? Shangguan Long clenched her teeth and said, Since he said that he wants the falling lotus flower, if I refuse, there will be a fight. Who can stop a 6th grade heaven splitting? Moreover, Yuer is still in his hands. Thinking of the 6th grade heaven-splitting lady's power, everyone was worried. Tong Yuchuan frowned and said, It's fine if it's lost. As long as you're safe, it's fine. Also, this time my flying boat was in the wrong. Just take it as a loss to avoid disaster. What wrong am I in the wrong? It's his honor that I took a liking to him, but he doesn't know what's good for him. The void, just you wait. Sooner or later I'll get everything back. Tong Yuchuan turned to look at her for a while. Seeing her face distorted by hatred, he could not help but sigh heavily. Outside the void, Yuhi looked at the void suspiciously and asked, Young master, what's wrong with this group of people? Although she could tell that Yang Kai didn't get along well with the people on the flying flower boat, she didn't know the cause and effect. It was only after receiving Yang Kai's message that she and Qin Tianfei hurriedly flew out to greet him. It's a long story. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He did not want to explain much. After all, this matter involved Shangguan Yu's reputation. He looked at Yuhi and asked, When did you come out of seclusion? Is there any risk in advancing? Seeing that he was so concerned about her, Yuhi felt sweeter than if she had eaten honey. She smiled and said, I came out of seclusion more than a month ago, but my cultivation has not completely stabilized. I still need some time to accumulate and settle. My advancement was smooth and there were no risks. Young master, you don't have to worry. It was impossible to advance from the 5th rank to the 6th rank without hundreds of years of accumulation. However, a middle-grade world fruit had allowed Yuhi to advance 1 rank in just a few months. Not only that, she originally only had hopes of advancing to the 7th rank. However, because of the world fruit, she could even advance to the 8th rank in the future. The world fruit not only increased the cultivator's current rank, but also had room for growth in the future. On the other side, Chun Tianfei stared at Lu Shui and Guizian with a dumbfounded expression. His eyes bulged out of his fat and turned into eggs. The situation just now had been so treacherous that he did not pay much attention to it. When the people on the flying boat left, he discovered something that shocked him. Lu Shui had advanced to the 5th rank and opened the sky. Even Guizian had advanced to the 3rd rank. He could accept Guizian's advancement. After all, his starting point was lower, so it was easier for him to advance. However, Lu Shui's advancement puzzled him. Before this, he and Lu Shui had both split open the heavens at the 4th rank. Their cultivation bases were on par, and neither of them was inferior to the other. Now Lu Shui had leaped above him in an instant. Chen Tianfei was truly unable to accept this. Moreover, Lu Shui had reached the heaven-opening realm a few decades later than him. In other words, he should be the one to advance first. It should not be Lu Shui's turn. Moreover, it did not make sense that both of them would advance after going on a trip with the master. What kind of indescribable opportunity had they encountered? For a moment, Chen Tianfei was both envious and jealous. He rubbed his fat hands and walked to Yang Kai's side. He smiled obsequiously and said, "Master, next time you go out, bring me along." Chapter 41-95. In the void, Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Although he had not been away for a long time, only about a year at most, the void had undergone earth-shaking changes. From the outside, one could not see any clues, but if one looked carefully, they would be able to detect the hidden barriers of the void. Under the control of Great Master Wuliang, the 9 heavens array was becoming more and more complete, and it was gradually showing its power. The entire array consumed Yang Kai's endless resources. Almost 70 to 80% of the various natural treasures he had brought out of the great cosmological realm had been invested in this array. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this array would be once it was unleashed. Such a large array might not be able to suppress the luck of those blessed grotto heavens, but it was definitely something that no second-class force had ever possessed. Although those second-class forces had been passed down for tens of thousands of years or even longer, they had a lot of disciples and needed a lot of resources to cultivate. How could they spare the energy to set up such a large array? If not for this, the 9 heavens array would not have fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Great Master Wuliang had set up arrays for many forces and had also preached the various wonders of this array in front of the leaders of many forces. Could those leaders not see the power of the 9 heavens array? On the contrary, they had seen through it long ago, but they did not have the courage to set it up. This was because many of their disciples were crying piteously for food. Once most of their resources were poured into the array, what would happen to their disciples' cultivation resources? Therefore, even though Great Master Wuliang had promoted and persuaded in many ways, there was no place where he could fulfill his ambitions so far. Only a nouveau riche like Yang Kai, who had suddenly obtained a large amount of resources and inexplicably obtained the spiritual state, could let Great Master Wuliang go all out. The void had definitely created a precedent. The 9 heavens array was far beyond the level of a second-class force, and it was not inferior to the protective arrays of those blessed grotto heavens. When Yang Kai left the void, the 9 heavens array was already more than half completed. When he returned this time, the array was almost finished, and only some key array cores were not set up. According to Great Master Wuliang's estimation, the 9 heavens array would be completely completed in 2 months at most. At that time, it would be time for the array to truly operate. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai let out a long breath before looking back. The 600,000 people he had brought from the star boundary were now pouring out of the mysterious small world's entrance. Although there were many of them, they were all moving in an orderly manner. Anyone would be surprised to suddenly arrive in a new world. Even the great emperors were looking around. Mo Huang asked, "Kid, is this the void land you were talking about?" Yang Kai nodded. "This place is indeed the void." Duan Hongchun sensed it carefully and said, "It is indeed somewhat different from the astral plane. If I cultivate here, it is indeed possible to reach a higher level." The cultivation of the great emperors in the star boundary had already reached the limit of what the universal world could give them, and no matter how much they cultivated, they would not be able to raise it in the slightest. But here, The faintly discernible shackles had suddenly disappeared, making them feel as if the world had opened up to them. Even their state of mind had become broader. This was also the reason why many great emperors in the universal world chose to jump out of the universe after reaching the limit of their cultivation, breaking free from the shackles of the universe. However, the star boundary was located in a remote area, and before the great demon god, they had never come into contact with the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally knew nothing about it. Yang Kai smiled. Cultivation above the emperor realm requires a lot of resources. Don't worry, it won't be too late to cultivate after familiarizing yourself with it for a while. While they were talking, Yu He, who had been quietly watching from the side, took a step forward and bowed. Yu He greets the old master. If you have any questions about your cultivation in the future, please feel free to ask this mistress. This mistress will definitely tell you everything she knows. The great emperors all turned to look at her. She had been standing next to Yang Kai all this time, and her aura was not obvious, so the great emperors did not pay much attention to her at first. But now that they heard her say this, they could not help but release their divine senses to investigate. Everyone's divine senses were like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no response at all, causing their expressions to become strange. Zhan Wu Hen quietly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, "What is this young lady's cultivation?" Yang Kai made a 6 with his hand. Huang asked, "How is she compared to the great demon god?" "How should I put it?" Yang Kai scratched his face, not knowing how to explain. The great emperors had just arrived in the universe world, so their understanding of the heaven-opening realm was still relatively vague, so they could not explain it in detail. After thinking for a moment, he said, "She can probably crush the great demon god with a single finger." When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the chaotic star boundary, he had at most displayed the strength of a low-rank heaven opening. Now that Yu He had reached the 6th stage, it would not take her much effort to kill a low-rank heaven-opening cultivator. Huang stared at him, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. At the end of the War of the Two Realms, they had almost used all their strength, but they had almost been completely wiped out. The great demon god's strength was still fresh in her memory, but even someone as strong as the great demon god could not resist the power of a single finger of this woman. The great emperors looked solemn and cupped their hands together. Zhan Wu Hen said, "Young lady is too polite. In the future, we will have to trouble you, so thank you in advance." Yu He smiled and said, "Old master is too polite. I am young master's maidservant, so it is my duty to share young master's worries." Hearing her call herself a maidservant, Zhan Wu Hen did not know what to say, so he just looked at Yang Kai meaningfully, put his hands behind his back and looked around. The eyes of Yu Ru Meng and the others were also like leeches as they stared at Yang Kai, scrutinizing him. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat as he chuckled and said, "Yu He, these are my wives." Yu He curtsied and said, "This servant greets the young madams." Yu Ru Meng and the others had strange expressions. This was the first time they had heard the title of young madam, so they were not used to it. However, Yu Ru Meng was not an ordinary person. As the succubus demon saint, she was once one of the strongest masters in the demon territory. Even in front of Yu He, a 6th-grade heaven splitter, she did not show the slightest restraint. Of course, the most important thing was that she had killed the so-called heaven splitter in the demon territory before. Pulling Yu He's little hand, she smiled and said, "Such a beautiful girl. How could this dead bastard have the heart to make you his maidservant? Did he bully you? Tell me and I will help you take care of him." Saying so, she glared at Yang Kai as if to show him off. Yang Kai's eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, cold sweat dripping down his spine. Yu He shook her head and said softly, "No, I volunteered to follow the young master and serve him. Is that so?" Yu Ru Meng smiled sweetly. "If he bullies you, you must tell me. This scoundrel is very good at dealing with women. Look at us, we were all fooled by him. Now that we have boarded a pirate ship, we can't even think about getting off." Yu He said, "The young master is a bit strict, but he is a very good person." Yu Ru Meng suddenly said, "Little sister's hands are really smooth and tender. He seemed a little shy. Young Madame's skin is also very good. I was too busy talking and forgot to introduce you. Ru Meng said as she pulled He to introduce Su Yan and the others to her. He greeted them one by one. Seeing Su Yan and the others, some were enchanting, some were cold as ice, some were sweet and charming, some were innocent and naive, some were heroic and valiant, all with different temperaments. He was secretly speechless. It was the first time she realized that her young master was actually such a sentimental person. So she couldn't help turning her head to look at him. She saw Yang Kai standing there with a dignified face, whispering something to the great emperors. Listening carefully, Yang Kai said, "This is your first time here. Do you want me to show you around? It is also good for you to familiarize yourself with the environment." Zhang Wuhen waved his hand. "No need. You do your own thing. We will walk around by ourselves." Saying so, he took a step and flashed out. Mo Huang said, "I will also take a look." He took large strides and walked in another direction. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Duan Hongchen. The great emperors of the secular world chased after Zhang Wuhen and shouted, "Old Ghost John, wait for me." Shua shua shua. One by one, the great emperors scattered. Before Huaing left, he glared at Yang Kai and gloated, "Serves you right." At this moment, someone suddenly rushed in front of Yang Kai and said excitedly, "Adoptive father? Are we in the Void Land?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up and grabbed Yang Xiao. He nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao this is the Void Land. You will cultivate here in the future. Let me tell you, the Void Land has the yin-yang 5 elements and the 7 lands. It corresponds to the 7 powers of the yin-yang 5 elements. It is very strange. Do you want me to take you around?" Yang Xiao waved his hand and said, "No need. You do what you need to do. I will go with little auntie and big auntie." Saying so, he broke free from Yang Kai's hand and called for Yang Shui and Lu Yen. They turned into light and disappeared. Qiongqi chased after them and said, "Young master, wait for me." Yang Kai was about to vomit blood. While he was speechless, he glanced at someone and immediately shouted excitedly, "Second Chief Steward!" Among the crowd, Bian Yuqing, who had just walked out of the small sealed world, didn't even have time to look around before he immediately came over and cupped his fists. "What is Palace Master's order? Is everyone out?" Yang Kai asked solemnly with his hands behind his back. Bian Yuqing looked at him strangely. The small sealed world was Yang Kai's artifact. He could see how many people were inside with just a thought, so why ask him? However, he still answered honestly, "Everyone is out, Palace Master. This subordinate is the last one." Good job. You're the second chief steward in Towering Palace. All these years when I wasn't around, you and the first chief steward worked together to handle all the big and small matters in the palace. Now that I've come to the void and the first chief steward didn't come along, I can only rely on you." Bian Yuqing said solemnly, "This subordinate will do his best, Palace Master. Let me introduce you to someone." Yang Kai turned his head and shouted to the side, "He, come here." Ru Meng and the others were talking. Hearing this, she excused herself and walked over. When she came closer, she showed a relieved expression and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "What is young master's order?" Chapter 4196. Yang Kai introduced Bian Yuqing to them, and the two women met before. "In the future, you two can discuss the matters of the Void Land." "You don't have to ask me," Yang Kai said. "Yes." The two women responded respectfully. Yang Kai was used to being in charge, and his temperament was also free and undisciplined. It was fine for him to open up new territories and fight in all directions, but it was a bit difficult for him to stay in one place and manage development. This was also the reason why he insisted on bringing Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing. However, Hua Qingxi did not come along and stayed at the High Heaven Palace, so he could only let Bian Yuqing do more work. After all, the 600,000 people brought this time were all from the astral boundary, and Bian Yuqing knew them well, so it was convenient for her to make arrangements. However, the Void Land was outside of Chengkuan, and Bian Yuqing did not know much about things outside of Chengkuan. Working together with you, he could make up for their shortcomings. With the two of them taking care of the Void Land, Yang Kai naturally did not have to worry too much. The 600,000 people, except for the great emperors Yang Shao, Yang Shui, and the others who went to investigate, all stood quietly in place, arranged in one square formation after another. Although they looked around in surprise, they did not make the slightest noise, like a well-trained army. With so many people suddenly coming to the Void Land, the first thing to be arranged was naturally a place to live. Fortunately, the Void Land was not small, and there were 7 spirit provinces, so it was not a problem to arrange these people. Yu He and Bian Yuqing immediately got together and discussed this matter. Soon, the 600,000 people were divided into 7 groups, led by some people and distributed to the 7 spirit provinces. These people originally belonged to Yu He's Tsuewei Palace. After the Tsuewei Palace was destroyed by the Lady Boss, these people followed Yu He to the Void Land. It could be said that they were the first residents of the Void Land, and now they were all disciples of the Void Land. They came earlier, so they naturally knew more about the Void Land. Among other things, it was not a problem for them to lead the way. While they were busy here, Yang Kai suddenly heard a cry from the depths of the Earth Spirit Land, followed by a roar. Immediately, the earth shook, and the spirit energy of heaven and earth became chaotic, as if someone was fighting in the depths of the Earth Spirit Land. Yang Kai was shocked, and he noticed a fleeting aura. He quickly turned his head and looked in that direction, and whispered, "Oh no!" As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved. As Bian Yuqing flew forward, she asked, "Lady Yuehe, do we still have any enemies left in the Void Land?" Yu He shook her head and said, "It's not a great enemy. It's just that this person's existence is somewhat special. I can't explain it clearly for the time being. You'll naturally understand when you meet him later." Bian Yuqing gently nodded. After a short while, the group arrived at the center of the Earth Spirit Land, where the central hall was located. Over there, a fierce monster was lying on the ground, his body filled with the aura of a divine spirit. Who else could it be but Qiongqi? However, even though old Qiong had revealed his true body at this moment, he was bound to the ground, unable to move. The thing that bound him was actually a string of sparkling white filaments. The more old Qiong struggled, the tighter the filaments became. In just a moment, his body was covered in blood. On the other side, Lu Yan had transformed into her fire phoenix form and was soaring in the air, but her mouth was also wrapped in filaments, making her unable to make the slightest sound. Outside the hall, a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure was standing there with cold eyes, carrying Yang Shao in one hand and Yang Shui in the other. She did not have the slightest aura, but Yang Shao, the little bastard who was not afraid of anything, was shivering at this moment. His face was pale, and he did not even have the courage to resist. Yang Shui pursed her red lips. Her face was also pale. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. This woman was Zhu Jin, who had been in seclusion to heal her injuries. Since seizing this Void Land, she had been in seclusion to heal her injuries and had never shown her face outside. In the entire Void Land, other than the group of people who followed Yang Kai out of the great cosmological realm, no one else knew of Zhu Jin's existence. Calculating the time, it had been about a year since they came out of the great cosmological realm. Even if Zhu Jin's injuries had not fully healed, she should have recovered a lot. He did not know how Yang Shao and the others had provoked her, but they were actually dealt with like this by her. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Swish, 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 figures flew over. They were the great emperors who had sensed the commotion here and rushed over to investigate. When they saw Qiongqi, Lu Yan, Yang Shao, and Yang Shui in such a state, they were all shocked. One had to know that the combat strength of these 4 was not to be underestimated, especially Qiongqi. As the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, he had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his strength was not much inferior to the great emperors. However, it had not been long since they heard the commotion, and these 4 people were all wiped out. On the other hand, this woman had a calm look. She was definitely in the heaven-opening realm. They could not afford to offend her. The next to appear was great dragon race elder Fuxio. Fuxio took a look and saw his son being held in the hand of a woman. He was immediately enraged and shouted, "Who are you? Quickly put down shower." Dragon race? Zhu Juin tilted her head and looked at the two great elders of the dragon race. She did not put them in her eyes and looked at Yang Kai with interest. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, I wonder how this unfilial son and my sister offended Senior. Please show mercy." Zhu Juin snorted coldly. "If this palace did not show mercy, do you think they would still be alive?" When this palace was healing, they suddenly barged in. If it was in the past, they would have already been killed. Yang Kai was speechless and glared fiercely at Yang Xiao. He knew that this stinking brat did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and had accidentally offended Zhu Juin. "Thank you, Senior, but they are new here and do not know Senior's name. I will discipline them properly later." Zhu Juin's eyes flashed and she threw Yang Xiao and Yang Shui on the ground. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhu Juin had sworn on her own origin to be his Tao protector and would not do anything to harm him, it was only directed at him and had nothing to do with the people around him. If Zhu Juin did not let go of this matter, Yang Kai would have a headache for a while. With a whoosh, his vision blurred and Yang Kai suddenly realized that Zhu Juin had already arrived in front of him and was almost touching his face. He couldn't help but be shocked and quickly took 2 steps back. He frowned and said, "Senior, what can I do for you? Move aside." Zhu Juin pushed him to the side and looked at the person behind Yang Kai excitedly. As their 4 eyes met, Shan Qing Luo stared at the woman in front of her with a strange expression. She didn't know why, but in her heart, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the woman in front of her was a long-lost relative. "What's your name?" Zhu Juin asked with a smile. "Shan Qing Luo." Zhu Juin nodded and raised his hand to grab Shan Qing Luo's hand. Under everyone's gaze, he put one of her fingers into his mouth and bit it lightly. Shan Qing Luo frowned and could clearly feel that her hand was bitten. Zhu Juin sucked a drop of blood and tasted it. He spat it out and said with a look of disdain, "Why is the blood vein so thin? Senior, you—" Shan Qing Luo seemed to have understood something as her beautiful eyes lit up. She was shocked and happy at the same time. Zhu Juin grabbed her hand without any explanation and walked towards the main hall behind him. "Follow me." Shan Qing Luo followed suit and looked at Yang Kai with anticipation and uneasiness. Yang Kai opened his mouth and did not know what to say. Zhu Juin suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. "This little girl belongs to me in the future. You don't have any objections, right?" "I don't dare," Yang Kai hurriedly said. "At least you know your place." Zhu Juin coldly snorted and continued forward. Yang Kai hurriedly gave Shan Qing Luo a look that told her not to worry. With a bang, the main hall's door closed and blocked everyone's line of sight. Everyone looked at Yang Kai. Zhan Wuhen frowned and asked, "Who is this girl?" Su Yan was also a little worried. "Husband, Luo was taken away by her. Is it okay?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It's okay. This is a good thing for Luo." Zhu Juin's original form was a heavenly moon demon spider, and Yang Kai had learned about the heavenly moon demon spider from Shan Qing Luo a long time ago. There was no other reason. Shan Qing Luo also had the origin power of the heavenly moon demon spider. Just now, Zhu Juin ignored everyone and was only interested in Shan Qing Luo, indicating that he had also noticed Shan Qing Luo's bloodline. Now that he had taken Shan Qing Luo away and personally taught her, Shan Qing Luo's future cultivation would probably have a unique advantage compared to anyone else. Yang Kai cooperated with Zhu Juin in the great cosmological realm. Firstly, he was forced to do so, and secondly, he wanted to pave the way for Shan Qing Luo. Otherwise, if he really wanted to cooperate with Jin Wu, he would have had a chance. It was really rare to meet someone of the same origin. Although the 3,000 realms were big, there were probably not many heavenly moon demon spiders. If he missed Zhu Juin, he would have to wait for God knows how long to find another heavenly moon demon spider. After informing everyone of Zhu Juin's identity, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui felt a lingering fear. They never thought that they would inadvertently provoke such a terrifying existence. Fu Si also had a lingering fear in his heart. If such an expert really wanted to kill Yang Xiao with so many people present, it was likely that no one could stop him. However, apart from the lingering fear, they were also a little excited. This was because they saw the terrifying growth of the heavenly moon demon spider. They were the dragon race, and among all the heavenly moon demon spiders, the dragon race would always be the strongest. If the heavenly moon demon spider could have such terrifying strength, then what would happen when the dragon race completely matured? It was just that they didn't know how to continue to improve their bloodline power in the past. For countless years, their strength didn't improve, but now that they were outside of this universe, maybe the situation could be improved. Whether it was the dragon race or Qiongqi and Lu Yan, they seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. As long as they continued to follow this glimmer of light, there would be a day when they would be able to get rid of the darkness around them and see the true light. Chapter 41-97. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months' time, the 600,000 people from the astral boundary had gradually familiarized themselves with the Void Land. Under Yu He and Bian Yuqing's arrangements, these 600,000 people were scattered throughout the Void Land, each performing their own duties. Under Bian Yuqing's suggestion, the Void Land had now set up several halls, namely the Alchemy Hall, Artifact Hall, Array Hall, Scripture Hall, Martial Hall, Holy Spirit Hall, and so on. Among them, the Alchemy Hall was headed by the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. He entered the Tao through alchemy and condensed his own Tao seal. His attainments in alchemy had long reached the limits of the astral boundary, and his alchemy skills had reached perfection. If the Void Land wanted to develop, it was impossible to just sit around and eat. Most of the resources that Yang Kai obtained from the great cosmological realm were spent on the 9 heavens formation. Even if there was some surplus now, it wasn't much. Adding the resources obtained from the 7 possibilities land's hidden treasury and the compensation from the flying flower boat, it was unlikely that they would be able to last long. The cultivation of the various great emperors had already reached the limits and urgently needed to improve. Which one of them didn't want resources of Tier 5 and above? Any Tier 5 resource was calculated in the millions of heaven-opening pills, and this was only Tier 5. Perhaps the great emperors didn't just need Tier 5 resources, but Tier 6 or even higher. If that was really the case, the expenditure would be even more terrifying. This required the Void Land to have means to generate income. When the Void Land was just established, it had no connections, so how could it have any means to generate income? Fortunately, the 7 possibilities land had left behind a decent foundation, and the 7 orchards were the Void Land's greatest wealth now. The 7 types of spirit fruits were one of the main ingredients for refining the heaven-opening pill. If they could obtain the pill formula for the heaven-opening pill, with the wondrous Pill Great Emperor's foundation in alchemy, refining the heaven-opening pill would definitely not be a problem. As long as they could continuously refine the heaven-opening pill, then the disciples wouldn't be so poor in their cultivation in the future. Hence, the development of the Alchemy Hall was of utmost importance to the current Void Land. It was also an opportunity for the Void Land to rise. As for the Artifact Hall, Ho Yu was the hall master. Although her cultivation wasn't very high, only at the second-order Emperor realm, her artifact refining skills were second to none in the entire Void. Back in the Star Boundary, Grandmaster Ho's name was well known throughout the 4 territories. Many cultivators were proud to own an artifact personally refined by her. If it weren't for the Southern Gate Army's recommendation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to recruit her. Previously, in the Star Boundary, Ho Yu had refined many exquisite artifacts for the High Heaven Palace, which had played a great role in the War of the Two Worlds. The Hall Master of the Hall of Arrays was naturally the Southern Gate Army. Over the past few days, the Southern Gate Army didn't have any time to rest. Ever since they arrived at the Void, they had been following behind Great Master Wu Liang. He was proficient in arrays and was obsessed with arrays. The Qian Kuan world of the Star Boundary had bound his hands and feet. After arriving at the Void and witnessing the mysteries of the 9 Heavens Array, he was instantly unable to extricate himself. He had an extremely high foundation and comprehension in the Tao of Arrays. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. For the past 3 months, he had been acting as Great Master Wu Liang's assistant. He regarded himself as a disciple and was cautious and conscientious, even forgetting to eat and sleep. Great Master Wu Liang originally looked down on these array masters who jumped up from the Chen Kuan world. However, after interacting with the Southern Gate Army for some time, he was surprised to find that this person had an extraordinary sense of smell and comprehension in the Tao of Arrays. The Southern Gate Army's attainments in the Tao of Arrays were indeed inferior to his, but that was because the environment in which they grew up was different. If he was placed in a place like the Star Boundary, Great Master Wu Liang admitted that he might not be able to achieve what the Southern Gate Army had. He was grateful to Yang Kai for providing him with the 9 Heavens Array and fulfilling his lifelong wish. Great Master Wu Liang didn't hide anything and intended to help the Southern Gate Army. One was willing to learn, and the other was willing to teach. Over the past 3 months, the Southern Gate Army had used the 9 Heavens Array as a foundation and frantically absorbed the mysteries of the Tao of Arrays outside the Chen Kuan world. Their growth was tremendous. The Scripture Hall was a place where many ancient records of secret techniques were stored. Whether it was in the Star Boundary or outside the Chen Kuan world, Yang Kai had killed many people. In particular, he had obtained many spoils of war in the great cosmological realm, which naturally included many secret techniques and cultivation methods. These things were useless to Yang Kai, but he had kept them all. Now, they were placed in the Scripture Hall for the disciples to borrow and cultivate. Yang Kai handed the position of Hall Master of the Martial Hall to Lu Shui. After all, she was a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter and had the qualifications to do so. In this regard, the great emperors had nothing to say. However, most of the 600,000 people who came from the Star Boundary had relatively shallow foundations. They were based on understanding the general knowledge of the martial Tao outside the Chen Kuan world. The great emperors and pseudo-emperors would also occasionally open their halls to teach their disciples the things they should pay attention to and the tricks they should take note of during cultivation. In the Star Boundary, it was basically impossible to listen to the teachings of a great emperor. No great emperor had so much free time to do such things. At most, they would accept a few disciples and teach them carefully. However, outside the Chen Kuan world, the great emperors also put down their pride and made some contributions to the development of the void. How precious was the cultivation experience of the great emperors. It was exactly what the 600,000 people needed. Therefore, every time the great emperors opened their halls to teach, it would be overcrowded. In 3 months, it was unknown how many cultivators had broken through their shackles and their strength had been greatly improved. As for the Holy Spirit Hall, it was a very special hall. Couldn't be helped. The number of Holy Spirits brought from the Star Boundary this time was really high. Not to mention the dozen or so pure-blooded dragon race on Dragon Island, there were also hundreds of dragon race descendants with dragon bloodlines. There were also Luan Feng, Fan Hua, Song Gu, and many other monster king from the wild ancient land. These monster kings originally had Holy Spirit bloodlines. It was just a matter of quantity. After Zhang Ruoshi came out of seclusion, the blood door had been open. Over the years, many monster clans had entered the blood door and obtained the origins left behind by their ancestors. Taking Fei for example, he obtained Ying Qi's origin in the blood door and was now a member of the Holy Spirits. Almost half of the 32 monster kings had become Holy Spirits. There were also the Stone Mongoose clan, Xiao Xiao, the Wood Spirit clan, Lu Yen, Chongqi, and Jiufeng under Mo Huang, the martial beast of Spirit Beast Island. It was rare to see so many Holy Spirits gathered together in one place even in the 3,000 worlds. Holy Spirits were extremely arrogant existences. Such existences had always been solitary. Only a special environment like the void could allow them to get along harmoniously. The cultivation of Holy Spirits was mainly to improve their bloodline power and develop their origins. It was different from the cultivation of ordinary cultivator. In this regard, no one could help except for them. However, if these Holy Spirits could grow up, the 36 Paradise and 72 Blessed Lands would not be able to challenge the void. Many halls had their own duties. Although there were some flaws, the void had just been built after all. All kinds of deployments had yet to be perfected. Many disciples could also join different halls to cultivate according to their interests and strengths. In addition to these many halls, The void was now divided into inner and outer halls. The outer hall was the cultivator under the Emperor realm. There were many of them, accounting for almost 90% of all the disciples. The inner hall was above the Emperor realm. Currently, there were only a little over 1,000 people. These people not only included those from the Emperor realm who came from the Star realm, but also those who originally belonged to the Jade Star Palace. Once someone advanced to the heaven-opening realm, they would automatically leave the inner hall and be promoted to deacon. However, there were only a few heaven-opening realm cultivators in the void now. They could only look forward to future developments. In 3 months, the void had already taken an initial outline and embryonic form. Everything was on the right track. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing in the air above the void. He held the void formation jade ring in his hand and sensed the mysteries of the 9 heavens formation. Master Wuliang stood beside him. Compared to the first time they met, this formation Dao Grandmaster had lost quite a bit of weight. However, his expression was extremely excited as he explained the many mysteries of the 9 heavens formation to Yang Kai. True monarch, I'm sure you have some understanding of this 9 heavens formation. It is divided into 9 layers, and it combines many functions into one. It is indescribably wondrous. Grandmaster Wuliang's eyes were bloodshot, but he was in high spirits and full of vigor. He pointed at the void and said, "The first 3 layers of the Grand Formation are the foundation of the Grand Formation. When operating, it can draw upon the power of the stars from beyond the heavens and pour it into the Grand Formation, maintaining the Grand Formation's continuous operation. Excess energy will also be stored for emergencies. Not only that, but the first 3 layers can also repair themselves. As long as they aren't damaged too severely, they can repair many of the holes on their own." Yang Kai communicated with the jade ring with his mind and sensed the first 3 layers of the formation. He discovered that Master Wuliang was not exaggerating, so he nodded slightly. Master Wuliang had already introduced these functions to Yang Kai long before he had set up the 9 heavens formation. Master Wuliang continued, "The 3 middle layers are protective formations. The first is concealment. If true monarch is willing, you can activate the formation and completely conceal the void. From the outside, you won't be able to see what's inside. Of course, if true monarch wants to lure the enemy in, you can do so as well. Not only can this concealment formation hide the void, it can also create a disguise to mislead the enemy. The second is hallucination. Those who enter this array will have all kinds of hallucinations and will not be able to distinguish between north and south. Of course, if true monarch has a suitable secret treasure to fill the array core, it can increase the power of this array. This old man has already reserved the position of the array core. When the time comes, true monarch can make the decision yourself. The third is defense. I've already placed the heavenly Luo umbrella that true sovereign brought back in the center of the formation. I don't know who made the heavenly Luo umbrella, but it's of an extremely high grade and powerful. With it as the center of the formation, this old man doesn't dare to say that the void is impregnable, but if we want to break through, we'll need at least 10 middle ranks to work together for 3 days and 3 nights. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said happily, "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Master Wuliang waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. This old man should be the one thanking you. This 9 heavens formation costs a lot of resources. This old man had already thought of it several hundred years ago, but was unable to set it up. Today, with your support, this old man's wish has been fulfilled." Chapter 4198. Suddenly changing the topic, Grandmaster Wu Liang said, "Let me tell you about the last 3 spirit arrays. These 3 spirit arrays are offensive spirit arrays. The first 3 spirit arrays absorb the power of the stars, and most of it is stored in these 3 spirit arrays. These 3 spirit arrays have 3 transformations, each more powerful than the last. If one falls into the spirit array, even a high-rank heaven splitter won't be able to escape. This old master has already placed suitable artifacts in the array cores of the first 2 spirit arrays. The heaven-punishing sword that true monarch gave me before is placed in the penultimate spirit array. Using the power of the spirit array to stimulate the heaven-punishing sword, it will be difficult for an ordinary heaven splitter to block its power. As for the last spirit array, according to True Monarch's instructions, the array core has also been reserved. Although I don't know what arrangements True Monarch has made, True Monarch must remember that this last spirit array is based on the person. It is best not to use it rashly before your strength is insufficient, otherwise, there will be a risk of backlash. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. I will remember. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Grandmaster Wu Liang let out a long breath and lowered his head to stare at the void. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of arrangements and take in the entire 9 heavens spirit array, a gratified look appearing in the depths of his eyes. Grandmaster, this is the reward we agreed on before. Please accept it. Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it over. Since he had asked Grandmaster Wu Liang to arrange the spirit array, he naturally couldn't ask him to do it for free. As for the reward, they had already agreed on it beforehand. Now that the 9 heavens spirit array had been completed, he naturally had to pay. Grandmaster Wu Liang sighed and silently accepted the space ring before saying in disappointment and frustration, I'm afraid the spirit array is the pinnacle this old master can achieve in this lifetime. There will be no chance for me to surpass it in the future. I hope True Monarch can treat this spirit array well. For an array Dao Grandmaster like him, the 9 heavens spirit array he had painstakingly arranged for so long was not only the crystallization and result of his lifetime of cultivation, but also the child he had given birth to, so he was naturally reluctant to part with it. Yang Kai's heart stirred and he smiled. If Grandmaster is not reassured, you might as well stay in the void. I believe that this spirit array will operate for a long time with your personal care. Great Master Wu Liang shook his head and said, Don't try to rope this old man in, True Monarch. This old man is used to living a carefree life and can't stand being restrained. If this old man really wanted to join some force, he would have done so long ago. He wouldn't have waited until today. Although Yang Kai knew that this was somewhat impossible, he was still somewhat disappointed when Grandmaster Wu Liang actually refused. If such a formation Dao Master could stay in the Voidland, it would be of great help to the future development of the Voidland. However, since the other party was unwilling, Yang Kai could not force it. However, True Sovereign, please rest assured. Since this 9 heavens grand formation is set up in the void, this old man will naturally keep his mouth shut about the various mysteries within it. If even half a word is leaked, this old man's Dao seal will collapse, the universe will shatter, and I will die on the spot. He was swearing an oath on his own Dao seal. Yang Kai said solemnly, You're too serious, Grandmaster. Since the lady boss invited you to set up the spirit array, I naturally trust you. Great Master Wu Liang smiled. That South Gate great army under your command has extremely high attainments and comprehension in the Tao of formations. Although he is still somewhat lacking now, there is hope for his growth in the future. This old man can rest assured that the 9 heavens grand formation will be handed over to him in the future. At this point, Great Master Wu Liang cupped his fists and said, True Sovereign, this old man will take his leave now. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. Yang Kai was shocked. Grandmaster, you're leaving now? Great Master Wu Liang smiled. Thanks to True Monarch for allowing this old man to display his talents in the Voidland. During these days of setting up the spirit array, this old man has received many inspirations and gained many insights. The bottleneck that has troubled this old man for many years has loosened. I'm afraid that this old man is not far from advancing. This old man needs to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Oh? Yang Kai was surprised, but he still smiled and cupped his fists. Then I must congratulate Grandmaster. Yang Kai still hadn't figured out what rank this great Master Wu Liang was at opening the heavens. After all, they had very few chances to interact with each other. However, judging from his aura, he should be at least at the 4th stage, and above that would be the 5th stage. For an array Dao Grandmaster, this kind of cultivation was already not weak. Since the other party wanted to go back and cultivate in seclusion, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stay any longer. He politely escorted him out of the Voidland until Great Master Wu Liang's secret treasure disappeared from sight. Only then did he turn around and return to the Voidland. He came up to him from the front, and after meeting with Yang Kai, she glanced behind him suspiciously. "Has Great Master Wu Liang left?" Yang Kai nodded. "Grandmaster has comprehended the opportunity to advance, and is in a hurry to go back and cultivate in seclusion." He suddenly understood, but then she said with a frown, "Young master, we don't have many resources left." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Didn't we still have some left?" Although setting up the Nine Heavens Great Array cost a lot of resources, and they even gave Great Master Wu Liang a huge reward in the end, he remembered that there should still be some left. He said, "All the old master have already started cultivating in seclusion. They all need 6th-stage resources, and some of the other peak cultivators from the Emperor realm have taken away a lot of 5th-stage resources. Although they can still hold on for a while, once more people condense their Dao seals, the demand for resources will only increase." He was in charge of the entire Voidland's finances. Yang Kai had also told her before that he would provide an unlimited amount of resources to the cultivator from the star boundary. Those below the 3rd-stage Emperor realm were still manageable, as she didn't need to worry about their cultivation. However, the great emperors had all condensed their Dao seals long ago. They had been at the level of great emperors for tens of thousands of years, and their foundations were solid and strong. After familiarizing themselves with the environment for a while, they all began cultivating in seclusion after settling down. Iron Blood, Red Dust, Beast Warrior, Serene Soul, Heaven's Revelations, Wondrous Pill, Flower Shadow, and Ice Feather. The 8 great emperors consumed 8 sets of 6th-stage resources in one go, and this was only the beginning. The demand would only increase in the future. He was a little puzzled. She couldn't understand how these people could have such a strong foundation and aptitude, and why they all chose 6th-stage resources one after another. She had also seen many great emperors from other Qiankuan worlds, but those great emperors varied in aptitude. Generally speaking, a great emperor from a Qiankuan world could at least withstand the impact of 4th-stage power, and could at least achieve 4th-stage heaven opening in the future. However, they were not as exaggerated as the great emperors from the star boundary. The reason was none other than their solid foundation and stable Dao seals, which allowed them to withstand stronger impacts. The great emperors had been accumulating at the level of great emperors for too long a flowing time great emperor. The great emperors from other Qiankuan worlds generally began to condense the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements in a very short time, so they didn't have much time to accumulate and consolidate. Naturally, their Dao seals were not as good as those of Zhan Wuhen and the others. In addition to these 8 great emperors, people like Tianyan, Shang Yuzhu, Li Wuyi, Yang Yan, and the others had all condensed their own Dao seals in these few months and began their own cultivation. Further down, people like Wen Zishan, Li Jiao, and the others were still in the process of condensing their Dao seals. There were also the 30 people that Yang Kai brought out from the great cosmological realm, such as Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others who had been consuming resources of different grades. Now, in the entire Voidland, the most that was left were heaven-opening pills, which amounted to 700 to 800 million. Because there weren't many heaven-opening realm cultivators in the Voidland, the consumption of heaven-opening pills was the least. Apart from that, because of the cost of purchasing materials for setting up the Great Formation, there wasn't much consumption. 700 to 800 million heaven-opening pills seemed to be a lot. But how many cultivation resources could they be exchanged for? A set of level 6 resources would cost at least 15 million heaven-opening pills, and 100 million could only buy 6 sets at most. This still depended on the right opportunity. After all, level 6 resources weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. In the long run, the finances of the Voidland were a big problem, so it was no wonder that Yuhi was so worried. What about the calabash vines? Didn't I ask you to collect the power of those small calabashes? Yang Kai asked. Yuhi said, "We've already started, but although those small calabashes can produce level 5 power, the number of times they can be collected is limited. We can only collect them once a month at most." The calabash vines could be said to be one of the biggest gains that Yang Kai had obtained in the great cosmological realm. Among the 3 sacred medicines, the calabash vines were the most valuable. Compared to Pu Baixiong's healing ability and the small mushroom's hallucination effect, the calabash vines could not only allow Yang Kai to display a terrifying level 5 attack at a critical moment, but also become one of the foundations of the Voidland. There were 7 small calabashes on the calabash vines, which corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Usually, they were hidden in the calabashes and their power was not obvious, but they could erupt at critical moments. Since they could erupt, they could be collected. After returning this time, Yang Kai immediately planted the calabash vines in the Voidland. Whenever those small calabashes accumulated enough energy, he picked them out. Once collected, it could supply a cultivator with the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements needed for cultivation, and it was level 5 power. It could be imagined that in the future, there would be countless cultivator in the Voidland who would benefit from the existence of the calabash vines. If the disciples needed level 5 resources, they could be completely self-sufficient. Under the circumstances that the Voidland was still unable to refine the heaven-opening pill, the calabash vines had become the foundation of the Voidland and could alleviate the financial crisis to a certain extent. The price was that Yang Kai had to give up a trump card. In the long run, this was undoubtedly worth it. But young master, those small calabashes are beginning to be unhappy and have been clamoring to move or something. He mentioned the calabash vines helplessly. Don't worry about them. Let Chun Tianfei watch over them carefully. If there are any mistakes, hold him accountable. Yes. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and sighed. But we still have to solve the problem of the heaven-opening pill formula. The Voidland now had a large number of alchemy materials and many alchemists, but they did not have a heaven-opening pill formula, so the situation was quite awkward. Originally, 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch definitely had a pill formula, but after 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch was killed by Zhao Baichuan and Yu Shoshan, his space ring was taken away by Yu Shoshan. Even if there was a pill formula, it fell into Yu Shoshan's hands. He said, there are many pill formulas for the heaven-opening pill in the 3,000 Great Worlds, and each one is slightly different, but very few of them are circulated. Young master, perhaps you can go to Star City and take a look. Perhaps you can gain something. Chapter 41-99. There might not be any in the star market. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He had stayed in a star market for a while and had interacted with many shopkeepers, but he had never heard of anyone selling the pill formula of the Kai Tian pill. This undoubtedly meant that even in the star market, the pill formula of the Kai Tian pill was a rare item. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. I know who to look for. He smiled and said, Sister Lan. Yang Kai nodded and said, Lady Boss definitely has the pill formula. Moreover, Yang Kai had originally planned to wait until the 9 Heavens array was completed before he went to find the Lady Boss. Without him, his current cultivation had fallen into an awkward situation. Without suitable resources from the Gold Row, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Lady Boss had stayed in the first inn for a long time, the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and had a lot of precious information. Perhaps he could find out where to find the item he needed from her. Now that the 9 Heavens formation was completed, and Zhu Juin had recovered some of his strength, the void had a strong ability to protect itself. Therefore, even if Yang Kai left, there was nothing to worry about. Without wasting any time, 3 days after Great Master Wuliang left, Yang Kai made some arrangements in the void and set off. This trip was different from the previous one. Previously, Yang Kai only brought Lu Shui and Guizian, but this time he brought many people. The falling lotus flower that he had extorted from the flying flower boat was a large-scale secret treasure. It required many people to work together to control it. Most of the cultivator who came from the star realm were cultivating. Yang Kai simply brought Lang Qingshan and the rest who had followed him out of the great cosmological realm. Yu He and Guizian would also accompany him. With Yu He, a 6th grade Kai Tian holding the fort, no one would dare to provoke him. In the void, Lu Shui, Chun Tianfei, and Bian Yuqing stood side by side and said respectfully, Farewell, true lord. Lu Shui and Bian Yuqing were fine, but Yang Kai didn't know why Chun Tianfei looked so bitter, as if he was an abandoned woman. Chun Tianfei had volunteered to stay by Yang Kai's side when he decided to find the Lady Boss. However, considering that he needed to take care of the gourd vine, Yang Kai did not agree. Chun Tianfei's fat face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Ignoring the resentful eyes of this fellow, Yang Kai nodded and plunged into the huge lotus flower. The others followed closely behind. A moment later, under Yuhi's control, the huge lotus flower's petals slowly unfurled. As it rotated, it turned into a stream of light and flew out. A crack appeared in the formation with a rumble, and the lotus shot up into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Sigh! Staring at the void, Chun Tianfei sighed heavily. Last time, Guizian and Lu Shui had followed Yang Kai on a trip and had both broken through. After that, he had asked the two of them to find out what kind of opportunity they had encountered. However, Guizian and Lu Shui both kept their mouths shut and did not tell him the details. They only said that it was Yang Kai's kindness that allowed them to achieve what they had today. Chun Tianfei, a fourth-grade Kai Tian, had been stuck for many years, but if he wanted to break through, he would need at least dozens or hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. If he could break through after going on a trip with Yang Kai, how could he not seize this opportunity? Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not agree. He could not help but sigh. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, Chun Tianfei turned to look at Bian Yuqing and said with a smile, "Second steward, now that perfected cultivator is not here, and Miss Yuehe has left with him, I'll have to trouble you with everything in the void." Bian Yuqing said politely, "I'll need both of your help." Chun Tianfei said, "Of course, if second chief steward has any instructions, just let me know. I Chun Tianfei am loyal to true lord. If it's within my power, I will not refuse." "Then I'll thank you in advance," Chun Tianfei said enthusiastically. "If second chief steward has any questions about cultivation, you can also come to me. I will not hide anything." Lu Shui looked at him warily and said lightly, "I will explain to second chief steward about cultivation." Saying so, she pulled Bian Yuqing's hand and walked towards the central hall. Chun Tianfei was speechless. He sighed heavily and could only walk towards the gourd vine. When he arrived, he saw that the gourd vine had disappeared, leaving only a huge hole in the ground. His face immediately turned pale. "My little ancestors, where did you go?" He searched in a panic. Fortunately, after the 9 heavens formation was set up, the formation was not opened. The entire void was a sealed space. Even if the gourd vine escaped, it could not escape from the void. The speed of the falling lotus was extremely fast. In just a day, they arrived at the Star City in the Void territory. Every large territory had its own Star City. However, the scale of the Star City was directly related to the foundation of the large territory. In a large territory, there were many forces, so the Star City would naturally be lively. Otherwise, it would be bleak. The foundation of the Void territory was not very strong. It was only a second-grade force in the 7 Opportunities land. Therefore, the Star City here was not very big, and the goods that came and went were not very rare. However, Yang Kai's trip this time, other than asking the lady boss for the heaven-opening pills recipe and information, he also had plans to buy cultivation resources. He still had 700 to 800 million heaven-opening pills on hand. However, to the current void land, the heaven-opening pills were not urgently needed. What was urgently needed were cultivation resources of various grades. Therefore, it would be best if he could exchange the 700 to 800 million heaven-opening pills for cultivation resources of various grades. Since he had come to the Star City, he naturally could not let it go. It was also Yang Kai's first time coming to the Star City in the Void territory. The falling lotus stopped outside the Star City, leaving Guizian to oversee it. He then led Yuhi and Lang Qingshan into the Star City. After half a day, they walked out of the Star City. Within this half a day, Yang Kai had spent a total of more than 100 million heaven-opening pills, all of which were used to purchase materials of the 3rd and 4th grade. In such a small Star City, there was no hope of finding 6th grade materials. This was because in the entire Void territory, other than Yang Kai's side, no one had the ability to consume such high-grade materials. As for 5th grade materials, Yang Kai did not plan to buy them. The gourd vines in the Void land were enough. They could be harvested once a month, and each harvest was enough to satisfy all the needs of a cultivator. After accumulating them over the years, it would be enough. Therefore, he only bought 3rd or 4th grade materials. A set of 4th grade materials only cost 150,000 heaven-opening pills, and 3rd grade materials only cost 15,000. More than 100 million heaven-opening pills. Almost all the 3rd and 4th grade materials in the Star City were swept clean. In all these years, when had the Star City in the Void Territory ever had such a large transaction? Every shop treated Yang Kai as the god of wealth, respectfully welcoming and sending off his customers. Yang Kai did not buy materials below 3rd grade. For the 600,000 people in the Star Boundary, they had a very good reason. They had the entire Void Land as their backing, so they could either reach the heaven-opening realm or reach the 3rd grade at the very least. The people Yang Kai brought from the Star Boundary were all carefully selected elites, so reaching the 3rd grade of heaven-opening realm was not difficult. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could condense their own Tao seals. Countless venerable sovereigns cultivated painstakingly, but were unable to comprehend their own Tao, so naturally, they could not condense their own Tao seals, and their achievements stopped there. Of these 600,000 people, how many could reach the heaven-opening realm in the end? Maybe 10%, maybe not even 5%, but it was the foundation of the entire Void Land, so it was worth a large investment. A few days later, they arrived at a Star City in another large territory. This large territory was called Flying Smoke Territory on the universe map. This was the large territory where Flying Smoke Hall was located. Originally, Chichao Land and Flying Smoke Hall were neighbors, so there was a lot of friction between them. If Flying Smoke Hall had not attacked Chichao Land with all its strength, Chichao Land would not have fallen into Yang Kai's hands by accident. To some extent, it was Flying Smoke Hall that helped Yang Kai occupy the Void Land. The Star City in this large territory was not much different from the previous Star City. Falling lotus flowers stopped at the Star Field Ferry in Star City as Yang Kai, Yu He, Lang Qing, and Qing Shan stepped into Star City. Half a day later, Yang Kai strode away under the respectful smiles of the shopkeepers of the Star City's large shops. Along the way, he bought things. After 3 or 4 star markets, Yang Kai was left with less than 400 million heaven-opening pills. The heaven-opening pills he spent were converted into thousands of Tier 4 resources and tens of thousands of Tier 3 resources. Such a number was terrifying. Half a month later, Falling Lotus Flowers entered a large territory called Graceful Territory. Using the universe map, they found the direction of Star City. Under Yu He's direction, Falling Lotus Flowers headed straight for Star City. Yang Kai estimated that after purchasing all the Tier 4 and Tier 4 resources in this Star City, it would be enough for the early stages of the Void Land. As for the remaining heaven-opening pills, he was prepared to see if he could buy some Tier 6 resources. However, Tier 6 resources were really rare and had always been priceless. Ordinary people would not have the chance to see them. Once they appeared, they would usually be fought over. Perhaps he could go to the Star City where the first inn was located to take a look. That Star City was not small and might have Tier 6 resources. Moreover, he would need to keep some in reserve. After all, although there were not many heaven-opening realm cultivators in the Void Land, they still needed heaven-opening pills to cultivate. This was especially true for Yu He, who was at the Tier 6 heaven-opening realm. She needed thousands or even tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills every day. Within Falling Lotus Flowers, Yang Kai pondered for a while before raising his head, only to see Guizian staring at him. When their eyes met, Guizian hurriedly looked away. Yang Kai laughed. "Commander Gua, do you have something to say? If you have something to say, just say it." Guizian awkwardly scratched his head and said somewhat bashfully, "Master, this lowly one wishes to take a few days off." "Take a few days off?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. "Where are you going?" Yu He also turned to look at him. Guizian's old face reddened slightly. "Master, do you remember this lowly one telling you that this lowly one has a daughter?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment. After thinking carefully, he nodded. "I remember. You said you sent her to a place to become a disciple and cultivate." This was what Guizian had mentioned in the great cosmological realm. At that time, when Yang Kai gave out rewards based on merit, Lang Qingshan, Mangy Head, and the others had all chosen suitable cultivation resources for themselves. Only Guizian had reached the heaven-opening realm and did not need anything. Chapter 4200. Although Guizian was only a second order opening the heavens back then, he had been loyal to Yang Kai in the Great Void Boundary, so there was no reason for him to not reward him. Later, Guizian mentioned that he had a daughter and wanted to ask for some resources for her, and Yang Kai agreed at that time. Yang Kai still remembered Guizian's face full of pride when he mentioned his daughter, saying that her aptitude was countless times better than his. In terms of aptitude, she had the potential to reach mid-rank opening the heavens. However, Guizian was Crimson Star's great commander back then. His status was neither high nor low, and his cultivation was neither high nor low. Every day, he tasted blood from his blade and his future was uncertain. Perhaps one day, he would be beheaded by his enemies. So his daughter was not in Crimson Star but had been sent to a certain great force to cultivate. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart stirred. Is your daughter's cultivation place in Graceful Grace's territory? Guizian smiled embarrassedly. Master is right. There is a great blood province in Graceful Grace's territory. This lowly one is old friends with Great Blood Province's elder Gu Zixin. Not long after my daughter was born, this lowly one entrusted her to Great Elder Gu's care. Speaking of his daughter, Guizian was still full of pride, cupping his fists and saying, Master, this lowly one would like to take my daughter back to the void and teach her personally. I hope Master will allow this. Yang Kai smiled and said, This is what I promised you earlier, so how can I not allow it? Saying so, he took out the universe map and found that the Great Blood Province was not far from Star City. With Guizian's current speed, a round trip would take 3 or 4 days. Waving his hand, Yang Kai said, Go and bring your daughter back. This king cannot guarantee anything else, but the only thing this king can guarantee is that she will be provided with the best cultivation resources within her ability to bear. This lowly one thanks Master, Guizian said solemnly, turned around, and was about to leave. Wait, Yang Kai called out again. Is there anything else, Master? Guizian turned his head and saw Yang Kai throw him a space ring. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Guizian found that there were hundreds of thousands of heaven-opening pills inside and couldn't help calling out in surprise. Master, this is... Yang Kai smiled. You've been nurtured by them for so many years. Now that you're taking them away, you should at least thank the Great Blood Continent. Take these things as a token of appreciation. No matter what, you and your father are still people of the Voidlands. You can't ruin the reputation of the Voidlands. Guizian gripped the space ring tightly and said gratefully, Many thanks for Master's grace. Come back early. Be careful on the road. We'll be waiting for you in Star City. Yang Kai waved his hand. Guizian nodded and rushed out of the falling lotus flower, heading towards the direction of the Great Blood Continent. After he left, Falling Lotus Flower continued its journey towards Star City. A short time later, the pair arrived at the Star City's Void Ferry. The ferry was bustling with people coming and going from time to time, and there were also many large flight-type artifacts docked around the ferry. After finding a place to land the Falling Lotus Flower, Yang Kai led Yuhi down, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Compared to other artifacts, Falling Lotus Flower's aura was extraordinary and its shape was unique. After all, it was a flying flower boat, a second-class great force, which had spent a great deal of resources to construct it. It was not something that ordinary artifacts could compare to. Even third-class great forces did not have such capital. In Graceful Grace's territory, only the Pure Swan Pavilion was a second-class great force, but even so, it was unlikely they could produce an artifact on the level of Falling Lotus Flower. Many pairs of eyes looked over and were surprised to see that Yang Kai, who was walking in front, was just an Emperor Realm Master. The ferry was guarded by the disciples of the Pure Swan Pavilion. Yang Kai and Yuhi had to pay some fees before they could enter. Basically, every Star City was like this. The strongest force in the territory where the Star City was located controlled the Star City and guarded the Void Ferry. They collected some fees from those who entered the Star City, and all the shops in the Star City had to pay a fixed fee to this force. Of course, while controlling the Star City to reap profits, they also had to ensure the safety of the Star City. In the void, there were many star beasts. Once the Star City was attacked, this force would have to send someone to defend it. The Star City in the Void's territory used to be guarded by the Qiqiao Land's people to extract resources from it. However, after the Qiqiao Land was occupied by Yang Kai, the Star City was in a state where no one was in charge. It was not that Yang Kai could not see the huge benefits hidden in the Star City, but that he was powerless. If he wanted to station someone in the Star City, he would need at least a middle-ranked Kai Tian to oversee it. He would also need to send many disciples in charge of patrolling to resolve any disputes that might exist in the Star City. How many middle-ranked Kai Tian geniuses were there in the void? Yu He, Chun Tianfei, and Lu Shui. Even if He was left in the astral boundary, there were only 4. Yu He could not be sent out. Her 6th-ranked Kai Tian was the void's greatest safeguard. It would be a waste of talent for her to guard the Star City. As the head of the martial hall, Lu Shui had the heavy responsibility of guiding the disciples in cultivation. Chun Tianfei had to look after the gourd vine. The gourd vine nurtured 5th-ranked power, and it would be difficult for anyone who was not a middle-ranked Kai Tian to look after it. He could not be counted on either. Among these people, the only one who could be mobilized was Chun Tianfei. Even if Chun Tianfei could be mobilized, without the help of other low-ranked Kai Tian, it would be difficult for him to do it alone. Therefore, even though he knew that controlling the Star City would give him an endless supply of cultivation resources, Yang Kai could only watch helplessly. He could only make plans for the Star City in the void after a portion of the void's cultivator had matured. Fortunately, Lang Qingshan and the rest of the group had followed him for so many years, and a few of them were about to advance to Kai Tian. When the time came, it would greatly alleviate the awkward situation of the void's lack of Kai Tian cultivators. Everything required time. Stepping into the Star City, Yang Kai swept through the shops one by one, and naturally bought large amounts of resources. Just like the previous star markets, the shopkeepers of the various shops were very attentive to him, almost worshipping him as the god of wealth. What made him feel surprised and pleasantly surprised was that in such a star market, he actually bought a 6th-grade resource. This 6th-ranked resource came from a shop that was not very large. It seemed that the shopkeeper had just gotten hold of it and was preparing to send it to a larger Star City to participate in the auction. However, after seeing Yang Kai's astonishing wealth, after probing a little, Yang Kai immediately expressed his intention to buy it. After a round of haggling, Yang Kai finally bought this 6th-ranked resource for about 17 million. When Yang Kai had just entered the Qiqiao lands, Daiyu had explained to him the value of various cultivation resources. At that time, Daiyu had told him that a 6th-ranked resource would cost about 15 million. However, this was only the most ideal situation. The reality was that 6th-ranked resources were rare and precious, so the price would definitely be more expensive. However, it would not be too expensive. After all, there were not many cultivators who could use 6th-ranked resources to cultivate. This had extremely high requirements for the cultivator's own foundation and Dao seal. 17 million was a fair price. The shopkeeper would not have to travel long distances and would not have to take a cut from the auction house. Could be considered a happy ending. For an ordinary cultivator, a 6th-ranked resource was precious, but for Yang Kai and the entire Qiqiao lands, a single resource was not enough to make up for future consumption. The 8 great emperors all needed 6th-ranked resources. After sweeping through the entire Star City, Yang Kai and Yu He were not in a hurry to leave. In any case, Guizian would not be back for a few more days. The two of them simply found an inn to stay in, enjoying the different customs of the different places while searching for the heaven-opening pills recipe. 3 days later, in the main hall of the inn, Yang Kai and Yu He ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine, sitting opposite each other and drinking. Although Yu He was a 6th-ranked cultivator and had a high cultivation base, she could not hold her liquor. After just 2 or 3 cups of wine, her small face was flushed red. Her skin was white to begin with, but now it was rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a casual pinch. This caused many cultivators in the main hall to secretly look at her, secretly swallowing their saliva. Yuhi could not help but feel annoyed. She secretly gritted her teeth, looking even more bashful. After drinking a few pots of wine, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he listened carefully. He heard a cultivator at a table say that Yun Xinghua was in seclusion for more than 10 years, and he came out half a year ago. He actually really advanced to the 4th rank of Heaven Opening Pill. How enviable! Another thin cultivator said, he has been accumulating at the 3rd rank of Heaven Opening Pill for nearly 50 years. So what's so strange about him advancing now? Suddenly, he lowered his voice. Moreover, I heard that this Yun Xinghua's aptitude was extremely good to begin with. Back then, he was expected to directly advance to the 4th rank of Heaven Opening Pill, but later, under the interference of the Pure Grace Pavilion, he was forced to advance to the 3rd rank. The person who spoke earlier nodded. I have also heard of this matter. Now it seems that there is no smoke without fire. The second person coldly snorted. The Pure Grace Pavilion controls a large part of this territory. Although the old pavilion master was at the 6th rank of Heaven Opening Pill, he is old and weak, and probably does not have many years left to live. Below him, the Pure Grace Pavilion does not even have a 5th rank Heaven Opening Pill. If that Yun Xinghua really advances to the 4th rank, after he returns, who in the Pure Grace Pavilion can stop him? When that Yun Xinghua grows up, the Pure Grace Pavilion will most likely be swallowed up by the Great Blood Continent, and the Pure Grace Pavilion's territory will be changed to the Great Blood Territory. Brother Sun's words are reasonable. This Yun Xinghua, as the head of the Great Blood Continent, is indeed a rare character. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. What a pity! But now that Yun Xinghua has advanced to the 4th rank, I wonder what kind of attitude the Pure Grace Pavilion will have towards him. Will they try to rope him in or suppress him? What does other people's business have to do with us? Come, let's drink. Ha ha ha, that's true. Brother Lu, I heard that you recently obtained a new batch of beauties. Is this true? I can't hide anything from Brother Sunday. If Brother Sun likes them, you can come with me later and take away whichever one you like. Then I will thank Brother Lu in advance. The two of them raised their cups and laughed. Chapter 4201. The cultivator at the table briefly discussed Yun Xinghua and the situation in Graceful Territory before changing the topic. There was no more valuable information. Yang Kai raised his cup and drank slowly, shaking his head. From their conversation, Yun Xinghua seemed to be the leader of the Great Blood Continent, and the Great Blood Continent was the faction that Guozian's daughter belonged to. Yun Xinghua's aptitude was originally not bad, and he had a chance to directly reach the 4th stage of splitting the heavens. Unfortunately, under the suppression of the Graceful Pavilion, he had no choice but to reach the 3rd stage. After spending 50 years in seclusion, he finally broke through to the 4th stage. Although he was a few decades late, he had still reached the 4th stage of splitting the heavens. However, different cultivators had different potential for future growth. If Yun Xinghua could directly reach the 4th stage, his limit would be the 6th stage. But now, his limit was only the 5th stage. Although it was only a difference of 1 stage, this difference was often the difference between heaven and earth. When Yuhi was at the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, facing the 6th stage lady boss, she had no power to fight back. Now that she had also advanced to the 6th stage, Lu Shui, a 5th stage lady boss, would not last more than 10 breaths of time. People had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. This Yun Xinghua was born at the wrong time. Yang Kai could not help but think of himself. The lady boss had told him before that if he wanted to directly reach the high stage of splitting the heavens, there would be many dangers. Those blessed paradises would not sit idly by and would definitely suppress him. Otherwise, if he directly reached the high stage of splitting the heavens, his growth would be too terrifying. Since ancient times, in the 3,000 worlds, those who had the qualifications to directly reach the high stage of splitting the heavens had always been the disciples of those blessed paradises. These people had a unique advantage and were loyal to their respective sections. Those blessed paradises naturally would not worry about them overthrowing their ruling positions. Yang Kai was different. He had no connection with any blessed paradises, so naturally he did not receive any protection. Now it seemed that this kind of suppression of others was not a rare thing in the entire universe. If Yunqinghua was already in Jinghong's territory, what about the other large territories? It was not a secret that Yang Kai had condensed rank 7 power. He had displayed the divine technique Dharma characteristic many times in the great cosmological realm and was on good terms with several disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands. After the great cosmological realm closed, those people returned to their respective sections. Their masters would definitely ask about the various matters in the great cosmological realm. Even if those people were grateful to Yang Kai for saving their lives in the great void realm, they would not be able to hide it for long. Therefore, Yang Kai reckoned that he had already been targeted by some of the blessed enclaves. He didn't know when a suppression similar to that of Yunqinghua would come. This caused him to involuntarily feel a sense of urgency, as if time waited for no man. Unfortunately, resources of the 7th rank and above were too scarce. He still lacked the metal element and the yin and yang elements, so he had no idea where to find them. He hoped that the lady boss could show him the right way. He seemed to see Yang Kai's depression and silently poured wine without saying a word. After waiting for 6 or 7 days in the star market, Guizian still had not returned, which made Yang Kai feel that something was not right. He had also checked the map of the universe before. The Great Blood Continent was not too far from the star market. With Guizian's current speed, a round trip would take 3 or 4 days, so how could he be delayed for so long? Moreover, Guizian also knew that Yang Kai was waiting for him. If he was delayed by something, he would definitely send someone to inform him. Now that there was no news and no trace of him, could something have happened? With this thought, Yang Kai no longer waited, but returned to the Lotus Flower Landing with He and asked everyone to control the Lotus Flower Landing and fly in the direction of the Great Blood Continent. After flying for less than half a day, He, who was standing next to Yang Kai, suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction, a look of surprise on her face. Yang Kai followed her gaze and saw a spirit province in the distance, but there were no traces of spirit arrays covering the spirit province, so it should be an ownerless spirit province. There were many such spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, and they were scattered everywhere in the void. However, because they did not have a deep foundation, some slightly stronger forces did not pay attention to them. Some heaven-opening realm masters, on the other hand, liked to occupy these spirit provinces and establish their own sects and slowly develop. If they were properly managed, perhaps many years later, these spirit provinces could become the headquarters of a 3rd or 2nd grade force. Young master, there are people fighting over there, he observed carefully for a while before suddenly speaking. In the vast universe, countless people fought and fought every day, and countless people died every day. This kind of battle was very common. However, encountering a battle in this direction made Yang Kai frown involuntarily. He could not help but think of Guizian, who had not returned for a long time. He turned his head to look at Lang Qingshan and said, "Contact Commander Gua and see if you can contact him." Lang Qingshan received the order and immediately took out the communication bead used to communicate with Guizian. After a while, he looked up and said, "Master, Commander Gua is being besieged. The situation is not good." Yang Kai was furious when he heard this. Who is it? How dare they? There was no doubt that one of the parties fighting in the ownerless spirit province was undoubtedly Guizian. Without needing Yang Kai's order, Lang Qingshan and the others immediately controlled the Lotus Flower Landing and rushed in the direction of the spirit province. At the same time, they continuously used the communication bead to contact Guizian. Unfortunately, they did not receive any response. Guizian's situation was probably really bad. Otherwise, he would have had the time to reply. The spirit province seemed to be far away, but the speed of the Lotus Flower Landing was extremely fast. In less than 30 minutes, they had arrived at the periphery of the spirit province. Yang Kai and Yuehe arrived outside the Lotus Flower Landing in a flash. Looking over, their faces could not help but darken. On the spirit province, Guizian was protecting a woman and retreating step by step. His whole body was covered in blood, and his breath was unstable. It was obvious that he was severely injured. The clothes on his chest were tattered, and there was a bloody wound on his waist and abdomen. His flesh was torn, and one could vaguely see his squirming organs. He defended and retreated, and blood splattered everywhere he passed. The woman he was protecting behind him was only an Emperor Realm Master, and her appearance was somewhat similar to Guizian's. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Guizian, she was still tall and slender. 2 streaks of tears that had not yet dried up hung on her cheeks, making one feel pity for her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic and worry. Although she wanted to help, her strength was too low. She could not help at all in such a battle, and instead, she was a burden to Guizian. There were 4 people besieging Guizian, and there were 2 corpses lying on the ground. The 4 people had many injuries, but they were all light injuries. One of them exuded the aura of the 3rd stage heaven opening realm, and the other 3 were all of the 2nd stage. Guizian fought 1 against 6 and killed 2 of his enemies. However, at this moment he was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. The mighty world force emanating from his body fluctuated, and the power he exerted was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. He was no longer at his peak. On the other hand, the 4 people were despicable and shameless. They had already outnumbered Guizian, and now all of their attacks were aimed at the woman behind Guizian, forcing Guizian to divert most of his energy to protect her. When Yang Kai and Yu He appeared, they just happened to see the 3rd stage heaven opening realm strike Guizian's shoulder while he was unprepared. With a cracking sound, Guizian's left shoulder drooped down, as if even his shoulder blade had been smashed to pieces. "Bastard!" Yang Kai angrily shouted. As the golden crow cried out, a golden sun appeared behind him. Scorching hot strength surged outwards as the golden crow forging sun appeared once more. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens as the blue dragon spear appeared. Yang Kai stepped forward and thrust his spear towards the 3rd stage heaven opening realm. Before the spear arrived, the spear was already wrapped in pitch-black golden crow true fire, as if it could incinerate all things. At the same time, Yu He also released a fragrant caltrip, which turned into a whip and lashed out. World force surged as the aura of a 6th stage heaven opening realm enveloped the entire battlefield. How could the 4 heaven opening realms besieging Guizian have expected such an unforeseen event? Sensing the majesty of Yu He's 6th stage heaven opening realm, all of their expressions changed. They were inexplicably horrified, feeling as if they had fallen into a swamp. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk with a soft sound. The 3 second-rank heaven splitters exploded into dust and disappeared in an instant without even a sound from their mouths. Another muffled groan rang out as Yang Kai's spear stabbed into the chest of the remaining 3rd stage heaven opening realm cultivator, piercing through his back and out his chest. As he pulled out the spear, blood splashed out as a huge hole appeared in his chest. That 3rd stage heaven opening realm cultivator stiffened, his eyes widening as he staggered forward a few steps. He tried to turn around, but before he could do so, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In front of you, a newly advanced 6th stage heaven opening realm cultivator. For lower grade heaven opening realm cultivators were simply ants. Chapter 4202. While Yu He was speaking, Guizian's eyes suddenly closed and he collapsed to the ground. "Father!" The girl called Miaoer turned pale and cried out in alarm. Yu He said, "Don't worry, he just fainted." Previously, he had been besieged and could have died at any time. Now that Yang Kai and Yu He had saved him, his tense mind finally relaxed. In addition, he had consumed too much energy in the previous battle and could not hold on any longer. Although she knew Yu He would not lie to her, Miaoer still personally checked Guizian's injuries. After confirming that he had really just fainted, she sighed in relief. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life." "Thank you, Master." Yang Kai said, "Commander Gua is a member of the Voidland and has followed me through life and death for many years. If he is in trouble, I will naturally help. There is no need to thank me. This time it was my negligence." Guizian had only gone to find his daughter. How could Yang Kai have known that his life would be in danger? If he had known earlier, he would have gone with Guizian. With you he by his side. Such a thing would not have happened. What is your name? Yang Kai looked at her. The girl sniffed and said softly, My name is Guimiao. Yang Kai nodded and called Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others to carry the unconscious Guizian back to Lotus Landing and settle him down. He held Guimiao's hand and comforted her softly. A moment later, in Lotus Landing, He asked softly, What is going on? Who are those people who made things difficult for you? Didn't Commander Guo go to Great Blood Continent to pick you up? Guimiao should also know about the existence of Yang Kai and He, probably because Guizian had told her before. Under He's comforting words, her emotions had slowly calmed down. Hearing this, Guimiao replied, Those are Great Blood Continent's deacons and elders. The third-grade heaven splitter is called Gu Zhixin. Yang Kai was shocked. Gu Zhixin. After thinking for a moment, he said, Isn't that your master? Guizian mentioned this person a few days ago, saying that he and Gu Zhixin were old friends, so he entrusted his daughter to him. Guimiao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. I don't have such a sinister and despicable master like him. He almost killed my father. Yang Kai frowned. What the hell is going on? Guimiao exhaled softly and narrated the cause and effect. After listening to her story, Yang Kai finally understood the whole story. A few years after Guimiao was born, Guizian had sent her to the Great Blood Continent and had her take Gu Zhixin as her master. Firstly, at that time, Guizian's environment was very bad, and the three great forces were fighting openly and secretly in Star City. He had sent his daughter away to protect Guimiao. Secondly, Guizian was only a second-grade heaven splitter and wasn't very strong. Although the Great Blood Continent was only a third-grade force, Gu Zhixin was a third-grade heaven splitter and was stronger than Guizian. If Guimiao was sent there, she would receive better training. Guimiao's aptitude was not bad. Over the years, she cultivated hard in Great Blood Continent, and Guizian often sent her some cultivation resources, so she gradually rose to the peak of the Emperor realm. Before the Star City was swallowed by the Great Cosmological Realm, she was preparing to condense her own Dao Seal. Once the Dao Seal was successfully condensed, the next step was to condense the power of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements, splitting the heavens and earth in her body and reaching the heaven splitter stage. Guizian's cultivation was not high, a mere second-grade heaven splitter, but for his daughter, he put a lot of thought into it. However, this method had both advantages and disadvantages compared to taking a heaven splitter pill. The advantage was that it was faster. Taking a heaven splitter pill was a process of accumulating grains of sand into a tower. The advancement of each grade required many years of accumulation. However, if one could devour and refine the world force and laws of a cosmos world that was compatible with one's body, one would be able to obtain massive benefits in an extremely short amount of time. The disadvantage was that no matter how compatible the cosmos world was, it would definitely not be completely compatible with one's own miniature universe world. As a result, this kind of advancement had some hidden dangers, and one had to spend a large amount of effort to slowly eliminate them. However, comparatively speaking, devouring the world force and laws of a cosmos world was countless times more efficient than simply taking a heaven splitter pill. Apart from these two methods, there was also the most common method, which was to refine various resources of various grades. The reason why a cultivator could create a heaven splitter earth in their body was because they had accumulated enough yin-yang and 5 elements energy. After reaching the heaven splitter realm, they could continue to refine and strengthen their foundation. It could be said that a cultivator reaching the heaven splitter realm did not mean that they no longer needed various cultivation resources. On the contrary, their needs would increase. Only after hearing He's explanation did Yang Kai understand. It was not that he was ignorant and inexperienced, but that his current strength was not enough to come into contact with these things. When Guizian was present, even though Gu Zhixin knew that Guimiao had 2 sets of 4th-grade resources, he did not dare to make any moves. After all, Guizian had Qi Xing behind him. He was not afraid of Guizian, but Qi Xing was someone he could not afford to offend. However, Guizian's fate was unknown, and it was very likely that he had already died. So Gu Zixin did not have to worry about anything. Guamiao was from the Emperor realm, but she had 2 sets of 4th-grade resources. This was no different from a child carrying a large sum of money through a busy market. It was natural for Gu Zixin to be tempted. That old bastard is really hateful. Commander Gua has really met a bad person. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Guamiao followed his words and said, "That old bastard didn't want these 2 sets of 4th-grade resources for his own use. But because Master is in seclusion trying to reach the 4th stage to open the Heaven Splitter realm and urgently needs a large number of resources, the old bastard snatched them in order to show his loyalty, so that Master can use him more in the future." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered some news he had heard in the inn in Graceful Territory. It was said that Great Blood Continent's Yun Xinghua had broken through and reached the 4th stage. Now it seemed that this was due to Guamiao's 2 sets of 4th-grade resources. "And then?" Yuhi asked softly. Guamiao said sadly, "That old bastard asked me for them. But these were resources that father had risked his life to accumulate, so how could I agree? I wanted to condense my Dao seal as soon as possible and then refine these 2 sets of resources, so that old bastard couldn't even think about it. Who would have thought that after I condensed my Dao seal, he actually forced me to refine a set of 2nd-grade would attribute resources?" As she spoke, Guamiao's red lips were almost bleeding from biting them, and her eyes were filled with tears. For any cultivator, one's foundation was the most important. What grade of resources one condensed would determine what grade of Heaven Splitter one could reach in the future. Guamiao had been forced to refine 2nd-grade resources, so in the future, she could only reach the 2nd-grade Heaven Splitter realm. Cutting off one's future was tantamount to murdering one's parents. However, what was done could not be undone, and she was living under someone else's roof. How could a weak little girl like Guamiao keep those 2 sets of 4th-grade resources? In the end, the 2 sets of 4th-grade resources were snatched away by Gu Zixin and given to Yun Xinghua, allowing him to break through to the 4th stage recently. Originally, Guamiao had already accepted her fate. After all, she was alone, so even if she was unwilling, what could she do? Unexpectedly, a few days ago, Guizian, who had been missing for more than 10 years, suddenly appeared in Great Blood Continent. Father and daughter reuniting after such a long separation was a joyous occasion. But when Guizian realized that his daughter had only condensed 2nd-grade strength, he was both shocked and angry. He had clearly prepared 2 sets of 4th-grade resources for Guamiao, and Guamiao's aptitude was enough to refine them, so why was it like this now? After asking, Guamiao had some misgivings and didn't dare tell him the truth. Guizian felt that something was wrong but didn't ask anything, instead feigning ignorance and chatting freely with Gu Zixin. Chapter 4203. That night, while the Great Blood Continent was unprepared, Guizian fled with Guamiao, learning of what had happened on the way. When he heard that his daughter was actually bullied in such a way in the Great Blood Continent, Guizian naturally flew into a rage. He swore to take revenge and seek justice for his daughter. However, he also knew that he wasn't strong enough, so he wanted to hurry back and find Yang Kai. Unfortunately, before he could reach Star City, Gu Zixin and his men caught up with him. If it was just stealing 2 sets of 4th-grade resources, this enmity could be resolved. At worst, the Great Blood Continent could just compensate him. Now that Yun Xinghua had broken through to the 4th grade, his need for cultivation resources wasn't too great. Although the Great Blood Continent was only a 3rd-grade force, they should have enough money to compensate for 2 sets of 4th-grade materials. Gu Zixin shouldn't have forced Guamiao to refine a set of 2nd-grade resources and condense 2nd-grade strength in order to cut off her hopes. This was completely cutting off any hope of Guamiao's future. How could such a deep enmity be resolved so easily? The Great Blood Continent should also know this. So after discovering that Guizian had fled with Guamiao, they immediately sent people to chase after them, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future trouble. Although Guizian had broken through to the 3rd grade after refining a low-grade world fruit, how could he be a match for 6 heaven-opening realm masters? What's more, he still had to protect Guamiao. After a fierce battle, he was outnumbered and heavily injured. He knew that today was a disaster, so if he wanted to escape, he could only take risks and risk his life. Although he had killed 2 second-grade heaven-opening realm masters, in the end, it was difficult for him to escape. At this critical moment, Yang Kai and the others had come to meet him, and what happened next was needless to say. Great Blood Continent, very good. Yang Kai lightly sneered. When he had heard that Yun Xinghua had been suppressed in the Star City Inn and had been forced to break through to the 3rd-grade heaven-opening realm, he had felt some sympathy for him. Thinking about his own future, he had even felt a bit of kinship. But now it seemed that this fellow didn't deserve the slightest bit of sympathy. Even though Yun Xinghua had no idea when Gu Zixin had snatched the 2 Tier 4 resources from Guamiao, how could Yun Xinghua not know when Gu Zixin had brought people to kill Guizian and his daughter? He turned to look at him. Young master, what are your plans? Not only her, but Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others also looked over. They had followed Guizian for a much longer time than they had followed Yang Kai. When they were in Crimson Star, they were Guizian's subordinates. Usually, Guizian took care of them and saved them from danger many times. Now that they saw the Grand Commander being beaten to such a state, and the Grand Commander's daughter being bullied like this, they naturally shared a common enemy, and their eyes burned with rage. Since he dared to touch my people, I naturally won't let him off so easily. Turn around and go to the Great Blood Continent. I want to find that Yun Xinghua and demand justice. I want to see if he ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts or grew 3 heads and 6 arms. The expressions of Lang Qingshan and the others shook as they immediately left. Guamiao was stunned and said gratefully and worriedly, Master, the Great Blood Continent isn't weak after all, and we only have so few people. Yang Kai smiled and said, The one beside you is a Tier 6 heaven splitter. What is a mere Great Blood Continent? Guamiao looked at Yu-He and covered her mouth in surprise. Sure enough, they did not see the people Yun Xinghua had mentioned. Including Gu Zixin, Great Blood Continent had lost 6 heaven-opening realm cultivators. Although this kind of casualty could not be said to be a serious blow to Great Blood Continent, it was still a huge loss. Furthermore, Yun Xinghua's expression was grave as he looked around, slowly saying, Elder Gu, Deacon Xiong, and the other 3 soul lamps extinguished at the same time. Gasps rang out, and many of the low-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators paled. If the deaths of Gu Zixin and the other 4 had shocked them, then the fact that 4 soul lamps had extinguished at the same time was extremely horrifying. Extinguishing their soul lamps at the same time meant that these 4 had been killed in an instant, so they could not help but make many connections. Chapter 4204. Gu Zixin was a 3rd-stage heaven splitter while the others were all 2nd-stage heaven splitters. Their combined strength was not weak, so who could kill them in an instant? A 4th-stage heaven splitter couldn't do this, so the one who could was definitely a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Could it be that Zhao Baichuan personally took action? The burly man surnamed Guan's expression was also extremely solemn. It was natural for him to have such an association. Guizian was from Qixing and Zhao Baichuan was their great master, so it made sense for him to stand up for Guizian. Yun Xinghua slowly stood up. No matter who killed Elder Gu and the others, everyone, my Great Blood Continent is very likely to face a great calamity. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. I ask everyone to work together with this king to deal with this calamity. Someone stepped forward and asked, Chief, you mean to say that after killing Elder Gu and the others, that person will come to our Great Blood Continent to cause trouble? Yun Xinghua nodded. I can't rule out this possibility. The man said, even if the one who took action was really Zhao Baichuan, this person is only a 5th-stage heaven splitter. No one in my Great Blood Continent is his match, but if he wants to attack this place, it won't be easy. Yun Xinghua said, if it was just Zhao Baichuan alone, my Great Blood Continent naturally wouldn't be afraid. With the protection of the Grand Array, even if he is a 5th-stage heaven splitter, what can he do to my Great Blood Continent? However, it's not like you don't know the situation of Qixing. Just the number of mid-stage heaven splitters they have is as many as 10 years ago. Now that they have reappeared, their strength is likely not to be underestimated. The weak scholar from before said, "If this is really the case, my great blood continent will not be able to resist. Chief, I suggest we ask the Pure Grace Pavilion for help. This Pure Grace territory is the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion, and my great blood continent is also under their command." It is not Qi Xing's turn to act wildly. Yun Xinghua's expression was complicated as he slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid it's too late. If this person really wants to make things difficult for my great blood continent, they will appear in a day or two. Even if we ask the Pure Grace Pavilion for help, we won't be able to make it in time. Not to mention, the Pure Grace Pavilion may not be willing to help." Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard that. Yun Xinghua had been suppressed by the Pure Grace Pavilion in the past and had no choice but to advance to the third stage to split open the sky. Now, after decades of bitter cultivation, he had regained the strength of the fourth stage. The Pure Grace Pavilion would not be happy to see this. If he really asked the Pure Grace Pavilion for help, he did not know what kind of price he would have to pay. Perhaps they would take the opportunity to raise some harsh conditions. Don't mention the matter of asking for help again. I hope that everyone can be more vigilant in the near future. If there is any movement outside, report it immediately. Yes. Everyone responded loudly and scattered in all directions. After everyone had left, Yun Xinghua gritted his teeth and punched the armrest of his chair. He cursed, "Gu Zixin, that bastard. He ruined my plans." He was suppressed and had no choice but to advance to rank 3. Now that he had obtained the strength of rank 4, he could already look forward to rank 5. With his aptitude, as long as he had enough resources, it should not be difficult for him to advance to rank 5 within 200 years. And at that time, it would probably be the time when the pavilion master of the Pure Swan Pavilion would return. Other than that old fart, the rest of the people in the Pure Swan Pavilion would be nothing in his eyes. At that time, with his 5th grade heaven-splitting strength, who in the entire Pure Swan domain would be his match? It would not be difficult for him to unify the Pure Swan domain and let the Blood Great Continent surpass the Pure Swan Pavilion. Only then would he be able to take revenge for being suppressed in the past. However, this beautiful dream had only just begun when he encountered such an unforeseen event. That unknown enemy had been able to instantly kill 4 low-rank heavenly splitters. He knew that he was definitely not their opponent. Even if the Blood Great Continent had the support of a Grand Spirit Array, they might not be able to block this enemy. As for what path to take in the future, he was actually somewhat at a loss. He pondered with a gloomy expression for a while, but he had no countermeasures. He could only hope that the enemy's strength was not so great and that they would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, this hope was shattered in just a single day. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the entire Great Blood Continent seemed to shake endlessly. Berserk energy rampaged, and the Great Blood Continent was thrown into chaos. Some of the weaker disciples began to bleed from their mouths and noses, and some of them even fainted. Yun Xinghua flew out of his cultivation room and looked over. He immediately saw a huge lotus outside the Blood Great Continent's Grand Spirit Array. The lotus slowly rotated, each petal exquisitely crafted, like a beautiful work of art. However, Yun Xinghua could feel an astonishing power from it. This was definitely an artifact that only a second-grade force could forge. Moreover, only a second-grade force with a relatively strong foundation could possess such an artifact. The Pure Grace Pavilion had a similar secret treasure, but it had cost them countless resources to create the Pure Grace platform. In an instant, Yun Xinghua's mouth was filled with bitterness. At this moment, the Blood Great Continent's Spirit Array had been activated and a transparent light curtain enveloped the entire Blood Great Continent. However, somewhere in this light curtain, there was a deep crater that was slowly recovering. Yun Xinghua's eyes twitched as he realized that this crater was definitely caused by the impact of the lotus. Who was this person inside the lotus? Using such an artifact to forcefully impact the Blood Great Continent's Spirit Array? Was he crazy? One had to know that although this kind of artifact was powerful, it was not cheap to make. Once it was damaged, it was not easy to repair. Therefore, no matter which great force possessed such an artifact under normal circumstances, they would take great care of it and not allow it to be damaged. But this person had actually used the lotus to directly impact the spirit array. What kind of violent and inhumane method was this? Just as he was thinking this, the lotus slowly retreated a few hundred kilometers before turning into a stream of light and rapidly slamming into the blood-great continent. Yun Xinghua's eyes widened as a chill rushed up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Without hesitation, he summoned the spirit array jade pendant and desperately poured his strength into it, madly mobilizing the power of the spirit array. The world energy in the entire blood-great continent seemed to be sucked dry at this moment and poured into the spirit array, enhancing its power. The transparent light curtain quickly solidified, as if it had thickened by several layers. Just as he finished doing this, the lotus slammed into the spirit array's light curtain, causing it to cave in at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge lotus was like an indestructible sword, piercing straight towards the blood-great continent's vital points, as if it wanted to shatter the entire blood-great continent. With a loud explosion, the great blood continent shook violently. Behind Yun Xinghua, the shadow of a mini-universe world flashed by, and the power of the world force surged. The power of the spirit array did not disappoint. The thick light curtain was like an elastic rubber ball, bouncing the lotus back, but the crater was unable to recover for a long time. Yun Xinghua snorted and took 3 steps back, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, his face slightly pale. He controlled the blood-great continent's spirit array and his mind was connected to the entire blood-great continent. So when the blood-great continent was shaken, even he suffered a backlash. "Boss!" One figure after another rushed over and stood by his side, all of them looking outside with horrified expressions. Yun Xinghua suppressed the roiling blood in his heart and shouted from across the spirit array, "Who is it? Please stop. We can talk." He had placed all his hopes on the spirit array, but now it seemed that this hope had been shattered. Even if the spirit array could hold on and not be broken, he could not bear it. This kind of collision did not need to happen too many times, just 3 or 5 more and he would be seriously injured. At that time, the spirit array would break on its own. The giant lotus did not respond, instead slowly opening up a distance of several hundred kilometers, flashing as it continued to crash into him. Hong. A loud bang shook the heavens as countless blood-great continent disciples fainted on the ground. Even the lower-grade heaven-opening masters seemed to be unable to bear such a collision, all of them staggering, their expressions ugly. As for Yun Xinghua, who was in charge of maintaining the spirit array, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura suddenly weakening. However, even after 3 collisions, the blood-great continent's spirit array still did not break. This was the strength of spirit arrays. Even though the blood-great continent was only a 3rd-grade force, by relying on the power of the spirit array, they could still resist enemies stronger than them. On the other hand, the giant lotus had dimmed slightly after 3 collisions, and it seemed to have suffered some damage. From within the lotus, a delicate woman's voice rang out. "Little Guamiao, young master has helped you vent your anger. If you don't feel satisfied, then continue crashing. Let's break this tortoise shell and then crush this blood-great continent." Within the blood-great continent, many of the heaven-opening masters almost coughed up blood when they heard this. Such a vicious and deranged method was actually just to help vent Guamiao's anger? Just what kind of mad woman was hidden within that lotus? Just as they were trembling in fear, another woman's voice rang out. "Thank you, master. Disciple only wishes for father to be safe and sound." The man surnamed Guan whispered beside Yun Xinghua. "It's Guamiao's voice." Guamiao had lived in the blood-great continent for many years, so the man surnamed Guan recognized her and could naturally recognize her voice. Yun Xinghua nodded solemnly. Although he had long guessed that the murderer of Gu Zhixin and the others would not let this matter rest, he did not expect that this person would appear so quickly outside the blood-great continent. Taking a deep breath, He suppressed the anger in his heart and cupped his fists. Blood Great Continent's Yun Xinghua greets honored sir. May I ask honored sir's name? Can you show yourself? The lotus floating in the sky slowly rotated, and from the gap between two petals, a door appeared. Immediately after, a group of two people appeared from the door. One was a handsome young man with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, and the other was a charming woman, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Yun Xinghua's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the two people who had appeared, the woman's body was emitting a terrifying aura. He had only sensed such an aura from the old pavilion master of the Pure Grace Pavilion. 6th grade splitting the heavens. The man surnamed Guan exclaimed, his expression becoming extremely ugly. The hearts of the other heaven-opening realms also sank, and the sound of gulping could be heard. How could it be 6th grade splitting the heavens? This time, the Blood Great Continent had kicked an iron plate. Chapter 4205. No wonder Gu Zhixin and the other Deacon Hall masters were killed in an instant. It turned out that the other party had a 6th grade heaven splitter. Which lower grade heaven splitter could resist such a powerful force? However, even though they guessed that Gu Zhixin and the others had died at the hands of this beautiful woman, the Great Blood Continent's heaven splitters did not dare to harbor any resentment or revenge. In the entire Pure Swan field, there was only one 6th-stage heaven splitter. The old pavilion master of the Pure Swan Pavilion had suppressed the Pure Swan field by himself for thousands of years. He was the overlord of the Pure Swan field, and no one dared to disobey him. It could be seen how tyrannical a 6th-stage heaven splitter was. Even if they had really asked the Graceful Grace Pavilion for help, they probably would not have gotten involved in this mess. The old pavilion master did not have much lifespan left, so how could he offend another 6th-grade heaven splitter for the sake of Great Blood Continent? Yun Xinghua's mouth was full of bitterness as he looked at the young man in front of the woman. Although the young man's aura was not obvious, he was obviously from the Emperor realm. But Yun Xinghua did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Instead, his expression became even more dignified. It was because the position this young man was standing was one step ahead of the 6th-grade heaven splitter woman. What did this mean? This undoubtedly meant that the young man's identity was even nobler than that woman's. It could even be said that the 6th-grade heaven splitter woman was only his follower. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and Yun Xinghua faintly felt that this time he seemed to have provoked an incredible existence. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Yun Xinghua politely cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Great Blood Continent's Yun Xinghua greets the two of you. May I ask how I should address you?" Yang Kai was expressionless and did not say a word. He smiled and said, "My young master is the master of the Void Land, Void True Monarch." A mere Emperor Realm Master was obviously not qualified to be called a true monarch, but no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. Yun Xinghua frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt. This Void Land was obviously a 2nd-grade force, but he had never heard of it before. Hesitantly, he said, "So it is True Monarch, Master. I didn't know True Monarch had graced my Great Blood Continent with your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to greet you. But, is there some misunderstanding? Why is True Monarch colliding with the formation of my Great Blood Continent? Has my Great Blood Continent offended True Monarch?" He had never been so humble in front of someone from the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, his fists were not as big as his, so he could only lower himself. He was still smiling like a flower, but that smile was extremely terrifying in the eyes of the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters. "Don't you know what the Great Blood Continent did? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Yun Xinghua's expression was difficult as he forced out a smile and said, "Madam, please tell me. I have been in seclusion all this time and have just come out a few days ago. I don't know much about the outside world." "Are you sure?" He looked at him meaningfully, her tone leisurely. Under her gaze, Yun Xinghua felt like he was being stared at by an ancient vicious beast, as if he could die at any moment. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and down his cheeks. Under the pressure of a mountain, His mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the crisis in front of him. At that moment, the scholarly-looking heaven-opening realm master stepped forward and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Chief, I'm afraid today's matter is related to Elder Gu Zixin." "What do you mean?" Yun Xinghua pretended not to know and looked over suspiciously. The scholar said, "I seem to have heard Guamiao's voice from that lotus just now, and that Guamiao is one of Elder Gu's disciples. She is also the daughter of a great commander of Crimson Star called Guazian. Back then, Commander Gua sent Guamiao to my great blood continent to become Elder Gu's disciple to cultivate. A few days ago, Commander Gua came to my great blood continent and wanted to take Guamiao away. Elder Gu refused, and the two of them even drank and chatted happily. I don't know what happened after that, but since Guamiao is here today, today's matter is definitely related to what happened before." "There was such a thing?" Yun Xinghua frowned and looked around, shouting, "Where's Elder Gu? Come up and talk." The scholar said, "Chief, Elder Gu is already dead. His soul lamp suddenly extinguished. I was about to report this matter but didn't have time." "What?" Yun Xinghua was shocked. "Elder Gu is dead. Not only Elder Gu, but the soul lamps of the other Deacon Hall masters were also extinguished." Yun Xinghua's face suddenly paled as he lamented, "How could this be?" After a moment of grief, he looked up at Yu He and Yang Kai and asked, "May I ask if the two of you are here because of my great blood continent's Elder Gu Zixin? If so, I'm afraid the two of you will be disappointed. We don't know who killed Elder Gu, but now even his soul lamp is extinguished." "I killed him," Yu He said lightly. Yun Xinghua stared at Yu He in disbelief. "Why did Master kill my great blood continent's elder? Did Elder Gu offend you in any way?" Yu He looked at him deeply for a long time before slowly shaking her head and looking at Yang Kai. "Young Master." Yang Kai rubbed his hands and said, "I heard that great blood continent's chief was suppressed by the Pure Grace Pavilion and had to endure humiliation. I thought that great blood continent's chief was a person who knew when to yield and when not to and would achieve great things in the future, but now it seems that he was just an actor." Yun Xinghua said angrily, "Why does true monarch say that?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Chief, don't you think that your performance is too clumsy? Who can you fool? Do you want me to tell you that Gu Zixin not only stole the 2 4th-rank resources that Commander Gua gave to his daughter, but also forced her to refine the 2 4th-rank powers, cutting off her path and preventing future troubles? That Gu Zixin colluded with the Pure Grace Pavilion and Zhou Ying to kill Commander Gua and his daughter? Do you want to tell me that you didn't know anything about this and that it was all done by Gu Zixin alone? 2 4th-rank resources?" Yun Xinghua was shocked. "Elder Gu did give me 2 4th-rank resources to help me cultivate in seclusion. Could it be that those 2 resources were Guamiao's?" Guazian took a deep breath and said, "Many thanks for Master's concern, but this lowly one's injuries are nothing and will be completely healed after a few days of rest. This lowly girl has something to ask of Master." Yang Kai turned to Guamiao and gently nodded. "Your father served under me, and although his time was not long, he was extremely loyal to this king and had made great contributions. You are his only child and the one he valued the most in his life, the one he was willing to give up his life to protect. If you have any requests, feel free to speak. If this king can help you, he will not refuse." Guamiao hurriedly bowed. "Disciple thanks Master in advance. Disciple does not have any other request. She just hopes that Master will be lenient and let off the great blood continent's chief and the other elders." Once this was said, not only did Yang Kai reveal a look of shock, but even the great blood continent's heaven-opening realm masters were shocked. Yun Xinghua, who was being stepped on by Yang Kai and did not dare move in the slightest, had a sharp light in his eyes. Guazian seemed to have known that his daughter would say this, so he was not surprised and simply sighed. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai looked directly into Guamiao's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her heart. that Gu Zixin stole your resources and forced you to condense a second-grade true qi, ruining your future. Before this, he even led people to kill you and your father, almost killing you and your father. If this king had not arrived in time, how could you and your father still be alive? This Yun Xinghua, as the great blood continent's chief, not only did he not protect and take care of you, he even allowed Gu Zixin to commit murder. This king came to condemn him, but he put on an act. Such a vile person, such a despicable person, are you sure you want me to show mercy? Guamiao lowered her head and said, Mas, Gu Zixin stole my resources and ruined my future. I naturally hate him, and his death is not to be regretted. To tell Master the truth, I have thought countless times before that one day I would take revenge and make him die a horrible death. But when that day really came, Disciple did not know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable and unhappy. As she spoke, Guamiao's eyes reddened and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Guizian gently patted her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, vaguely able to see through the contradictions in Guamiao's heart. After all, to her, it could be said that she was brought up by Gu Zixin. When she was very young, Guizian sent her to the great blood continent. She lost her mother when she was young, and she was separated from her father. The little girl struggled to survive. To her, Gu Zixin was the closest person besides her father. This closest person plotted against her at the most important moment of her life, causing her to condense a second-grade true qi with a fourth-grade true qi. Guamiao hated and cursed in her heart, but even the greatest hatred could not cover up the kindness of raising her and nurturing her. The conflict between kindness and hatred caused waves to rise in her heart, and it was natural that she would feel uncomfortable. If it were someone with a little bit of conscience, they would not be able to bear to see the great blood continent's family destroyed. Wiping the corners of her eyes, Guamiao said, Now that the main culprit is dead and father and I are safe and sound, Disciple pleads for Master to show mercy. This matter ends here. This great blood continent was the place she had grown up in, so it could be considered another home for her. Under the cover of this foul atmosphere, there were still the brothers and senior sisters she had grown up with. If Yang Kai massacred all these heaven-opening realm masters, where would those brothers and senior sisters go? After hearing her words, many of the heaven-opening realm masters from Great Blood Continent revealed looks of shame, while Yun Xinghua was filled with gratitude. He had originally thought that he would definitely die, but who would have thought that there would be a chance for him to survive? Yang Kai looked at Guizian and asked, Is Commander Gua also of the same mind? Guizian said, Since Disciple has been reunited with my daughter, I have no other request. Understood. Yang Kai nodded and lowered his head to look at Yun Xinghua, only to see him looking at him with a pleading expression. When their eyes met, he seemed to be trying to squeeze out a smile, but his face was stiff and his smile was uglier than if he were crying. Forget it. Yang Kai curled his lips. I don't have any killing intent left from you father and daughter, so I'll spare their lives today. With a series of exhalations, the great blood continent's heaven-opening realm masters all felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts. Looking at each other, they found that their faces were covered in sweat and could only smile bitterly. The feeling of lingering in front of the gates of hell was truly unpleasant. Asterisk song. Asterisk the black dragon spear brushed past Yun Xinghua's cheek and stabbed into the ground beside his ear. Yang Kai leaned over and said darkly, Thank you for taking in such a kind-hearted disciple. Yes, yes, yes. Yun Xinghua nodded repeatedly. My great blood continent will never forget Guamiao's life-saving grace. Yang Kai continued, However, you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. Taking out the loyalty and righteousness record, he flipped to the third page and said coldly, Force out your essence blood and leave your name and aura here. The loyalty and righteousness record had a total of 9 pages. The first page had Chun Tianfei's name, the second page had Hei's name, and the third page originally had a name, one of Old Ancestor Mou's subordinates. Yang Kai had used that person to lure Old Ancestor Mou into a trap, but unfortunately, that person's life was too short. Old ancestor Mo sensed that something was wrong and killed him with a single palm strike. This caused the original name on the third page to disappear. Guimiao was grateful and didn't bicker with the Great Blood Continent's people. But Yang Kai wasn't willing to let them off so easily. Right now, the Void was lacking manpower, especially the number of heaven-opening realm masters. There were too few and many things were inconvenient to deal with. If he could take in the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters, at the very least, there would be someone to manage Star City in the Void's territory. Previously, he was still thinking of waiting for Lang Qingshan's group to advance to heaven-opening realm before dealing with Star City. But that would take at least a few years. The Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters would undoubtedly solve this urgent problem. Although the many heaven-opening realm masters were extremely reluctant, they did not dare to disobey and all began to act. "You can all rest?" Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed the space ring in his hand to Yun Xinghua. Yun Xinghua asked in confusion, "Master?" Yang Kai picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip of tea, slowly saying, "This belongs to your Great Blood Continent, so take care of it yourself. This king is not so greedy as to take your things." Yun Xinghua blushed with shame. "Master is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This subordinate is ashamed." Yang Kai sternly said, "Now, this king has an important task to entrust to you." Yun Xinghua hurriedly said, "Please instruct me, master. Give me your universe scroll." Yang Kai gestured. Yun Xinghua hurriedly took out his universe scroll and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and poured his strength into it, then tossed it back to him after a while. "I've already marked out the location of the Void Land. Choose 1,000 people from Great Blood Continent and go to the Void Land to find someone called Lu Shui. Tell her that I asked you to go." Yun Xinghua respectfully replied, "Yes." He paused for a moment before probing, "My lord, I wonder what this subordinate should do after meeting Lu Shui?" Yang Kai glanced at him. "Help this king manage the star market in the Voidlands territory. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the 20 or so heaven-opening realm masters below all looked over. Yun Xinghua was also stunned, looking at Yang Kai in shock. "Master wants me to manage the star market?" He couldn't believe what he was hearing. For any force that could control a star market, the existence of a star market could be said to be one of the largest sources of income for that force. By extracting taxes and collecting rent from the star market, one could obtain large quantities of heaven-opening pills without taking any risks. Pure Swan territory also had a star market, but it was managed by the Pure Swan Pavilion, so Great Blood Continent couldn't interfere. The existence of a star market was of utmost importance to any force, and only those most loyal to their sect could manage it. Only this way could a force continue to exist. But now, Yang Kai was actually asking him to lead Great Blood Continent's people to manage the star market in the Voidlands territory. "What? You're not willing?" Yang Kai's expression sank. Yun Xinghua hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. With master's orders, even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, this subordinate would not frown. It's just that the existence of a star market is of great importance. This subordinate is afraid he will fail master." His heart was filled with suspicion. Was this some kind of trap Kai Yang had set for him? But that shouldn't be the case. Right now, his life and death could be decided with a single thought from the other party, so if he really wanted to do something to him, there was no need to use such a method. Chapter 4208. Since he can withstand the power of the fourth stage, then in the future, condense fourth stage resources and achieve the fourth stage of splitting the heavens, Yang Kai said. Guizian said, Miaoer already has the foundation of the second stage, so even if he condenses the power of the fourth stage, it won't help. In the future, he can only achieve the second stage of splitting the heavens. Master, there are many things waiting to be done in the void, so there's no need to waste resources. I will take care of Miao Er's cultivation in the future. Who said it's a waste? Yang Kai laughed. I'm afraid you've forgotten about Meng Hong. Young Master Meng Hong. Guizian was startled. He naturally recognized Meng Hong. After all, they had been together in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, and he clearly remembered what had happened during this period. Master, you mean? Yang Kai said solemnly. Brother Meng was originally condensing the power of the third stage, but after breaking and then re-establishing it, he has now condensed the power of the fifth stage. If he can achieve splitting the heavens in the future, it will be the fifth stage of splitting the heavens. It's 2 stages higher than the beginning. This lowly one also knows about this, but young Master Meng Hong only had this opportunity because he obtained some Tai Divine Purifying Water. However, Tai Divine Purifying Water is too rare, so it's impossible. Master, what is this? As he spoke, Guizian's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at a small jade bottle that appeared in Yang Kai's hand. The jade bottle shook, and the sound of liquid came from inside. This is the Tai Divine Purifying Water, Yang Kai said with a smile, even though he had already guessed. When Yang Kai confirmed it himself, Guizian couldn't help but gasp. Even Yuehe looked over in shock. In the land of none, the splitting the heavens couldn't enter, so they didn't know what good things Yang Kai had obtained there. Others couldn't find Tai Divine Purifying Water, but Yang Kai had a lot of it. The Tai Purifying Divine Water was a treasure that Yang Kai had obtained from the land of the ancients. With this divine water, we can cleanse the power in Guimiao's seal. Fortunately, she has only condensed a single type of power, so it won't be difficult for her to cleanse it. I just don't know if Guimiao has the courage to do so. Can you endure it? Guimiao said excitedly. Master, do you mean that the Tai Divine Purifying Water can give me a chance to start over? She had never heard of the Tai Purifying Divine Water before. After all, she had been cultivating in the Great Blood Continent and had little contact with the outside world, so she was somewhat ignorant. However, this did not prevent her from inferring the effect of this item from the conversation between Yang Kai and Guizian. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. Although I haven't used this Tai Divine Purification Water before, a friend of mine has. This thing can give you a chance to start over, but the risk is not small. After all, it's related to your Dao seal. If you're not careful, your foundation will be destroyed, and your future will be ruined. Moreover, in the process of cleansing your Dao seal, I'm afraid you'll have to endure great pain. Guimiao said cautiously, Master, may I ask what happened to your friend in the end? Yang Kai smiled. Although I went through a lot of hardships, I finally succeeded. A trace of determination flashed in Guimiao's eyes. In that case, Master, please bestow this Tai Purifying Divine Water. Disciple is willing to give it a try. Have you thought it through? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Guimiao said, Disciple has thought it through. Disciple originally had a 4th grade aptitude, but now I am forced to condense the power of a 2nd grade. He immediately led a group of people and walked towards the first stall with ease. This was the first time Guimiao had come to a place like the Star City. She was full of curiosity towards this bustling place. Everything was new to her, and after walking for a while, she bought a lot of random things. Guizian followed her with a smile. No matter what his daughter liked, he just bought it. His doting feelings were obvious, as if he wanted to make up for all the guilt he had felt all these years. After walking 2 streets, Yuhe, who was following beside Yang Kai, suddenly frowned. With a wave of her hand, a gentle force swept out. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked to the side, her expression alert. Before Yang Kai could react to what had happened, he turned his head to look when he sensed the commotion, only to see a tall and sturdy man staring at you, he with a stunned expression on his face. This person had a fiendish appearance, and one could tell at a glance that he was not a good person. Coupled with his expression, he looked extremely comical. At this moment, one of his large hands was raised in the air. From the looks of it, he wanted to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder. However, he did not expect Yuhe to react so quickly and stop him. In this instant of battle, this person also sensed his tyrannical strength and couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at this bear-like fellow, Kai Yang couldn't help but laugh. Shopkeeper Pei? This fellow was the 100 refinement halls Pei Buin. Chapter 42:10. What a scandal! Yang Kai quickly stepped forward and took a blanket from the side to cover the lady boss's legs. The lady boss looked at him and did not stop him. She smiled and said, "Why do you have time to come here? How are things in the void?" "It's fine." Yang Kai walked to a table and sat down. He took out a teapot and a teacup and poured himself a cup of water. The defensive array has been set up. It's all thanks to the good person recommended by the lady boss. "You didn't ask Great Master Wu Liang to stay?" the lady boss asked. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "The Great Master refused. He said that he was about to break through, so he left after setting up the array to find a place to cultivate in seclusion." The lady boss nodded and said, "Great Master Wu Liang's attainments in the array Dao are extraordinary, but he has always been a carefree person. It won't be easy for you to rope him in. However, this matter is not urgent. There will be opportunities in the future. If you can keep Great Master Wu Liang in the void, it will be of great benefit to you." Yang Kai took a sip of water and sighed. "I'm just afraid that he won't take a liking to our small temple." The lady boss chuckled. "Although the void is a little weak now, it won't necessarily have no great development in the future. That's in the future. Let's not talk about this. I came here this time because I have something to ask." "Speak," Yang Kai said seriously. "In the past, I was all alone and didn't have to worry about feeding my family. Now that there are so many people in the void, how can I maintain peace and stability and obtain the various resources that my disciples need to cultivate? I can't just sit around and eat until I run out of resources. If I really do that, there will be a day when I run out of resources." The lady boss heard him and said, "Your void's predecessor was the Kikikyo land. The Kikikyo land's geographical conditions are unique and can grow 7 kinds of spiritual fruits of the 5 elements. You can use them to refine the heaven-opening pill." "That's what I was thinking." Yang Kai nodded and said, "But lady boss, you also know my situation. The void now has the materials for refining pills, but no pill formula for the heaven-opening pill. Do you have the pill formula here?" "Of course, I have more than one." The lady boss looked at him with a smile. "Forget it. I'll sort it out later and give you all the pill formulas. Although there are many pill formulas for the heaven-opening pill in the entire 3,000 worlds, most of them are similar. Take them back and study them yourself to see which pill formula is suitable." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Thank you, lady boss." In his heart, he thought that the lady boss really did have a pill recipe here. This trip wasn't in vain. "In addition to refining the heaven-opening pill, I suggest that you take control of the Star City as soon as possible. For any force, the existence of the Star City is of utmost importance. Can even be said that it is the foundation of their existence. Only by taking control of the Star City can you have an endless supply of resources. I've already started working on the Star City. I believe that after I return, the Star City in the Void Territory will be under my control." The lady boss smiled and said, "You're quite fast. With these 2 items, you can basically guarantee the cultivation needs of the disciples of the Void Land. What are you worried about?" Yang Kai said with a guilty conscience, "There are a lot of people in the Void Land. I'm afraid these 2 things aren't enough." The lady boss asked curiously, "A little too much? How many?" Yang Kai opened his mouth and reported a number. The lady boss couldn't help but be stunned. She had never heard of a second-grade force having so many people. It was like a mountain had been pressing down on his heart, and it was only at this moment that he finally felt relieved. "There is one more thing I need to trouble the lady boss with," Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Let's hear it. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Lady boss, you also know my current situation. I have already condensed 4 of the 5 elements of yin and yang, and I am still missing the 2 elements of metal and yin and yang, but these high-rank resources are not easy to find. What I want to ask is, do you have any information on these 3 elements of high-rank resources? The lady boss opened her eyes and stared at him for a long time before asking, do you still want to reach the high-rank heaven opening realm? Yang Kai quickly said, I've already walked half of this path and don't want to give up halfway. No matter how much resistance you encounter in the future, we can talk about the future in the future. The lady boss sighed softly. Since you have already made up your mind, I won't stop you. I only hope that you won't regret it in the future. However, high-rank resources are hard to find, and even if they appear occasionally, they will attract countless experts to fight over them. With your current ability, you can't interfere at all. Of course I know that. Yang Kai nodded seriously. When the Golden Crow Divine Palace appeared, it attracted several high-rank Heaven Opening Realm experts and dozens of mid-rank Heaven Opening Realm experts to gather at the first inn. One could imagine how tempting these top resources were to those experts. Yang Kai didn't quite understand why they were fighting over these resources. It didn't make sense to say that it was for their own disciples. It couldn't be that the disciples of so many experts had the capital to directly refine 7th-grade resources, right? It was only later that he learned that these experts were fighting over the Golden Crow's corpse for their own sake. They could absorb and refine the fire attribute energy in the Golden Crow's corpse to strengthen the foundation of their mini-universe world, thereby increasing their own strength. Yang Kai giggled, but the first-in's job is to collect information. So you must know some secrets that others don't know, such as where to find high-rank resources of these 3 attributes. The lady boss glanced at him, feeling both annoyed and amused. What do you think high-rank resources are? Cabbages that can be picked up anywhere? I'm not afraid to tell you. I know where you can obtain high-rank yin and yang attribute energy, but you don't have the ability to obtain them. Where? Yang Kai's eyes suddenly burned with desire. The lady boss glared at him, took out her world map, tapped on it, and tossed it to Yang Kai, saying, see for yourself. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it and couldn't help but be stunned. What is the meaning of these large territory? He found that the large territory marked out by the lady boss was different from the other large territories, as it was completely empty. In the other large territories, he could clearly see which forces and Qian Kuan worlds existed, but these large territories were completely empty. The lady boss said leisurely, thousands of years ago, there were many forces and Qian Kuan worlds in these large territories, but now they are all destroyed. Who did it? Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. All the forces and Qian Kuan worlds in these large territories had been destroyed. What kind of violent power was this? Scorching sun, glowing moon. The lady boss said leisurely. Yang Kai was stunned. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a trembling voice, these 2 divine beasts, do they really exist? According to legend, in the most ancient times, at the beginning of the world, there were 2 types of chaos chi that evolved into yin and yang, transforming into scorching sun and glowing moon. However, although this woman was tall and her cultivation was only in the Emperor realm, she was not afraid even when facing a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Moreover, she dared to shout in a place like the First Inn, not putting anyone in her eyes at all. It had to be said that she was extremely courageous. From the inner hall, Yang Kai strode out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, this woman's beautiful eyes immediately stared at Yang Kai like a hawk. Boundless battle intent radiated from her body as her aura rose steadily. Her beautiful black hair danced without any wind. I've been waiting for you for more than 10 years. You've finally appeared. The woman gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions, as if they were filled with accusations of blood and tears. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards Yang Kai in unison. This woman's words seemed to contain many hidden stories. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. The woman continued, "Back then you just left. Did you think you could escape just like that?" As soon as this was said, many people immediately cast disdainful gazes towards Yang Kai. Some people had already imagined Yang Kai and this woman falling in love, only for Yang Kai to abandon her in the end. He covered her red lips and said, "Young master, this lady is not what you think." Yang Kai was a little speechless. Staring at the woman, he frowned and said, "Although I'm very embarrassed, I still want to ask, who are you?" The disdainful gazes instantly turned into disdain. The woman was also stunned. Her aura that had risen to the limit seemed to be pressed down by a mountain and suddenly withered. A cold, murderous intent appeared on her beautiful face. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Yang Kai said a little awkwardly. "You look familiar. I don't quite remember. Can you give me a hint?" The woman clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she said word by word, "Azura Field, Yu Luosha." The hall was suddenly in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "What? She is the Yu Luosha who is ranked first on the Azura Field Earth ranking?" That's right, she really is Yu Luosha. I saw her fight with someone else in the Azura Field before, but at that time I was too far away and her movements were too fast. She dealt with her opponent in just a few moves, so I didn't get a good look. I heard that she is one of the several most outstanding disciples of the Azura Field. She is a core disciple with a high chance of reaching the 6th grade of Split the Heavens, just a single step away from that. Just who is this boy? Why is he so confused with Yu Luosha? Could he really have done something to her? This is going to be a good show. Everyone in the hall began to discuss. Yang Kai finally understood. He pointed at Yu Luosha and said, "Oh, it's you." In the past, he had been tricked by Pei Buin into the Azura Field and fought with someone there. And that battle had been with this Yu Luosha. Being exposed by Yang Kai, he didn't seem embarrassed as he strode over to the table and sat down before saying, "I must congratulate little brother Yang." "What's there to congratulate?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Pei Buin sternly said, "Being able to fight with Yu Luosha, and it was her who took the initiative to challenge you. Regardless of whether you win or lose, Brother Yang's name will soon spread all over Star City. If this isn't a happy occasion, then what is?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "Then shouldn't I thank shopkeeper Pei?" Pei Buin wore a bitter expression. "Brother Yang, don't blame me. I was forced to do this. I really had no choice." As he spoke, he wished he could shed bitter tears. "You suddenly disappeared without a trace that year, but you don't know how annoying Yu Luosha is." Many heaven-opening realm cultivators had died at his hands, so how could a mere Emperor Realm Master be his opponent, no matter how outstanding her aptitude was? Pei Buin said in a panic, "Little brother, what are you doing? You won't not accept the challenge, right?" Yang Kai said in surprise, "Did I agree to accept the challenge?" Yu Luosha left a challenge letter and left, completely speaking to herself. Yang Kai did not agree to it. 3 days later, whether he went or not would depend on himself. Pei Buin's expression changed. "Don't be like this, little brother Yang. If you don't accept the challenge, that girl will definitely not let it go. You don't want to be followed wherever you go, eyeing you covetously, right?" Yang Kai said, "Will she be like that?" Pei Buin nodded seriously. "From what I know of her, she will definitely be like that." The former number 1 on the human list was followed by her for more than half a year. In the end, he could not stand it and could only agree to fight with her. Yang Kai could not help but frown. If that Yu Luosha was really so difficult to deal with, it would be troublesome. Although it was not a big deal to be followed by someone, and he did not have any secrets that he could not let others know, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, I will go and meet her in 3 days." Pei Buin was overjoyed. "Little brother Yang is righteous. Then, in 3 days, I will wait for you at the Azura field. After Pei Buan left, Yuhi said, Young master, are you really going to fulfill the 3 days agreement? Yang Kai said, Shopkeeper Pei also said that Yu Luocha is a persevering person. If I reject her this time, she will definitely do it again and again. Instead of tangling with her, it is better to cut the Gordian knot. Then young master must be careful. Yuhi covered her mouth and smiled. Yang Kai was stunned. What should I be careful of? What are you afraid of her doing to me? Yuhi said, I am afraid that young master will accidentally kill her. Although life and death in the Azura field is one's own responsibility, and even if someone dies in battle, they cannot seek revenge. But that Yu Luocha is after all a core disciple of the Azura field. If she is really killed by you, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Yang Kai said, Not to that extent. I have always been protective of the fairer sex. He turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. We may have to stay here for a while. If you all have nothing to do, you can go to the Azura field to train yourselves. Life and death battles are always the best nutrients for growth. It is useless to have such great strength but not know how to fight. Lang Qingshan and the others hurriedly agreed. Many of them showed eager expressions. After following Yang Kai for more than 10 years, each of them had grown tremendously, especially Lang Qingshan. Back then, he was just a little emperor who had just condensed his Dao seal. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it. That woman was beautiful and had a good figure. Which man wouldn't like her? Most importantly, her spirit of perseverance in the pursuit of victory resonated with many low-level martial artists. Naturally, it made people revere her. That brat surnamed Yang, you have to endure a few more moves from senior sister Yu. Don't lose too badly. Someone suddenly shouted, causing the people around to laugh. You're a man after all. You have to endure for at least 10 breaths of time. Don't embarrass us men. If you don't want to die, just admit defeat. Don't embarrass yourself. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding cultivator shouted at once. It sounded like they were cheering for Yang Kai, but their tone was full of ridicule. Obviously, they didn't think highly of him. Yuhi's cold eyes swept across. The aura of a 6th grade open sky suddenly filled the air. In an instant, the noise stopped. Even heaven and earth seemed to be frozen. Outside the Azura arena, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Pei Buan's forehead was full of cold sweat. He quickly said, Lady, please calm down. Yang Kai also smiled and said, There's no need to lower yourself to their level. Yuhi snorted and retracted her aura. Under the guidance of one of the people from the Azura arena, he walked into a room to wait for the Azura arena to prepare the battlefield. Then, he abruptly turned towards Pei Buan. How much did you bet? Shopkeeper Pei. Pei Buan made an incoherent noise as his gaze wandered nervously for a bit before he raised a finger. Yang Kai smiled brightly. How long did you bet that I would last? Pei Buan looked guilty. He hesitated for a long while. Then he gave a flattering smile. An hour. Wow. Shopkeeper Pei, you sure think quite highly of me. Should I thank you? Pei Buan immediately said, Little brother Yang. It's not that this big brother is favoring an outsider over you. It's just that Yu Luocha's growth over the past 10 years is extremely terrifying. She is much stronger today than she was back then. But I know that you are no ordinary guy either, little brother Yang. I'm sure you grew tremendously over the past 10 years, so you can definitely hold out for an hour. 3-1. He considered for a moment. Little brother Yang, do you want to bet a little? There is still time. It's no big deal even if you lose a battle. It's more important to earn some open heaven pills. Besides, now is the time when you need lots of cultivation resources for your cultivation. You won't get another chance like this if you let this chance slip by. 3-1. Those are some really stacked odds. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. The Azura Arena was obviously looking down on him by offering such odds. It could even be said that nobody who knew about this battle was optimistic about his chances at all. If the odds are so high just for me to hold out for an hour, then the odds of my victory against you Luosha should be even higher, right? 10-1. Pei Bu-wan answered solemnly. These are the highest odds that the Azura Arena has ever offered in its history. There has not been any precedent of a higher offer. Yang Kai turned to look at Yu He. How many open heaven pills do we have left? Yu He immediately replied, we still have more than 360 million. Young master, are we going to place a bet? Bet everything. He waved his hand grandly. I'm going to force Azura Arena to compensate me with the clothes on their back, down to their underpants. Yu He accepted the order and took her leave. Pei Bu-wan's mouth gaped open in shock. At first, he was shocked that a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator like Yang Kai had several hundreds of millions of open heaven pills in hand. It had to be said that even as the shopkeeper of the 100 refinings hall, the funds that passed through his hands were no more than tens of millions at most. Did he rob a cave heaven or a paradise over the past few years? How did he accumulate so many open heaven pills? A moment later, he was shocked at how decisively Yang Kai decided to bet all those open heaven pills in one go. It wasn't until Yu He departed that he finally came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Little brother Yang, what are you betting on? You can't just randomly make such a bet. That's several hundreds of millions of open heaven pills. What if he loses? Just thinking about the possibility distressed Pei Bu-wan. None of your damn business. Yang Kai snapped angrily. Pei Bu-wan was in the wrong here, so he did not dare to say another word. A short while later, Yu He returned and reported with some dissatisfaction, Young master, the Azura Arena only accepts a maximum bet of 100 million. I can't bet any more than that. I have asked Guizi Yen and the others to rush over immediately. Yang Kai nodded gently. While they were conversing with each other, the door opened and an elderly man walked into the room. He swept a glance across the room and asked, Which one of you is Yang Kai? Yang Kai stood up. Me. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-14, Instant Kill. Under the watch and cheering of countless people, Yang Kai stood on the platform and smiled brightly at Yu Luosha, who stood opposite him before lightly asking, Junior sister Yu, can I admit defeat? Yu Luosha's beautiful eyes narrowed at those words. Are you mocking me? Her pretty face was filled with rage and her tender fists were tightly clenched. She had waited for more than 10 years for this moment, all so she could have a proper fight with him. Now that he had finally returned to the Star City, how could she possibly accept a result like that? I guess it won't work after all. Yang Kai gave a leisurely sigh. My original intention was to admit defeat immediately. After further consideration, I came to the conclusion that a woman with as much pride as you would not give up even if I admit defeat. You will definitely continue to pester me in the future. In that case, I figured I might as well fight you and create a chance for you to land the winning blow. That way, I can resolve this troublesome matter. Create a chance for me to land the winning blow? She gritted her teeth, uttering those words with great emphasis as though she had suffered great humiliation. Her chest heaved erratically. Indeed, Yang Kai remained calm. Judging by your words, you seem certain that I am not your opponent, she said coldly. There is no one beneath the open heaven realm who is my opponent. He looked at her nonchalantly. Even if she had a calm temperament and her mind was as tranquil as an ancient well, she still could not help becoming angry at his words. Senior brother, are you not worried that these nonsensical words of yours will come back to slap you in the face later? I was certainly no match for you more than 10 years ago, but I am different from before. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to defeat me like you did back then. Yang Kai nodded. I know that you have grown tremendously over the past few years, junior sister Yu. However, this senior brother has not been idle either. It's just that this senior brother is very kind to women. Junior sister, you have such a pretty face. It would be bad if your beautiful face was injured in the fight. Why don't we do this instead? Junior sister, why don't you take the initiative to admit defeat? The conversation between these two might be taking place within the Azure arena, but every single word that was spoken was transmitted clearly through the barriers and into the ears of the cultivators in the audience. Everybody heard it loud and clear. The originally noisy audience abruptly fell silent. Everybody stared at Yang Kai in dumbfounded amazement. In the next moment, an uproar louder than the noisy chattering just now erupted from the audience. Countless people mocked Yang Kai for boasting shamelessly. Some even clamored for Yu Luosha to beat Yang Kai black and blue. The commotion in the audience was extremely loud for a while, drowning out even the voice that was reading out the rules. Yang Kai turned to look at the audience and shouted furiously, "Shut the hell up, you bunch of trash! You'll soon be compensating me with all your bets." Yu Luosha tilted her head to look at him and faintly said, "If it's about how glib one's tongue is, then I admit I am not your match, senior brother. We don't need to compete in that regard. I will admit defeat." Yang Kai chuckled. "Looks like we still need to fight in the end. I never wanted to let this situation develop this far. However, you are wholeheartedly pursuing the peak of the martial Dao. For an opponent like you, this senior brother can only show my respect for you by going all out." After saying that, his expression abruptly changed. His originally faint and nondescript aura suddenly erupted outward like a tsunami. The sudden change was so great that Yu Luosha couldn't help narrowing her eyes. Martial Peak, Chapter 42:15, Compensation. The entire arena was silent. Everybody looked up stupidly at the projection in the sky. They couldn't help feeling a sense of absurdity, almost as though they were stuck in a dream. Yu Luosha had been utterly defeated, the top ranker in the Earth rankings, the woman who was only one step away from advancing into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The woman who was said to be an existence that was invincible among those beneath the Open Heaven realm. She had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, the person who defeated her was a little-known man by the name of Yang Kai. How could this be? How could there be something so ridiculous in the world? Countless people frantically rubbed their eyes and pinched their thighs, hoping that everything was just an illusion. Unfortunately, the reality of the image burned into their eyes was extremely clear. Could not be more real. Yu Luosha had been defeated by Yang Kai. She seemed powerless to fight back against the violent attacks of the other party. Furthermore, no more than 10 breaths had passed since the beginning of the battle. Inside a certain private room, 3 young lords dressed in black, green, and white respectively were staring fixedly at the Azura arena in shock. They were the 3 young lords who spoke to Yang Kai previously. Their mouths were gaping so wide that they could practically stuff their own fists into them. After a while, the young lord in black suddenly let out a cry of surprise. He turned around and shouted furiously, "Why did you pinch me?" The young lord in white looked extremely depressed. "I wanted to see if I was dreaming." The young lord in green wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead. "I can't believe that senior brother turned out to be so strong." Thinking back to the various advice they gave Yang Kai just now and how they asked him to hold out for longer, they couldn't help shuddering all of a sudden. Inside another private room, Pei Bu once slumped limply into the chair. His entire being looked like a balloon that had run out of air. His complexion had also gone white as a sheet as he was murmuring to himself, "It's over. It's over. It's all gone. My 10 million open heaven pills." After saying that, he clutched at his chest as though he was so heartbroken that he could not breathe. He coldly snorted, "Serves you right." She had no goodwill towards the shopkeeper of 100 Refinings Hall, who bet 10 million open heaven pills on Yang Kai's defeat. Inside the Azura arena, Yang Kai slowly stood up and reached up to brush the hair out of his face. Lowering his head to take a good look at Yu Luosha, who was lying unconscious on the ground, he smiled in satisfaction. I didn't injure her pretty face. As expected, I'm somebody who cherishes women indeed. His words were transmitted throughout the Azura arena via the spirit arrays, so everybody heard him clearly. His tone might be warm and kind, but his words sent a chill down the backs of countless people. Before this battle, the entire Star City believed that Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the Open Heaven realm. Nobody could be her opponent as long as the Open Heaven realm masters did not step forth. However, Yang Kai had knocked out the future rising star of Azura Heaven in less than 10 breaths. If Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the Open Heaven realm, then what did that make Yang Kai? Besides, his offensive had been so violent and ferocious. He gave off the vibe that he was going to skin her alive right from the start. Those were not the actions of a person who cherished women, right? Just how shameless could he be to utter such words? Sneak attack. How dare you perform a sneak attack? How shameless! A furious yell suddenly rang out in the Azura arena. Azura Heaven had never held a grudge against others because of something like that. As far as the Cave Heaven was concerned, death was deserved if one was lacking in talent. Seeing as the countless cultivators in the audience were still cursing endlessly, Yang Kai decided to ignore them and leisurely walked towards the exit instead. At the exit, he saw the elderly man who led him into the arena previously looking at him as though looking at a ghost. The attitude of the elderly man at this moment was much more polite than the nonchalant attitude from before. Upon returning to the waiting room, Yang Kai immediately saw Pei Bu-wan sitting there wallowing in depression and laughed. Shopkeeper Pei, why are you acting like that? It's only 1 million Open Heaven pills. Just think of it as a monetary loss that allowed you to avoid disaster instead. Pei Bu-wan gritted his teeth. What do you mean by 1 million? It was 10 million. 10 million. How bold, Shopkeeper Pei, Yang Kai teased. When he questioned Pei Bu-wan earlier, Pei Bu-wan had only raised a single finger in response and did not provide an exact answer. Hence, he mistakenly thought that Pei Bu-wan had bet just 1 million against him. Who could have known that Pei Bu-wan had bet 10 million instead? Little brother Yang, you've ruined me. Pei Bu-wan's facial features were scrunched up together as he was literally on the verge of tears. If you had such ability, why didn't you let this big brother know in advance? If I had known, I would have bet on you. Yang Kai was amazed. I sent you he to place an enormous bet on myself, didn't I? Shopkeeper Pei, you were the one who did not believe in me. How can you blame me? Pei Bu-wan was rendered speechless when he thought back on it. Yang Kai had dared to bet on his own victory with such confidence, so how could he be uncertain about his chances of winning? It was just that Yu Luosha's invincible image was so deeply rooted in Pei Bu-wan's heart that he did not dare to believe in Yang Kai. Such a great opportunity to make a fortune had been placed right in front of him, but he had failed to grasp the opportunity. It had to be said that the odds against Yang Kai were 10 to 1. Pei Bu-wan lifted a hand and slapped himself hard in the face. His chest was hurting as though somebody was squeezing his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. While they were speaking, one of the people in charge of the Azura arena walked in. That person glanced at Yang Kai before glancing at Pei Bu-wan, who was grieving as though he had lost his parents. That person nodded in acknowledgement. Junior, you are here too. Pei Bu-wan suppressed the sorrow in his heart and hurriedly got to his feet. Old Joe. Old Joe said, you lost your bet? How could you lose if you were together with nephew Yang? Pei Bu-wan reacted as if he was struck by lightning but said nothing, feeling as though somebody had rubbed salt into his wounds. Old Joe ignored Pei Bu-wan and cupped his fist at Yang Kai. Nephew Yang. Although Yang Kai did not recognize this person, he echoed Pei Bu-wan's words and cupped his fist. Old Joe. Old Joe smiled. Today's battle has really opened this old master's eyes, nephew Yang. Yang Kai politely responded, Old Joe, you are too polite. I was just lucky. Old Joe stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. Defeating Yu Luosha in 10 breaths cannot be considered Luck. The disciples of Azura Heaven are not that easy to defeat. If just any random person could defeat the disciples of Azura Heaven, then Azura Heaven would have lost the right to call itself one of the 36 cave heavens a long time ago. Yang Kai asked, "Why did you come here, Old Zhou?" Old Zhou handed over a space ring. "Before the battle started, you bet a 100 million open heaven pills on your victory, right? This contains your bet and your winnings." Under Yang Kai's perception, he found that many barriers had been placed inside the room to prevent outsiders from spying into it. The private room faced one side of the auction hall, with a transparent crystal partition to block out prying eyes and noise from the outside. Everything in the hall could be seen through the transparent crystal partition. However, nothing inside the room could be seen if a person were to glance at the room from inside the hall. The proprietress was the shopkeeper of First Inn. Moreover, her cultivation was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. It was only natural that she was qualified to enter a room like this. Yang Kai glanced around his surroundings and discovered that there were dozens of similar rooms. In other words, at least several dozen mid-rank Open Heaven realm masters were participating in this auction. Such a large-scale auction could only be described as a grand occasion. It was much grander than the auction he participated in back at Wind and Cloud Auction House. After the four of them took their seats, the maidservant immediately served several platters of fruit. The spirit fruits on the platters were crystal clear and very fragrant. Yang Kai randomly grabbed one and tasted it, only to have his mouth filled with sweetness in an instant. Thus, he quickly grabbed another and tossed it to Yu-He. Yu-He caught the fruit with a small smile and began to eat in dainty bites. Yang Kai had only eaten two when he saw Bai Qi storing these spirit fruits into his space ring. His actions made the maidservant in the room snicker softly, while the proprietress glared at him fiercely. However, Bai Qi was very thick-skinned and did not seem to care. He even winked conspiratorially at Yang Kai. The hall was soon bursting at the seams with people, and a short while later, the sound of gongs and instruments played. The lights in the auction hall dimmed, leaving only a single beam of light that shone in the center of the stage. The light was emitted from a strange stone on the roof. At that moment, be it in the hall or the various private rooms, everybody's eyes were drawn to the stage. At some point, a thin and stiff-faced old man had appeared in the middle of that beam of light. He bowed in a circle and said, "Many thanks to all our honored guests for taking the time out of their busy schedules to participate in the auction held by Red Cloud's auction house. Many of you have worked tirelessly to travel here from great distances. If nothing else, this old master guarantees that this auction will not disappoint you. Without further ado, let the auction officially begin." The old man was probably from Red Cloud's auction house and was in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm at least. When he finished speaking, the light in the hall brightened considerably. A tall maidservant walked out from backstage, carrying a tray with a sweet smile on her face. The maidservant walked over to the old man's side where he raised his hand and removed the red cloth covering the tray. The first item on auction is a Sixth Order Scarlet Een sand. There are a total of 999 grains of sand. If those beneath the Open Heaven realm were to refine and absorb them, they would have a chance to obtain the Scarlet Een Sandstorm divine ability. The effects of this divine ability are extremely powerful and cover an extensive area. It is capable of taking a person's life without any trace. The reserve price for this item is 10 million Open Heaven pills, and each subsequent bid cannot be less than 500,000. Those who are interested may place their bids now. The hall flew into an uproar while the sound of many people inhaling sharply came from the various private rooms. A cultivator required 7 elements to advance into the open heaven realm. They were yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these 7, the yin and yang elements were much rarer. Martial Peak, Chapter 42:18. Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Not everybody became rich overnight like Yang Kai or had several billion open heaven pills in their possession that could be spent without a care in the world at will. In the 3,000 worlds, any low-rank open heaven realm master who could gather several hundreds of thousands of open heaven pills could already be considered wealthy. Only mid-rank open heaven realm masters had the qualifications to accumulate several million open heaven pills. On the other hand, high-rank open heaven realm masters were the only ones that could possess tens of millions of open heaven pills. Be that as it may, that was only relevant towards the financial resources possessed by individuals. How much money one would have when backed by a great force was a whole other matter altogether. The stronger a person was, the more wealth they could accumulate. At the same time, their consumption was also greater. Take Yu-He, for example. If she were to cultivate without regard for anything else, she would consume at least tens of thousands of open heaven pills a day. That was why it was extremely difficult for any open heaven realm master to accumulate wealth. Money did not simply rain down from the heavens. Therefore, 23 million was truly a huge sum. Unless one was in urgent need of this 6th-order scarlet yin sand, they would not stubbornly bid for it. A 6th-order material was very different from a 7th-order material. Although they were scarce, it was not as though they could not be found. The 2 people who were still bidding among themselves were undoubtedly eager to purchase the scarlet yin sand. It might be for their own use, or it might be in preparation for their juniors or disciples. Yang Kai turned to look at the proprietress. "Proprietress, are you not going to bid?" The proprietress was in the 6th-order open heaven realm, so it was just right for her to refine this 6th-order scarlet yin sand. Yet the proprietress lazily replied, "These things are useless to me for the time being." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words, but he immediately understood what she meant. She had most likely reached a bottleneck in her cultivation. She advanced into the 6th-order open heaven realm a long time ago, so she was probably already at its peak. It stood to reason that she did not need the scarlet yin sand to enhance the heritage of her small universe. If she went one step further, she would be in the 7th-order open heaven realm. It was just that she once made a heart demon oath to crush the headquarters of several great forces. As long as she did not fulfill the requirements of this oath, she would never break through to the 7th-order open heaven realm. She had flattened Yu-He's small orchid palace, but Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were still thriving. Golden Rainbow Province might have the word province in their name, but it was a genuine 2nd-class great force. Needless to say, Boundless Altar was also a 2nd-class great force. Moreover, Qin Ji and Ling Chunqiu were both in the 5th-order open heaven realm. When Yang Kai led Yu-He to attack Blood Swan Continent previously, it had taken him quite a bit of effort to succeed, and Blood Swan Continent was only a 3rd-class great force. With the proprietress' current strength, it was a hopeless wish to trample flat the headquarters of a 2nd-class great force alone. It wouldn't work even with Yu-He and Bai Qi's cooperation. The defensive grand array of a 2nd-class great force could not be regarded in the same category as the defensive grand array of a 3rd-class great force. It was impossible unless one could find a chance to slowly kill off the mid-rank open heaven realm masters of these 2 great forces, one by one. This was a matter that needed further consideration. The cultivators in the hall were generally weaker and most of them were below the open heaven realm. Since the spirit pill was useful for those below the open heaven realm, it stood to reason that this item would catch their interest. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, which also comes with the pill recipe for this spirit pill. The starting price is 2 million open heaven pills. Honored guests, please place your bids. Unlike the previous chorus of voices calling out their respective bids, The entire auction hall fell silent after the old man finished speaking. Thousands of cultivators in the hall stared at the stage blankly, seemingly having trouble believing their ears. Just moments ago, the old man had announced that the spirit pill was only useful for those beneath the open heaven realm after all. That was why they mistakenly believed that the price would not be too high. Who could have known that the reserve price would be 2 million open heaven pills? For a moment they thought that they had heard wrongly. On second thought, how could the person presiding over this grand auction make such a mistake? But, if it was not a mistake, then which person below the open heaven realm could afford the price of 2 million open heaven pills? More importantly, just what was this so-called heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill? Just as everybody in the hall was mired in confusion, a somewhat uncertain voice came from one of the private rooms in B block. Is this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill some kind of spirit pill that can increase the success rate of a cultivator advancing into the open heaven realm? The old man on the stage nodded. Indeed. After a brief silence, an uproar broke out in the hall. Countless cultivators stared at the jade bottle with a burning look in their eyes, almost as though the jade bottle contained some sort of substance that drew their eyes to the bottle like a magnet. Not everybody could succeed when advancing into the open heaven realm. Despite going through all sorts of hardships in addition to spending a great deal of time, energy, and resources to condense their yin, yang, and 5 elements, there was still a huge risk when trying to actually break through to the open heaven realm. If one could not withstand the yin, yang, and 5 elements or the impact of heaven and earth splitting apart in one's body, then it would undoubtedly end with one's soul being extinguished. There was no other possibility. That was why cultivators, no matter who they might be, would only choose to do what they could within the limits of the strength that they could withstand. If a person's limit was the 3rd order, their life might not be endangered if they were to forcibly condense 4th-order elements. However, they would surely face a disaster when advancing into the open heaven realm. Many bearers who left the grand ancient ruins boundary would eventually face this problem. The old man on the stage said, "Are there any others who would like to come and inspect the items? You are free to come and have a look for yourself." There were indeed many people who wanted to check the items, and so for the next quarter hour, many open heaven realm masters filed out of the private rooms and approached the stage to investigate the spirit pill and its recipe. Even the proprietress could not contain her curiosity and went to take a look. When she returned, Bai Qi asked, "Proprietress, is that a genuine product?" To which she replied, "Red Cloud's auction house is directly owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. With their reputation at stake, they will not make fraudulent claims regarding auction items. The item itself should be real. But what? But, even if that item is genuine, don't think that you can refine another heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill with that pill recipe. One of the main ingredients has long since gone extinct. Do you think they would have offered up the pill recipe if there was a way to refine the spirit pill themselves?" The realization struck Bai Qi. The pill recipe is useless, but they offered the pill recipe together with the spirit pill. That will give people the illusion of having received a great bargain, so the price will naturally go up. Yang Kai asked curiously, "What is the main ingredient that has gone extinct?" Before the proprietress could answer, he heard somebody inside one of the private rooms exclaim loudly, "World source liquid is a treasure that can only be formed when new worlds are born. Where will we find something like that? This pill recipe is useless." Useless. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. World source liquid. The proprietress nodded. That's right. The main ingredient that has long gone extinct is world source liquid. Unless you can find a newly formed world, why do you have such unnatural expressions? She looked up only to see Yang Kai and Old Bai staring at each other with extremely strange looks. Old Bai blinked and pointed at Yang Kai. He has world source liquid. Bai Qi was disturbed by Qin Ji, Ling Chunqiu, and Yu He during his advancement into the open heaven realm back in the Sealing Yang domain and nearly lost his life as a result. In the end, Yang Kai had given him world source liquid with the mentality that giving a dead horse medicine couldn't harm it. That was what pulled him back from the brink of failure. He would not be alive today if not for Yang Kai. Consuming world source liquid was a wonderful experience. It felt as though his entire being had been transported back to the time when the world was first created, allowing him to witness the beginning of heaven and earth splitting apart. Even now, he could still recall the experience vividly. Both the proprietress and he turned to stare at Yang Kai with their beautiful eyes, unable to hide their surprise. You really have world source liquid? Yang Kai nodded woodenly. The people who claimed that the pill recipe was useless earlier were either too biased or wanted to mislead the others and reduce their competition. Why else do you think these two parties are competing so fiercely? I understand now. Yang Kai nodded again and placed a bid without warning. 25 million. The proprietress just glanced lightly at him, not feeling surprised. Since he had world source liquid in his possession, there was no reason for him to ignore this auction. If she were in his shoes, she would also participate in the bidding. The reason Yang Kai kept quiet earlier was just that he could not be bothered to waste his energy. He currently had several billion open heaven pills in hand, so it could be said that he was very wealthy. Only by placing his bid at the last moment to finalize the offer could he display his overwhelming confidence. It also served as a method to screen out other bidders to a certain extent. Almost everybody in the hall looked towards room A3 the moment Yang Kai's bid rang out. Yi Jian and Teng Wang's last bid was only slightly over 20 million after all. Yang Kai had added almost 4 million open heaven pills to the bid in one go. It truly was as the saying went, it never rains but pours. It was absolutely shocking the moment he made his move. Nevertheless, they immediately understood when they realized that it was the private room belonging to the person who bought the scarlet sand earlier. Yang Kai was a person who spent 26 million to purchase one portion of scarlet sand. It stood to reason that he would not care to spend another 25 million to purchase the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe. 26 million. Teng Wang's voice came out from room A5. Yang Kai was stunned upon hearing that. Teng Wang and Yi Jian had clearly reached a point in their bidding where they could no longer afford to bear the cost. That was why the price increase was not large with each bid they made. If not for that, he would not have increased the price to 25 million in one go. It was to make Teng Wang and Yi Jian back down in the face of difficulties. Teng Wang had reached his limits. So why did he suddenly add another million to his bid this time? Before Yang Kai could understand the situation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from room B2, 27 million. Could it be that those two were just acting just now? Yang Kai was a little confused. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to think too much about it. Unlike these two who were interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he was only interested in the pill recipe. More so since he had world source liquid in his possession. The pill recipe might be useless to others, but it had the potential to play a huge role in his hands. Naturally, he needed to obtain the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill as well. If he could study the finished spirit pill, then he could understand the pill recipe much faster. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time and effort to refine a spirit pill just by referring to the pill recipe alone. Yang Kai immediately followed up after Yi Jian, 30 million. The sound of people inhaling sharply could be heard throughout the hall. Even the old man presiding over the auction looked surprised. It would seem that he never expected this item to reach such a high price. The auction house would assess the value of each item and estimate a price before the bidding even began. Red Cloud's auction house had estimated the value of this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe to be around 20 million or so. But now it has exceeded their estimation by 50%. Moreover, it seemed that this was not the end yet. This was a huge pleasant surprise for the auction house. Be that as it may, the auction house would surely hope that the price would go as high as it possibly could. After all, who would dislike earning more money than expected? 31 million. Tung Wang's voice sounded like he was gritting his teeth. It was no longer as calm and relaxed as before. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4221, Twists and Turns. Emma Madame Lan? Tung Wang's voice coming from room A5 rose by an octave. It is this queen. Do you have something you wish to say? And no, of course not. So it is Madame Lan, haha. Since you have interest in this item, Madame Lan, this Wang will respectfully withdraw. His voice sounded a little bitter and reluctant. Although his disciple required the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, the price of 35 million open heaven pills was simply too expensive for him. Even if he had somebody helping him from the shadows, they had reached the limit they could afford. He was powerless to continue pushing forward. Rather than offending Lan Yu Ruo, it was better to take this opportunity to earn her favor. Besides, there was no guarantee that his disciple could successfully advance into the sixth order open heaven realm even if he did manage to win the bid on the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Any investment was bound to come with certain risks. If his disciple were to fail in the advancement process, the loss of several millions was enough to shake Clear Heart Palace's foundation. Now that the price for the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe had been raised to 35 million in one go, Tung Wang had no choice but to withdraw from the bidding. Even Yi Jian from room B2 fell silent. On the stage, the old man from Red Cloud's auction house waited for a short moment before asking, "The gentleman from room A3 has placed a bid of 35 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers?" The entire venue was silent. The old man probably knew that the price of this item had reached its limit. The auction house's original valuation of this item was only 20 million open heaven pills, while the current price had nearly doubled that estimation. Thus, he no longer hesitated and shouted, 35 million. Going once. 35 million. Going twice. Inside room A3, Yang Kai was silently making plans. Once he obtained the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe, he could immediately begin his research to see if he could fully understand its recipe and refine it. If he succeeded, then there was no need to worry about the Voidland's finances again in the future. A spirit pill that could increase the chances of success of a cultivator breaking through to the open heaven realm was an all but non-existent commodity, even in the 3,000 worlds. Voidland's wealth would soar in a short period of time just by selling a few such spirit pills for several million open heaven pills each. Besides, he had quite a lot of world source liquid that was required to refine this spirit pill. This Yi has something to say. Please temporarily halt the auction. Just as the old man was about to call out the final confirmation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from within room B2. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and couldn't help glancing in the direction of room B2. What is Yi Jian up to? He instinctively sensed that the bidding for this auction item would not go smoothly. Fortunately, he currently had more than 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession. It could be said that he was very rich, so he was not worried even if Yi Jian managed to borrow some money or find somebody to help provide funds. The old man on the stage said, Hall Master Yi, please speak if you have something to say. The door to room B2 opened all of a sudden. A fair and beardless middle-aged man walked out of the room with a solemn expression. Yang Kai guessed that that man was Yi Jian. Yi Jian arrived on the stage in a few steps. He cupped his fist at the old man and handed over a space ring. His lips wriggled slightly as though he was silently whispering something to the old man. The old man looked suspicious at first, but his expression stiffened when he heard what Yi Jian said to him and soon revealed an expression of great astonishment instead. You might even obtain the inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Yang Kai jumped in surprise. The inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch? The small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would contain his entire lifetime's worth of assets and his true inheritance. It was only natural that it would attract countless people's attention. Even if he was currently rich enough to buy a country, Yang Kai couldn't help coveting those riches. He was tempted to rush into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven right now to explore the place thoroughly. Although the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has opened countless times since the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch and many of the resources have been taken by others before us, there are many who obtained great benefits each time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. It generally resulted in their strength soaring. Calculating the years, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is indeed about to open again. Red Cloud's auction house planned this all out. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open and Red Cloud's auction house suddenly brought out a map for this auction. It was obvious that they were planning to use this opportunity to earn a huge fortune. Yang Kai licked his dry lips. How long before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens? Old Bai said, around half a year or so. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something when he heard those words. Glancing at the proprietress, he asked her a question. Proprietress, you previously asked me to wait for half a year for an opportunity. Could it be related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? When he asked her to help him keep an eye out for high-rank resources, she had returned a less than optimistic answer. She only told him that he had to wait for half a year for a possible opportunity. Judging by the situation, it was most likely related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Sure enough, the proprietress nodded. Somebody once found a 7th Order material inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That place might have what you need. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help blazing with excitement. Thinking about it again, it was not surprising. That was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. It contained all the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his lifetime. What were 7th Order materials in comparison? There might even be 8th Order materials inside. While they were conversing with each other, the first round of bidding for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven ended. The cultivators in 10 of the private rooms had won the maps, though everybody was very restrained in their bidding. The starting price was 500,000 and the final price was only 700,000. Red Cloud's auction house had brought out 100 copies after all, so there was no need to compete too hard. After several rounds of auction, all 100 copies of the map had been sold. The entire process had only taken an hour or so. They were basically sold at prices ranging from 7 to 800,000 Open Heaven pills each. Yang Kai silently made some calculations. Just from the map alone, Red Cloud's auction house obtained a profit of close to 70 million Open Heaven pills. Thus, he couldn't help feeling extremely envious. If Voidland could have such skills one day, then he had nothing to worry about anymore. Right after the map was sold, the old man on the stage took out a piece of jade that was one part of two halves. This is the next item for auction. It might be an array jade, it might also be a key. This jade came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. As soon as those words rang out, the audience was shocked. The auction house had first sold off 100 copies of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's map. Then, they brought out this jade from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to auction. The proprietress didn't even turn around as she sent a divine sense transmission to him. Didn't you want to find some high-rank materials? We're going to try our luck. But I can't guarantee whether any high-rank materials will appear or whether you can obtain them even if they do. He was stunned. What do you mean? She said, so many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters came today. Did you really think they came here just for that auction? Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai immediately realized that the situation earlier was strange indeed. Some good stuff had appeared in the auction, enough that they could even cause the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to compete for those resources. Even so, most of the people in the private rooms had not made any bids from beginning to the end. Aside from the second to last round when they bid for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they mostly remained as nothing more than spectators throughout the entire auction. Most of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in those private rooms came from various far-flung great territories, with some being trillions of kilometers away. There was no need for them to put so much effort into coming here just to end up as a spectator, right? If they're not here for the auction, then what are they here for? He wondered. The proprietress replied, "They only joined the auction to take part in the excitement since they were already here. They are actually here for the exchange meeting after the auction." An exchange meeting? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, gaining a vague understanding of the situation. There are many who obtain treasures but do not have a use for them, nor do they wish to put them up for auction. Even if they obtained Open Heaven pills, they would still need to go out and search for the items that they really need after all. As such, they prefer to exchange items with each other in private. For example, if I need a 6th order Earth element treasure but only have a 6th order Fire element treasure, I can trade with somebody else during this exchange meeting. Since both items are 6th order materials, their prices are pretty similar. In this way, the exchange can be carried out and everybody is happy with the exchange. I got it. Yang Kai nodded. But you should not get your hopes up. High-rank materials are hard to find. Even if they appear, you might not get your hands on them. Yang Kai grinned. The only thing I fear is that they won't appear. If they do appear, then I will get my hands on them even if I have to use money to beat them into submission. The theoretical price of a 7th order material was around 150 million Open Heaven pills. Naturally, that was just in theory. If one were to include a premium for its rarity, it was acceptable for its price to range from 170 to 180 million. Would those people refuse to sell if Yang Kai threw out 200 or 300 million Open Heaven pills at them? In any case, those were Open Heaven pills he won through gambling. It was not heartbreaking to spend them. Thus, Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to the exchange meeting. Under the old man's guidance, the group of 4 passed through several corridors and came to a secret room. There were quite a few people already waiting inside, and they were clearly the Open Heaven Realm Masters who sat in the private rooms during the auction earlier. When those people saw the proprietress, many of them nodded at her lightly. Inside the secret room, everybody was randomly seated. There was a large table in front of them and several platters of spirit fruits were placed there to enjoy. The seating arrangements formed a circle with a 1-meter-high platform placed right in the middle. The platform was made entirely of flawless white jade. "Madame Lan, please make yourself comfortable." The old man spoke briefly before turning around to leave. He was probably going to invite others to this place. The proprietress led Yang Kai and the others over to an empty spot and sat down before taking a look around. There were already quite a few Open Heaven Realm Masters inside the secret room. Some of them were alone while some of them arrived with several people in tow, just like the proprietress. Yang Kai also saw many Emperor Realm cultivators like himself, looking around curiously just like him. These Emperor Realm cultivators were probably the juniors or disciples of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were probably using this opportunity to learn more about the outside world. While he was looking around his surroundings, Yang Kai saw 2 familiar figures. It was a man and a woman, one young and one old. They were none other than Old Zhou and Yu Luosha of Azura Heaven. Thinking about it again, it was not strange. Red Cloud's auction house and Azura Arena both had establishments in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City. It was only natural that they were invited to participate in an auction here. In Thousand Birds Territory Star City, these 2 were not the only businesses belonging to first-class great forces. Wind and Cloud Auction House was an industry of Wind and Cloud Paradise. Gathering Virtue Emporium was an asset of 9 Stars Paradise, and even 100 Refinings Hall was supported by one of the paradises. At this moment, the representatives of these first-class great forces gathered inside this secret room. Old Zhou of the Azura Arena smiled and nodded at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting with a bow. Yu Luosha was looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, but she also nodded in greeting. There was no hostility in her demeanor. Rather, her fighting spirit was burning. Thus, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of respect for this woman. He believed that she would definitely achieve great things in the future. The previous battle had not affected her martial heart negatively in any way. Instead, it became the driving force for her to strive to become even stronger. There was no sign of Pei Bu-wan anywhere, as he probably lost everything the other day. So he did not have the money to participate in this exchange meeting. During this waiting period, countless people kept entering the secret room, found seats and sat down. All of a sudden, a middle-aged man with a golden crown on his head appeared at the entrance. He was dressed in luxurious robes and the aura around him was extremely powerful. A tall girl with picturesque features followed behind him. Her cultivation was not high. Like Yang Kai, she was only in the Emperor realm. Her intelligent eyes studied her surroundings with great curiosity, giving her an ethereal feeling. Many young juniors couldn't help glancing in her direction with a look of admiration and adoration on their faces. Likewise, Yang Kai glanced over in that direction just in time to see the middle-aged man leading the tall and slender girl in their direction. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-24. What the hell do you count for? Fortunately, that terrifying pressure soon dissipated into nothing, almost as if the feeling just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Yang Kai bowed. Greetings, Senior Gua. Yes, it's very similar. Senior Brother Gua nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai was taken aback. He didn't quite understand what those words meant at first, but he soon understood. Senior Brother Gua was referring to his appearance. It was the reason why the proprietress had taken such good care of him in the past, as well as why Yuhi addressed him as young master. Apparently, his appearance was very similar to that of the proprietress' younger brother, Lan Tingyu. One's appearance was determined by the heavens, so he was unable to change anything about his appearance. Besides, there were trillions upon trillions of living creatures in the 3,000 worlds. It was not surprising that some people would look similar to each other. Yang Kai did not feel that his appearance had caused him any trouble. Rather, it could even be said that it had brought him great luck. If not for that, how could a humble person like himself become acquainted with somebody like the proprietress in this vast universe? They might look alike, but they are two different people. The proprietress smiled softly. I was very shocked when I first met this brat. Senior Brother Gua gently nodded. Once this matter is over, let me bring this boy back to meet the old man. His aptitude is not bad. If he is personally taught by the old man, he will surely have great accomplishments in the future. The old man. The proprietress' expression changed slightly. Is that what he wants? Senior Brother Gua shook his head in response. The old man has not heard about this yet. I only just learned about it myself when I arrived here. Her expression became gloomy and uncertain as she glanced at Yang Kai worriedly and shook her head. Senior Brother Gua, this boy does not belong to First Inn. If you wish to bring him back to meet the old man, you will have to ask him for his opinion. Not part of First Inn? He seemed a little surprised by those words. Yang Kai was a little confused by the flow of the conversation. He did not know who this old man they were talking about was, but a person who could be addressed so formally by two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not be a trivial person. Senior Brother Gua laughed. Since he does not belong to First Inn, then there's no need to ask you. He turned to look at Yang Kai and continued, Kid, do you have any interest in joining Xian Yuan Cave Heaven? Xian Yuan Cave Heaven? Yang Kai was shocked. Each of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were extremely famous. They had more than one great territory under their command, were known as first-class great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and every one of them was led by high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Out of all of them, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven was ranked in the top 10 even among the 36 cave heavens. Yang Kai had long since guessed that this person by the name of Senior Brother Gua came from a very powerful background. There was a high possibility that Senior Brother Gua came from one of the 36 cave heavens or the 72 paradises. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai learned that he belonged to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Did that mean that Xian Yuan Cave Heaven was the great force behind First In? Why else would the proprietress and Senior Brother Gua address each other as Senior Brother and Junior Sister? Senior Brother Gua said, "The aptitude of you Luo Sha from Azura Heaven is pretty amazing. The fact that you can defeat her in one move must mean that your aptitude is even more impressive. An aptitude like that is enough for you to join Xian Yuan Cave Heaven." What do you think? If you are interested, you can follow me back to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven once this matter is over. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. If a cave heaven had tried to recruit him when he first arrived in the 3,000 worlds, he might have joined them eagerly without a second thought. That way he could enjoy the cool shade under a big tree after all. Backed by such a powerful force like Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, his future would be very promising. He wouldn't even need to worry about his cultivation resources. He would only need to ask his elders for what he needed and somebody would immediately satisfy his needs. Unfortunately, the current Yang Kai was no longer the same person who just arrived at the outer universe. He was now in charge of Voidland and had more than 600,000 people under him. What would happen to Voidland if he left? Besides, his path to becoming a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would most likely be cut off halfway if he joined Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. The proprietress once mentioned that only those disciples with excellent aptitudes who were born into and grew up in the various cave heavens and paradises had the qualifications to achieve the high-rank Open Heaven Realm directly. That was because the cave heavens and paradises had no need to worry about their loyalty. However, who would dare to allow the birth of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master if they were an outsider? What if that person cultivated to the level of a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Who could suppress them then? Especially somebody like Yang Kai who only joined as a disciple halfway through. Nobody could guarantee his loyalty towards the sect. After considering all this, Yang Kai vaguely realized something. He had exposed his identity in the Azura arena, so many people probably had their eyes on him now. Senior Brother Gua was just one of those people. It was only because he was an old acquaintance of the proprietress that he took the lead to try and win Yang Kai over. If I agree to join Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, I will only be allowed to achieve the 6th Order Heaven Realm at most. I will never be allowed to achieve the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai turned to look to the side and sure enough, the proprietress was staring at him in anxiety and worry. He made up his mind seeing that and carefully said, "Many thanks for your praise, Senior Gua. Unfortunately, this junior has too many obligations to fulfill and must regretfully refuse your kindness." Senior Brother Gua became livid upon hearing those words. His stern and majestic eyes suddenly transformed to become a bottomless abyss, almost as though he wanted to drag Yang Kai's soul into them. I can't believe the Senior Gua immediately turned hostile the moment we disagreed. He truly is subject to shifting moods. Yang Kai trembled for a moment, feeling his Dao seal vibrating uncontrollably. Although their numbers were few except for Yang Kai who was in the Emperor Realm, the other 3 were in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm and above. It could be said to be a very powerful lineup. Along the way, they passed through numerous bustling streets and came to the entrance of a shop within an incense stick of time. There was a plaque above the entrance of the shop with the characters Red Cloud's Auction House written on it in shining gold. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the characters seemed to contain a mysterious power, constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that this plaque must have been written by an extremely powerful Open Heaven Realm Master. These words most likely contained the martial truth of that master. It was not harmful, but it gave off a profound feeling. There was no doubt that this was one of the ways for Red Cloud's Auction House to demonstrate its strength and heritage. Beneath the plaque, Numerous cultivators of Red Cloud's auction house hurried back and forth to guide the people participating in the auction into the auction house with bright smiles on their faces. Before the four of them could arrive at the door of Red Cloud's auction house, somebody greeted the proprietress. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person was a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. As for what order that person was in, he could not infer from the situation. The proprietress seemed to be very friendly with the other party, so she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Meanwhile, Yang Kai looked around and was secretly surprised. In such a short time, he saw many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters entering the auction house with their followers or their juniors. Some did not have obvious auras, while others displayed wanton arrogance. There was no shortage of masters in the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven realm. This discovery both shocked and delighted him. Yang Kai was shocked that the auction had attracted so many masters to this place, and these people were only the ones that he saw. There were probably more that he did not see. On the other hand, what delighted him was the presence of so many masters. It could only mean that a lot of good things would be offered during the auction. Why else would these masters travel for billions upon billions of kilometers from various great territories to come here? The proprietress was very well connected, and she immediately greeted several masters in a very short time. They lingered around the entrance for a full incense stick before the proprietress led their group inside. Under the guidance of a young maid working in the auction house, they stepped into a private room. The private room was not that big, but it was more than enough to accommodate 4 people. She gestured towards the round platform with her mouth. On the round platform, Yi Jian smiled slightly and responded to the person who spoke earlier. "You have a good eye, Brother Zhao." "That's right. This is a jade box made from 5th Order Heavenly Yin Jade. However, what this Yi wishes to exchange this time is not this jade box but what is inside." Saying so, he formed several hand seals before light flashed at his fingertips and flowed into the jade box. Then, the jade box slowly opened to reveal the item inside. Everybody looked in that direction with great interest. The item inside the jade box was a ginseng that was as thick as a baby's arm. The ginseng roots were dense, and one could tell that it was very old at a glance. Moreover, this ginseng had already begun to take a humanoid-like form. A ginseng like this was undoubtedly an existence among the ginseng kings. That was not all. The entire ginseng was a strange pale gold in color and exuded a strong yang element power. It was a yang element ginseng king. Yang Kai felt his entire body stiffening in shock and his heart pounding wildly in his chest. His eyes seemed to have grown roots in the way he stared fixedly at the ginseng king. Many restrictions had been placed on the ginseng king, with numerous peculiar forces sealing the yang element power that it was exuding from its body. Even so, these forces were unable to completely seal the yang element power away, so bits of it constantly clashed with the power of the heavenly Yin Jade. While everybody was still in shock, Yi Jian's voice sounded once more, "A 7th Order primordial yang profound ginseng in exchange for some 6th Order cultivation materials. If there are any interested parties, please place your bids." Yang Kai's heart pounded even harder than before and his lips went dry. His brain buzzed with a loud humming sound, leaving only the words 7th Order echoing around in his head. His gaze was fixed intently on the primordial yang profound ginseng, and he could barely hold back the urge to throw his head back and laugh madly. A 7th Order yang attribute material. This primordial yang profound ginseng is a 7th Order yang attribute material. It really appeared in this exchange meeting. During the first round of trading, he had not seen anything he really wanted. Hence, he had already given up hope. Who could have known that his wish would come true during the second round of trading? Forcefully composing himself, Yang Kai secretly gashed his teeth. "I have to obtain this 7th Order primordial yang profound ginseng. No matter what, who knows when I will come across another chance like this if I let this opportunity slip through my fingers." Whilst he was being absent-minded, A series of whispered discussions rang out in the secret room. Many people constantly released their divine sense to investigate the authenticity of the seventh order primordial yang profound ginseng. Some of them even revealed a fanatical look. Yang Kai observed the situation around him and felt his heart sinking downward. Looks like there will be many competitors. But, regardless of how many competitors there are, I have to obtain this primordial yang profound ginseng. A gaze landed on Yang Kai from the side. Feeling the gaze, Yang Kai turned to look to the side and saw Senior Brother Guo smiling at him. Senior Brother Guo's expression became extremely meaningful when their eyes met. Yang Kai felt his heart thumping loudly. This guy isn't planning to get in my way, right? Senior Brother Guo's previous words had been filled with the intention of recruiting and threatening. It was obvious that he knew Yang Kai was in need of seventh order materials. Yang Kai was not worried even if Senior Brother Guo tried to get in his way. It was just that he did not know how much money he would need to pay for no reason now. Nonchalantly withdrawing his gaze, Yang Kai began pondering how much he had to bid in order to impress Yi Jian. Generally speaking, cultivators would never exchange high-order materials for materials in a lower order. That was because high-order materials were much harder to obtain. However, the Thunderclap Hall that Yi Jian belonged to was just a second-class great force. The strongest master in Thunderclap Hall was only in the sixth order open heaven realm, and there were no existences in the seventh order. Therefore, this primordial yang profound ginseng had little practical value to Thunderclap Hall unless one of them could advance into the seventh order open heaven realm in the future. As such, it was more practical to exchange it for some sixth order materials that could be used for cultivation purposes. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. During the auction earlier, Yi Jian had pledged an item to Red Cloud's auction house. Afterwards, he had significantly increased his bid. From the looks of it, the item he pledged earlier had been the primordial yang profound ginseng. A seventh order yang attribute material would be worth 200 million at least. Its value might be even higher than that, which certainly could give him enough confidence for his actions. If he had ruthlessly decided to continue bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, the price might have been raised to 100 million between him and Yang Kai. Fortunately, he decided to back down when it was only 50 million. Judging by the situation, he either did not wish to waste so many open heaven pills or the primordial yang profound ginseng belonged to the entire Thunderclap Hall and not just him alone. Recalling the previous auction, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. He secretly came up with a plan. Coincidentally, the proprietress also secretly sent him a voice transmission at this time. Her idea happened to coincide with his own. The reason Yi Jian bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was out of consideration for his son. Yang Kai had already noticed the young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes standing beside Yi Jian. Their appearances were not that different from each other, so he was probably Yi Jian's son. Yi Jian's willingness to spend 50 million to bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill showed just how much he cared for his son. It would certainly catch his attention if Yang Kai used the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to trade with him. Needless to say, the value of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was far from that of the primordial yang profound ginseng. Be that as it may, Yang Kai could make up for the difference. He originally planned to investigate the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill thoroughly later, but now that the primordial yang profound ginseng had appeared, he could not afford to care so much. The proprietress nonchalantly put the primordial yang profound ginseng away, as though nothing had happened. In the meantime, the exchange meeting continued. It was just that the rest of the transactions were much more muted following the trade of a seventh-order material. Yang Kai was so happy that he felt like he was floating among the clouds. He couldn't wait to enter retreat in order to refine the primordial yang profound ginseng, so he no longer had any mood to participate in the exchange meeting. Approximately 2 hours later, the exchange meeting finally ended and many of the open heaven realm masters got up and dispersed. Back then, he had used around a dozen drops to fortify his Dao seal to its limit, but he still had some remaining. It was the perfect item to trade with Yi Jian for the primordial yang profound ginseng. Yi Ziying's Dao seal is unstable. Compared to the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, the effect of the divine Dao water will be more suitable for his situation. The proprietress was enlightened by the realization. No wonder Yi Jian lost his composure and laughed so heartily. So that's how it is. Then, she glanced at him again. You brat. You sure obtained quite a lot of good stuff in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Yang Kai just grinned meaningfully in response. Old by side. Now that Yi Ziying has the divine Dao water to strengthen his Dao seal, all his worries have been eliminated. Furthermore, he also has the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill to aid in his advancement into the open heaven realm. It looks like Thunderclap Hall will have an additional 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the near future. The proprietress nodded. Thunderclap Hall has always been one of the top second-class great forces in the first place. Once Yi Ziying becomes a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the strength of Thunderclap Hall will soar once more. Not to mention, Yi Ziying is different from Yi Jian. He advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm directly, so he has the possibility of growing into an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the future. He will be much stronger than his father. Bai Qi was very envious. Thunderclap Hall is flourishing now. Yi Jian sure received a great bargain. Similarly, Yang Kai was also very envious. Thanks to him, Yi Ziying would now have a bright and promising future. When will I be able to advance into the open heaven realm? I managed to obtain the primordial yang profound ginseng by chance today, so the problem regarding the yang element has been solved. But what about the remaining yin and metal elements? Maybe I should head to Golden Antelope Paradise to try my luck with a metal element treasure. When he first arrived in the 3000 Worlds, Zhang Ruoxi once told him that Golden Antelope Paradise was the only paradise that was open to all cultivators. There was a sealed world inside Golden Antelope Paradise, and any cultivator was able to enter it as long as they were willing to pay a certain entrance fee. There was a high possibility that he could find something like the Golden Blade Yuan Spirit inside the sealed world. The Golden Blade Yuan Spirit was a 5th Order metal element treasure. Zhang Ruoxi also mentioned that one could even find a 7th Order metal element treasure inside the sealed world if they were lucky enough. The reason she knew all this was that she had inherited the bloodline memories of her ancestor. As for how much one had to pay to enter the sealed world, she did not say. It was probably not cheap. This spirit pill was no different from the spirit pill that he had bought from the auction house previously. He gently scraped off a layer of pill powder and tasted it. There was not much difference, be it in terms of taste or medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai finally let out a soft sigh, knowing that he had succeeded in refining the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill at last. It had taken him more than 100 failures and a whole month to successfully refine the first heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. It had not been an easy feat. Marshall Peak, Chapter 42-30. Setting out. This was only under the premise that Yang Kai had the pill recipe. Without the pill recipe, he was certain that he could never have refined a similar spirit pill in his life. He had to admit that refining the heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was extremely complicated compared to other spirit pills of the same grade. Everything was bound to be difficult in the beginning, but now that he had a successful experience in refining the spirit pill, the process would only become smoother and smoother. Likewise, his success rate would surely increase steadily. Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills came out of the furnace one after another in a steady stream. By the time he finished the ingredients he had on hand, Yang Kai had more than 20 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in his possession. Out of a total of 200 portions of ingredients, he managed to produce 20 spirit pills. That meant that he had a 10% success rate. Compared with his initial expectations, the results were barely up to the standard. Be that as it may, it was only just the beginning. Yang Kai had completely scrapped more than 100 batches of ingredients at the beginning without producing even a single spirit pill. It could be said that these 20 or so spirit pills were completely refined out of the few dozen portions of materials left towards the end. Yang Kai firmly believed that his success rate in refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill would only increase with the accumulation of experience. During the previous auction, Yi Jian and Teng Wang had raised their bids to more than 20 million open heaven pills in order to compete for the spirit pill. That was only possible since it was during an auction. Not to mention, it was under the premise that the spirit pill was the only one in the world. If Yang Kai were to actually sell the spirit pill, the price of 20 million open heaven pills was slightly on the higher side. Still, according to his estimation, there would be many people scrambling to buy these spirit pills if they were priced at 10 million open heaven pills. Even if a single spirit pill was only sold at 10 million open heaven pills, selling more than 20 of them would mean a profit of more than 200 million open heaven pills. However, Yang Kai had no plans to sell the spirit pill for the time being. The first reason was that everybody knew that world source liquid was the main ingredient to refine this spirit pill. More importantly, world source liquid was extinct in the current world. If he brought these spirit pills out to sell, anybody would be able to guess that he had world source liquid in his possession. Even with first in as a shield, it might attract unwanted attention and greed. Hence, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill would not be released for sale until Voidland had enough strength to protect itself from external threats. The second reason was that Lang Qingshan and the others had been following him since they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Most of them had condensed quite a few elements, so they were not far from their respective advancements into the open heaven realm. They could use these Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. It should also be mentioned that Voidland would have a high demand for these spirit pills in the future. In the end, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills had to first meet their own needs. Only the surplus would be sold to the public. That was also the reason why Yang Kai could not convert these pills into actual financial resources within a short period of time despite having access to such a huge fortune-making operation. In the meantime, Yuhi delivered more ingredients. Yang Kai worked without food or rest to refine Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. When he saw batch after batch of pills leaving his furnace, he did not feel the slightest sense of fatigue. On the other hand, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will immediately collapse the moment his restrictions are broken. In other words, even if somebody were to take great pains to break his restriction, they would never be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was stunned. It was true that nobody would waste their energy with a restriction like that in place. After all, cracking the restriction left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after his death was no easy feat. She continued her explanation. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven only allows those under the Open Heaven Realm to enter for two main reasons. The first being that Blood Monster Divine Monarch is looking for his successor. The other being that he wants to prolong the existence of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as much as possible. Prolong its existence? What does that mean? Yang Kai did not understand. If an Open Heaven Realm is allowed to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Won't they be able to refine and absorb the world force contained within at will? How will the blood monster cave heaven exist without world force to support it? He was surprised. Does that mean that the world force of blood monster cave heaven can also be refined and absorbed? She glanced sideways at him. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master is no different from a real universe world. Since the world force of a real universe world can be refined, then why not the blood monster cave heaven? After giving it some thought, Yang Kai felt that her words made sense. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master was no different from a real universe world. Just like how old ancestor Mo once targeted the demon realm, the blood monster cave heaven would have been long gone if open heaven realm masters were allowed to enter. It would not have existed until today. Are you all ready? If you're ready, we can set off now. We will still need some time on the road, and it will be too late if we set off any later, the proprietress called out. Yang Kai turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others, who cupped their fists at him. We will follow you to the end of the world, sir, he said. Let's go then. Today, First Inn was closed for business. It even hung up a closed sign on its doors. The chef and accountant were standing together in the hall. Luo Hai was also standing next to them. The chef had packed many things. Heavens knew what was inside those bags, but he was holding his kitchen knife in his hand and grinned meaningfully when he saw Yang Kai approaching. Meanwhile, the accountant turned his dead fish gaze towards Yang Kai. You're the slowest kid. Yang Kai smiled. Are you entering the blood monster cave heaven too? The accountant said, What's wrong? If you can go, then why can't we? We're also in the Emperor realm. It's a great opportunity for us to earn some riches. According to the information inside the Jade Slip, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming when he was still alive. Therefore, there were many blood beasts inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. These blood beasts were nurtured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his long life. For that reason, they were generally no different from ordinary monster beasts except for a few key points. In general, these blood beasts had strange abilities and ferocious strength, and over the years, most of the cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would lose their lives to their claws. The strongest blood beasts could compare to low-rank open heaven realm masters in terms of strength. They were existences to be avoided at all costs. After all, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was limited by a restriction that only allowed cultivators below the open heaven realm to enter. A blood beast with the strength of a low-rank open heaven realm master was basically an invincible existence inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The blood beasts were vicious, but there were great benefits to killing them. That was because these blood beasts were nurtured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch personally, and were a little different from ordinary monster beasts in the sense that their monster core's attributes were often extremely singular and pure. They were known as blood beast cores and could be used as cultivation resources. According to the classification of order, there were blood beasts ranging from the first order to seventh order, and killing blood beasts of different orders would result in obtaining open heaven materials of matching orders. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words. If I can find and slay a 7th order monster beast in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, won't I have the chance to obtain metal and element treasures? No wonder proprietress said that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be an opportunity for me. The only problem was that the strength of a 7th order monster beast would be extraordinary, no matter how singular the attributes of its monster core. It was still in the 7th order after all. Just like the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd in his possession, the 6th order Yuan Magnetic Divine Light might have a singular attribute, but it was perfectly capable of dealing with low-rank open heaven realm masters. If that was the case for a 6th order power, then what more need be said about a 7th order power? A 7th order blood beast was definitely an existence on par with or stronger than a low-rank open heaven realm master. I wonder if there are any 8th order blood beasts inside? Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th order open heaven realm master after all. so it would not be strange if he managed to nurture some 8th Order blood beasts. Besides, Blood Monster Divine Monarch has been dead for so many years now. The surviving blood beasts might have grown stronger since his passing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4233, Securing a Spot. What Old Bai mentioned immediately resolved all the questions that had been puzzling Yang Kai. He had felt that something was a little strange when he first heard about the sealed world known as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and contained the inheritance and wealth of that master. How could anybody ignore such shocking benefits? Even the cave heavens and paradises would covet such riches. If they coveted these riches, then why didn't the cave heavens and paradises keep firm control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Why did they allow other cultivators to enter? Why did they allow this to become a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds? He had been unable to figure out the answer to these questions, so he eventually stopped wondering about it. It was not until this moment that he learned the truth. It was not that the cave heavens and paradises did not want to, but rather that they could not. In the beginning, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were few and far between. Thus, a few powerful forces could control the entrances and prevent the others from entering. Only disciples from their respective great forces would be selected to enter and explore the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. On the contrary, how could the cave heavens and paradises guard the entrances when one could appear anywhere in the Blood Monster territory? It was precisely because of this reason that the second-class great forces, the third-class great forces, the lesser-known organizations, and even the rogue cultivators acting alone had the opportunity to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to take a share of the benefits. Old Bai continued, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven are also becoming increasingly unstable. Sometimes, it is nothing more than a flash of light even when it appears in front of your eyes. It might vanish into thin air before you even get the chance to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even if it did not vanish, each entrance can only allow one person to enter before it would collapse completely. Each entrance can only allow one person to enter? Yang Kai was stunned. Old Bai gently nodded. That's right. You should now understand why I previously mentioned that although many cultivators flock to the Blood Monster territory, not many can actually enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the end. Yang Kai was enlightened. According to Old Bai, one had to fight to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. An entrance might appear in front of several cultivators, but that entrance could only support one person passing through before it vanished. The rest could only watch helplessly. In this way, only a few people could seize the opportunity to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Old Bai snorted softly. Every time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens, more than 1 million cultivators gather in the Blood Monster territory. No, there might even be tens of millions of them. It's just that most of them come here for nothing. Yang Kai agreed with those words. They, too, had arrived at the Blood Monster territory. However, flight-type artifacts and cultivators were weaving about in the void everywhere as far as the eye could see. The numbers were indeed nothing to scoff at. Not to mention, these were only the ones that he could see. There were more out there that he could not see. After all, this situation was prevalent across the entire Blood Monster territory at the moment. After pondering in silence for a moment, he turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. When it's almost time, you should enter the small sealed world. Many people had come with him on this trip. Now that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open, a second-class great force like Boundless Altar would definitely participate for a share of the pie. They probably never imagined that their presence would be detected by the proprietress. If Ling Chunqiu had remained hidden in the headquarters of Boundless Altar, the proprietress might have been helpless to lift a finger against him. However, they encountered each other in the Blood Monster territory, so it stood to reason that she wanted to exact her revenge. At the same time, they would also be able to snatch Boundless Altar's spot for themselves. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.